Hey guys, if you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of the Mindshock podcast, True Crime. Today we will be starting our new True Crime series, which is gonna end up having more rabbit holes than the Maura Murray investigation probably. It is the Springfield 3. And it's absolutely insane. There are serial killers. There are weird police chiefs that are sketchy. There are DWBs, Maxwell.
Oh, shit.
DWBs.
Oh, shit.
And
This is Brooke Davis. He didn't fall
Maxwell
for
Powers over here.
it.
And I'm Bruce McGuire.
Hi, Mindshocker.
So yeah, this one is rough. This one is rough. So I'm going to read an article written by Steve Pokin, and he titled this article "Pokin' Around." I guess that's his corner of the newspaper.
All right.
3 missing women here, then suddenly nowhere. This was written June 5th, 2015, so it's kind of new. They were here, then suddenly they were nowhere. And with the passage of time, it looks like they will be nowhere forever. He's not optimistic. 3 Springfield women were apparently...
Doesn't even rhyme.
3 Springfield women were apparently abducted on June 7th, 1992. They have not been seen since. Friends Suzanne Streeter, 19, and Stacy McCall, 18, had their lives in front of them. The day before they disappeared, they had graduated from Kickapoo High School.
That's cool.
The young women were last seen around 2:15 a.m., June 7th, at a graduation party. They left and are believed to have gone to the home of Suzanne's mother, Cheryl Levitt. They planned to go to an amusement park the next day. But they did not. Police believe instead someone took them against their will that night or early morning. Relatives found Levitt's house in disarray. Not suspecting abduction, they cleaned things up. Investigators wish they had not done that.
That's terrible.
The woman's purses and other possessions were left behind. Nothing apparently was stolen. Which leads to the question, how do 3 people vanish from the face of the earth? That has been the question ever since, says Daryl Moore, who was first assistant in the Greene County Prosecutor's Office back then. That is still a good question, one that we do not know the answer to. Moore later served as Greene County prosecuting attorney for 12 years. He is retired. Obviously, with the passage of time, the odds are not good that they are alive, Moore says, but we really don't know. You would think that if they are dead, their remains at some point be found, perhaps by a hunter in a field. McCall's mother, Janice, remains in Springfield. She created the website One Missing Link, a nonprofit that assists families with missing persons. I was unable to reach her for this story. Lisa Cox, a police spokeswoman, tells me the case has generated 5,000 tips over the years. Investigators have compiled over 27,000 documents.
Wow.
That sounds as big as the Maura Murray file. The case has never been suspended and has always been assigned to at least one of our detectives who follows up on the ongoing incoming tips, she says. Cox would not say if there was perhaps a new wrinkle to the investigation. Even if there were, she tells me the department would not reveal such information this week because investigators most familiar with the case were unavailable. Springfield investigators have sought help. From 2010 to 2012, they reviewed the case and for 3 days in 2012 presented that information to a panel of 25 criminal justice investigators assembled by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I asked Cox what the department learned from that review. Several recommendations by the panel were incorporated into the ongoing investigation, she says in an email. Those recommendations received are not items we can publicly release. A $42,000 reward remains in place for information that leads to prosecution. In recent years, Cox says the department gets about 100 tips a year. Some are from people who claim to be psychic. In addition, she says the department continues to receive tips already determined to be unsubstantiated. Moore tells me of the tip that the woman's bodies were buried in the foundational concrete of a Cox hospital parking garage related to the police investigation at South National Avenue and Primrose Street. The tip came from someone who either claimed to be a psychic or claimed to have a dream or vision about the case, Moore says. He can't recall the specifics. It was in the category of, my dog is psychic and he is telling me there are bones there. It was along that line, he says. If we had sought a search warrant based on that, we would have been laughed out of court. In another instant, he says a psychic called to say the bodies were in a blanket buried near water. People have dreams and visions, he says. I'm sure they mean well, but it was a waste of police resources. Moore recalls 2 times when search warrants were granted to dig for bodies. One tip was that the bodies were in a cave or some type of depression in Webster County, he says. The other tip was that they were buried in an abandoned farmhouse in Barry County. The allegation was that a green van was involved. Moore says the tip was that the van and the bodies were buried on the property. Investigators tore up the flooring of the house and dug. They dug outside as well. Nothing was found. It is not an established fact that a green van was involved, Moore says. There were people who insisted there was a green van and we could not totally discard it, he says. Moore still prays for Justice for McCall, who worked at a health club, and for Streeter, who had a job at a movie theater, and for Levitt, a beautician at New Attitudes Hair Salon, which is still at 210 East Sunshine Street. Many criminals eventually tell stories of their crimes, he says, or perhaps relatives of the person who did it have long been suspicious and are finally ready to come forward. I still think there is one or more people out there who know what happened, he tells me.
Oh, shit.
So that's a recent article, but I'm going to go through basically the story. Here's the backstory. So I'll give a little more details. So this was graduation day. So then they're going to all these parties. Now, originally, the high school was going to have a alcohol-free lock-in, and Stacy and Susie were going to do that. Then they changed their minds, and they're like, oh, we're just going to go party at friends' houses. So then they went to their friend Janelle, and the original plan was to drive up north to Branson, where the amusement water park was that they wanted to go to the following day. They were going to get a hotel room that night and stay there. So they're going to drive up. But I think especially Stacy's mom didn't want them to drive because she was afraid of drink and driving car accidents. She was like, just go up tomorrow. So they're like, oh, okay, we'll just stay at their friend Janelle Kirby's house instead. That's their classmate. She was a mutual friend of both Susie and Stacy. And for whatever reason, they didn't all hang out together. So Janelle did stuff with Susie and then separately did stuff with Stacy. I don't know how that's going to factor in later, but on this particular night, they were all together and the party was at Janelle's house. Apparently, there were a few different parties, and we'll get into that later, but they were going to stay at Janelle's house overnight, but then she had all her relatives over because they came for graduation. So that last sighting between 2 and 2:20 a.m., that's when they changed plans and they were going to go stay at Susie's house. She had gotten a new waterbed, and that was better than sleeping on the floor at Janelle's house. They asked Janelle if she wanted to come, but her mom said she couldn't come.
All right.
Okay. Apparently, also, Susie was agitated that whole night, and she didn't want to be alone.
Okay.
And so that's why she wanted Stacy or anybody to come stay with her, even though her mom was still at the house. Right. So their house is 1717 East Delmar Street. So it is assumed that they arrived because their clothing, jewelry, purses, and vehicles were all present at the house.
All right. This might sound silly, but is there any similarities to alien abductions? Like, is there any missing time? Is there any...
No.
All right. Because they could have been abducted.
Yeah, no.
All right, go on.
No aliens or Mothman yet.
I wasn't doing that. I was being serious.
The first theory is like...
No, but... Hold on. So the mother was last heard from 11:15 p.m. that night when she was talking on the phone with a friend.
Okay.
This is the last, 100% confirmed. So the alleged timeline of the three is suspected to be convoluted because the friends who saw Susie and Stacy the previous evenings, which is Janelle and then also her boyfriend Mike Henson, they all went to school together, they were the first to arrive at the Levitt home the next day. Another suspicious thing is that they had never been to the house before. So Janelle, they're supposed to go to the water park the following day. So Janelle is calling them, called a bunch of times, no one picked up. So then she and Mike, her boyfriend, they went to the house. Now, just so you know what kind of situation we're dealing with here, the Levitt, Cheryl and Susie had just moved into that house 2 months prior, or a couple months prior. They had just bought the house. So, for example, Stacy's mom didn't even know where she lived because they had just moved recently. And Janelle and Mike had never been to the house before. So they get to the house.
Human trafficking, slave trade. It could be. It could be. Were they attractive?
Yes.
So,
Stacy was actually a model.
Yeah, so they could have been abducted and sold. Like they could. I'm going back to it.
All right, hold on. Well, let me go through the details of the case first.
Go on.
So they get to the house around 9 a.m. Kirby and her boyfriend Mike Henson visited the house first time after Streeter and McCall failed to show up at her home because they were all supposed to go to the water park and they were supposed to leave from Janelle's house. So they didn't show up. She called a bunch of times. So upon arriving, Kirby found the door unlocked and entered the home, but found no sight of Streeter, McCall, or Levitt. Each of the woman's cars were parked outside. She also reported to police that the glass lampshade on the porch light was shattered, even though the light bulb itself was intact. Mike Henson helped her sweep the broken glass off the porch, which police later determined may have destroyed potential evidence, if there was a struggle or whatever. Inside the house, Kirby found Levitt and Streeter's dog, a Yorkshire Terrier named Cinnamon, who appeared very agitated and was freaking out. While inside, there's also a whole bunch of weird, strange phone calls. Okay, involved in this case, which are very suspect. Okay. While inside, Kirby answered a strange and disturbing call from an unidentified male who made sexual innuendos. She hung up and immediately received another call of a sexual nature, again hanging up the call. Okay, so then they leave, and this is again kind of suspect. So then they figure that they either went to the water park without them or they're gone, whatever. So then Janelle and Mike, they just go somewhere else. I think they go to a local pool, or they go to a water slide on the other side of town because they figured that they left without them. Even though their purses are right there, it's a little bit strange. Okay, anyway, McCall's mother, so Stacy's mother, Janice, also visited the house after failed attempts to reach her daughter by phone. Inside, she noticed that all three women's purses were sitting on the floor of the living room and also saw her daughter's clothing neatly folded from the night before. I think it was just her shorts. Levitt and Streeter's cigarettes were also left inside the house. And so Levitt, Cheryl, she was a chain smoker.
Okay.
And her son, Susie's brother, said that she would never even leave the room without her pack. That's how bad it was.
Okay.
And then also Stacy was suffering from really bad headaches and she needed to take medication and she never went anywhere without the medication. So the medication was also there.
Yeah.
She did not take it.
Yep.
Janice McCall frantically called the police from the home's telephone to report the three women missing. After placing the call, while checking the phone's answering machine, she listened to a strange message, but it was inadvertently erased from the tape.
Ah, crap.
So this is 92, so it wasn't digital. So that was like the old little tapes.
Yeah.
So how does she accidentally erase it? It's weird.
Well, because unless she was re-recording over it. You know what I mean? Like, because after you listen, you can, if you press the record to record a new message on it, it rewinds and then you record over the. But all right. But hold on. She called the police the next day, though. The next morning.
No. Well, so Saturday is the graduation day.
Yes.
Saturday night is all the graduation parties. So then once it turns AM, that's morning of Sunday.
Sunday.
So Sunday is when she called the police.
That's what I mean. So it. Because it wasn't like Maura where they refused to look for it was like the next.
Although it is kind of suspect that Janelle and Mike apparently thought they had left with all. I mean, it's kind of weird. But anyway,
all right. So when were they? She called as soon as they were supposed to be home and they weren't.
Wait, who?
The mom called the next morning, Sunday morning.
Okay, so I think the mom called Janelle's.
Oh, okay.
Because the original plan was that they were sleeping, or the new plan, when they weren't going to do the hotel.
Yes.
She called, I believe, Susie called her at 10:30 p.m. saying that they were staying at Janelle's instead. Mm-hmm. And then she never informed her of the plan to switch. Janice called.
So we do have a little bit of missing time.
Well, they were all accounted for that time, though, because they were at the parties.
They were, all right, yeah.
So they were all accounted for until between 2 and 2:20 a.m., which coincidentally are the people that first went to the house. Mm-hmm. So Anyway, so 10:30, Stacy calls her mom, Janice, and tells her they're staying at Janelle's.
Mhm.
So Janice calls Janelle's house in the morning. And
Yes.
that's when she tells them
Well,
they're not here.
That's what I mean.
So then she gets the number and the address for Susie's place.
Yeah.
And then she shows up there in the afternoon.
And that's Sunday afternoon.
Right.
Yes.
So, okay.
And when do they? So she shows up there
Or
Sunday
evening,
afternoon
in the evening,
or evening,
and that's when she calls the police.
and she calls the
Yes.
police then.
Yes.
So really, we only have all day Sunday
Right.
that is unaccounted for before the police get notified.
Well, technically, it's unaccounted if there's no. If
Well, I
that
know
was staged.
Yeah, all right.
2:20, but
So you have
even that, some people say even that's suspect because
Do we even know they were there at 2?
at Janelle's,
Yeah.
but they were at some party at around that time.
Yeah.
And they were seen and their friends were interviewed. Okay. Police were so now back to the call that was inadvertently deleted. Police were very interested in the call and believed it may have contained a clue. However, they also did not believe it was connected to the prank calls Kirby received. How would they ever know that? That's very strange for the police. There's a lot of police strangeness in this case as well.
Yeah.
There's even a police chief named Williams. But anyway.
Oh man.
But anyway, yeah, so that's just a strange thing to say, don't you think?
Yeah, but all right. But here, let's just throw something out there. Anybody who is in any industry that is kind of inept and is used to being inept, they look to cover their ass rather than do their job.
Yes.
They're not trying to do their job, they're trying to cover their ass. And so if you have cops that are of the same mentality, they're not the cops that aren't used to winning.
But it's still kind of strange.
No, but I'm being serious. The cops that aren't used to winning and they've gotten not used to it. And they're like, "Oh, I'm used to not winning." They cover their ass.
But hold on. Yes, I get that.
Yeah.
But however, why would they say it's not connected to the pranks, but it is connected to the disappearance? Like, that's just an odd... so they're saying... It's just kind of weird. What if it's the same... Like, how would they even know if they never even listened to the call?
if
That's just such a bogus... It seems like a bogus... It's just a nonsensical statement.
Exactly. So if you're just going to be a big shot, you just make statements.
Just make it up.
No, but seriously, like, think about it. You're just going to make a statement.
Okay. So McCall's parents contacted police in reference to their daughter's disappearance from Levitt's home more than 16 hours after the women were last seen, and other worried friends and families called and visited the home the following day. Police later estimated that the crime scene had been corrupted by 10 to 20 people who had visited Levitt's house. Okay, so Rick Bookout was the officer
Bookout.
that arrived. The scene showed no signs of a struggle except for a shattered porch light or porch light cover.
What if someone was trying to shoot the light out?
Police noted Levitt's bed had been slept in. All personal property was left behind, including purses, money, cars, keys, cigarettes, and a dog. Officer Bookout also observed that there were washcloths with makeup on them. Now, this is a critical clue, which we'll find out later. We'll get into that in a little bit. Unmade beds and the TV still rolling. I don't know who says rolling, but it says rolling. It was also later mentioned that Cheryl's reading glasses were next to the bed where there was also a book turned over.
So shit happened quick.
And there were also blinds with a slight part in them, as if somebody had looked
And then
out.
they didn't fix it.
Correct.
So they looked out and they're like, "Oh shit, run."
Or here's a person that we know at the door, let's let him in. Or whatever.
But wait, haven't you ever had a friend who's a big shot who just makes a statement without thinking it through because they have to be the most important first one to speak?
Yes.
Like you're walking and you're walking on a trail and they're like, "What's down that trail?" And they're like, "Oh, nothing. I've been down there a million times. There's nothing down there. Let's go this way." Because they're just talking out their ass.
I think this was 2 weeks later. A woman who was on her front porch in Springfield, 15 blocks away from where the woman disappeared,
Saw someone pouring concrete?
reported... We'll get to that. We'll get to the concrete. Disappeared. The morning when the woman disappeared, reported seeing Susie Streeter driving the green silverish van from the mid-60s to 70s body style.
Mm-hmm.
The woman told authorities Streeter drove the van into the next driveway and stopped as if lost. And this was about 6:30 a.m. that day. Streeter appeared to be crying.
Oh, shit.
And the woman on the porch reported hearing a male voice from the back of the van saying, "Now back up and don't do anything stupid."
Oh, man.
Now, before we write off this sighting,
Yeah.
she did say that Susie had a birthmark on her face. Susie always covers the birthmark with makeup.
And they had washed the makeup off by the washcloth and didn't have any makeup.
So on all the missing persons posters, you can't see the birthmark.
Yeah.
And she said she had the birthmark. So now, all of a sudden, the sighting becomes more credible.
Yeah.
Also, you can't get to the freeway going that way.
Mm-hmm.
So they said that's why he told her to turn around, because he was trying to get on the freeway to get out of
And they had taken the makeup off because they were going to bed and they weren't expecting to leave because they didn't take their glasses, they didn't take their medication, they didn't take anything with them, and got
Stacey
surprised.
didn't even have her shorts.
Yeah, and they were taken. They would not have been able to take her makeup. And if she had washed her makeup off,
we'll get into some weirdness with that porch lady later. But anyway.
Porch lady.
Okay. On December 31st, 1992, a man called the America's Most Wanted hotline with information about the woman's disappearance, but the call was disconnected when the switchboard operator attempted to link up with the Springfield investigators. Police said that the caller had prime knowledge of the abductions and publicly appealed for the man to contact them, but he never did. Now we're getting to this. Investigators received a tip that the women's bodies were buried in the foundations of the south parking garage at Cox Hospital. What a coincidence. That police lady was also called, her last name was also Cox. In 2007, crime reporter Kathy Baird, who moved to Springfield in 2000 and got heavily involved with the case, she invited Rick Norland, a mechanical engineer, to Springfield to scan a corner of the parking lot with ground-penetrating radar. Now, Norland is an expert in GPR, ground-penetrating radar.
Oh, this is what you were talking about earlier, Maxwell. No, the parking lot.
Concrete.
Oh, yeah. They were buried under the parking lot.
Norland actually worked at Ground Zero at 9/11, recovering bodies from concrete. So he's like one of the experts in GPR. Norland found 3 anomalies, roughly the same size, and said they were consistent with a grave site location.
Okay.
2 anomalies were parallel, the other was perpendicular. Police spokesperson Lisa Cox, no relation to the name of the hospital, said that the person who reported the tip provided no evidence or logical reasoning behind this theory at that time or since then. Apparently these were psychics on a forum or something.
All right.
But there were also comments made that it wasn't because of the psychics. They were getting the information on the hospital from a whole bunch of different people. So it was random tips calling in and then the psychics on the forum.
Oh,
so they got it from different directions, and that's why they proceeded with it. Okay. She also said that the parking garage began construction in September 1993, over a year after the woman's disappearances.
Sure.
Digging up the area and subsequently reconstructing this structure would be extremely costly, and without any reasonable belief that the bodies could be located here, it is illogical to do so, and for these reasons, Springfield Police Department does not intend to. Investigators have determined this lead to not be credible. Daryl Moore, a former assistant at
all right. Is it proven that they poured the concrete or paved the parking lot after? She said it.
Yeah.
But it is proven.
It's known.
All right.
Yes.
So, all right.
However, they were saying...
After what?
Well, they disappeared. They said that it was a year before that they had started the
well, it was under construction.
Yeah, but
theoretically, if you knew the concrete worker, there could have... Nobody knows.
Yeah, because they don't know when it was actually paved.
It wasn't completed...
Because parking lots, it might not even be concrete. Like, it might just be dirt with macadam paved over the top of it, and we don't know when they did it. They could have done... Oh, man.
So, and then, of course, I read this in the other article. Darren Moore, a former assistant at the Greene County Prosecutor's Office, said the tip came from someone who either claimed to be psychic or claimed to have a dream or vision about the case. Might have been even 2 people. Rick Norland offered to pay out of his own pocket to extract the samples from the concrete, but they didn't let him do it. The police didn't let him do it. Think about that for a second. No. We're going to get into the police conspiracy.
We don't know. All right, the ground penetrating radar. Do we know where it detected the anomalies?
Yeah.
Was it in a corner?
Yeah.
It was like in a corner.
Yeah.
Now, imagine if you killed somebody and you wanted to hide them. And so you took them to a parking lot that was already paved and you dug down next to the parking lot and then at a right angle and put the bodies under the concrete and then filled it back in.
I don't think anybody considered that.
People would say, that parking lot's been there for 10 years. Yes. There's no way that could be the missing people. It's kind of like hiding a body under a coffin.
You guys ready?
Hold on, wait. Hiding a body under a coffin.
Oh, yeah,
They used to kill people and then hide the body under a coffin.
How much does it cost to excavate? Because
I
don't know, but the guy said he'd pay out of his own pocket, so it would cost nobody anything.
And if it's a corner, you're not going to destroy the whole...
They just said no. They said it's not a good enough lead. We're not doing it.
Not a good enough lead.
Yeah, we're just not doing it.
So they're just
not doing
the
it.
mystery
Yeah. Although the new police chief,
What's the depth?
The new police chief, Chief Williams,
what's the depth?
he said they actually might dig it up, and the guy. I don't know. Not that deep though. I don't think it was that deep.
Wait, who said that they're gonna?
The new police chief named Williams said that he wasn't the crooked one though. He's the current one, I think.
Yeah.
They said they said they might reinvestigate. They might dig. So they won't take Nordland's money. They might actually put up the money themselves.
How long has this might dig been going on?
2011 maybe, but they haven't done it yet. 2010, I don't know.
And they disappeared in 92?
92. Yeah, who knows. Anyway, all right. Are you guys ready to get into Crazy Land?
Yes.
Okay. A tip called in pointing the finger at a guy named Robert Craig Cox. No relation to the police officer.
None of them are
no relation to the hospital.
Oh my.
Okay. Now the tipster was actually the brother of a girl that was murdered by Robert Craig Cox. He was imprisoned in Texas as a convicted kidnapper and robber, and the suspect in a Florida murder. In 1997, he told journalists that he knew the 3 women had been murdered and buried and claimed their bodies would never be recovered. In 1990,
so that's only 5 years after the disappearance.
In 1992, Cox had been living in Springfield and was interviewed by police then.
Oh, shit.
He had told investigators that he was with his girlfriend at church the morning after the woman disappeared, which she corroborated. However, she later recanted her statement and said that Cox had asked her to say that. He also stated that he was at home the night of his parents' disappearance, and they confirmed that alibi. In a different interview...
His parents?
Yes, Cox's parents.
So they're gone?
What?
Cox's... The guy who's under question, his parents disappeared?
No. He was at the home of his parents the night of the missing 3 disappearances. That's his alibi.
Yeah.
Okay, authorities were uncertain if Cox was involved in the case or if he was seeking recognition for the alleged murders by issuing false statements. Okay. Cox stated to authorities and journalists that he would disclose what happened to the 3 women after his own mother had died.
Oh, shit.
Because he didn't want her to know. Even though he's imprisoned, I believe they finally got him at robbing putting a gun in a 12-year-old girl's face to rob her. I think that's what he's in prison for.
Is his mother still alive?
Yes.
Oh, crap.
So they couldn't get him for the murder in Florida.
Okay.
Which is a whole nother thing we'll get into later.
Yeah.
Another interesting note, so Cox was actually an Army Ranger and even voted Soldier of the Year one year.
So he's got some training.
Well, do you want to know the not funny, but the interesting part? Yeah. Maxwell, you ready for this?
Yeah.
He was incarcerated with Ted Bundy.
Oh, my God.
And he said he was fascinated with him and he was a big fan.
That's fun. That is funny. No, that is funny. We can do some humor.
He was a big fan.
Yeah,
of Ted Bundy. Yeah. He had like all his books and stuff.
Oh my God,
Bundy.
It's a little scary.
So he likes playing games with police. So he was investigated, then he wasn't investigated, but he was one of the prime suspects.
Yeah, but then his alibi fell through anyway. So immediately, how do they know his alibi? She recanted officially to the police?
Yes.
So then why didn't the police immediately go and arrest him? Or is he already in prison?
I think he was already in prison. And they did go interview him a million times.
Yeah, all right. Gotcha.
I'm actually going to play a portion of his interview.
Oh, that's awesome. We've never done this before. Little mind shockers out there, get ready. We got a treat for you.
I know that they're dead. I'll say that. I know that.
That's not a theory.
Yeah, but I know that I just know that they're dead. That's not my theory. I just know that.
Wow.
Wait, what? Why?
Because she doesn't want to break her heart.
Oh, shit.
I guess stuffing a gun in the face of 12-year-olds is okay for his mom to know about.
Oh, yeah, but they're
and
not
apparently
dead.
killing Well, it's pretty much known that he killed that 19-year-old in Florida.
Yeah, but he didn't admit it, right?
No.
See, so
And they didn't have the DNA evidence. They didn't have the DNA testing back then to prove it.
So he's willing to admit everything until.
He admits nothing. He just said he knows the dad. He didn't say he did anything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't know.
No, what you're saying is he won't admit it until she dies.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want her to. He doesn't want to break her heart. But, all right, I have a question though.
Yes.
Like, what if it is kind of like Silence of the Lambs? You know, you remember what was it? Buffalo Bill and then Hannibal Lecter. Remember they were consulting each other and they knew.
Funny you should say that. When we get into other suspects, there's another guy that. Yeah. Anyway. Oh man, foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Okay. So
we're good. Our little mind shockers. If you get your friends to listen, I'm gonna make like a pin, and I'll send out mind shock pins. A Christmas Story, and he gets his decoder pin in the mail, and it says It says drink your Ovaltine. A decoder ring, a baby mind shock decoder ring, and then on each post.
All right. So hold on.
We'll give the hint.
All right, so one of the other suspects that was looked at first was Bart, with 2 T's, Streeter. So that's Susie's older brother, 10 years older, and Cheryl's son. Okay, they moved to Springfield in 1980, I think. They moved from Seattle, Washington.
So they suspect matricide and
No.
that he kidnapped his mom and his sister?
Well, hold on. He had a drinking problem, so apparently when he was 17, he left home when they were living in Seattle. They moved to Springfield. So this is Cheryl and Susie moved to Springfield. Okay. The reason they had just bought the new house is because she became divorced.
Okay.
And so they moved to a different house. Bart had never been in that new house.
Okay.
However, he had moved a few months earlier. He moved to Springfield.
Okay.
And Susie actually lived with him for a few weeks, I think. Or however long, and they got into a fight, supposedly physical, and then she moved back with her mother.
Yeah.
And at that point, because of that fight, Cheryl they were arguing about a million different things. With Bart and Cheryl were arguing, and then he said something about, I think he would move away, or another, and she sent him his birth certificate. I guess that was a form of disowning or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but we don't know. Like, maybe did he think he was adopted?
No, I don't know. Anyway, so they were at odds. Now, supposedly there was possibly DNA recovered at the house, but they could never match it to anything. So I don't think they found his DNA at the house. And he was polygraphed and cleared.
Okay.
And he actually runs a website now to bring awareness to the case. And in his interviews, he does seem sincere when he says he's, regretted that they were at odds. He never had a chance to reconcile. And when asked what he wanted in an interview, he said he wants vengeance, but he'll settle for justice. Like, just a couple little things. It really seems like he's not involved.
Gotcha.
Okay. So now, looking at Susie Streeter, she had an ex-boyfriend named Dustin, a.k.a. Dusty Rekla, and they broke up 2 months prior or so because apparently there was some DWB action going on.
What's
So-
DWB?
Devil worshipping bastard. Our term coined by Maxwell Power.
Yeah, that's fabulous. I love it.
So they broke into a mausoleum
Oh, wow.
and stole skulls.
Oh my
God.
They stole human skulls,
Uh,
extracted gold fillings from the skulls,
Wow.
positioned the skulls at a local park where kids could find them,
Wow.
and sold the gold fillings for a monumental $30 at a pawn shop.
Oh my God. Oh, that's
So
base.
apparently when Susie found out about this, she not only broke up with Dustin, but she actually provided the evidence to police and a written statement.
Yeah.
Possibly, well, that's what led them to be arrested, and their court date was in September.
That's crazy.
And yes, so Dustin Rekla had a friend, Michael Clay, and there was a third guy with them. They had an alibi that they were either at a rock concert or whatever that previous night. But Clay, after Clay was interrogated for several hours, he said he wished all 3 expletives were dead.
Okay.
He said that to the police officer.
Yeah.
And then later, when asked to explain these actions, he basically said he was just tired of being grilled for hours and hours and hours, and he just didn't like the officer.
Gotcha.
So when the police officer went to Clay's house to talk to him, Clay's, I think it was his sister, opened the door, and he saw like a big poster with like circle and with some kind of like satanic emblems and animal skulls and other satanic paraphernalia. And she said he wasn't there. When he returned the next day, all that stuff was gone. So this prompted suspicions of some kind of devil worshipping aspect. Now, a very little known aspect of the case. When police first went to the Streeter house, the Streeter-Levitt house, and in Susie's room there were satanic books.
Ah, jeez.
Curious. So now this prompts the question, officially, Susie had no idea that they were planning to rob the mausoleum and steal human skulls. And when she found out after the fact, she was so disgusted, she broke up with him and filed a police report.
That's crazy. For no money at all, anywhere. That's terrible. And
$30.
Where little kids can find the skulls.
Yeah.
Traumatized. I'm traumatized just by hearing that story.
So now we have the DWB action.
All right. Now I'm gonna have to digress for a second, because you remember they said that he was polygraphed. The one guy,
apparently there were a ton of polygraph tests, and everybody passed except one, and they wouldn't name who didn't pass.
Okay, I got a little bit of information that I'm going to teach our baby mind shockers out there listening. Whenever you go to get polygraphed, you take a thumbtack and you put it in your sock under your big toe in your shoe, and when they ask you a question and you're telling the truth, you push down on it, and the thumbtack will stick into your toe, and it'll cause your heart to jump, and that way your truth meter, it'll give a false reading, and apparently that amount of pain will simulate a lie. And so when they're making your baseline and you tell the truth and you step on the thumbtack, it'll appear as a lie. That way your baseline will be biased, and when you lie, your truth and your lies will have the same baseline. And so either they'll look at it and they're like, oh, his heart jumps when he's telling the truth. Or they'll just say it's not admissible because there's nothing we can do because he's all over the place. But anyway,
that's pretty cool.
That's a cool skill. Now you guys know how you can circumvent a polygraph.
Unless you're an incarcerated felon, and then you can't have access to a thumbtack.
No, but if you did a crime, or if you're innocent, or whatever it is, and you're out on the street, and they're like, we want you to come in for a polygraph, have your hands up.
Here's photographs of the scene. So those are the purses all lined up right next to each other. Would people leave their purses like that?
No.
And then Stacy's shorts. And then that's the exposed porch light because the globe broke. And those are the cars parked in the driveway.
So it's kind of like when Maura Murray was packing up her house, but she wasn't really packing up her house. And
the beds look like they were kind of being slept in.
Yeah, it looks to me like they were surprised.
I'm not. I hate to have shades of Maura Murray.
Man.
I'm not convinced they were at the house. I'm not convinced.
Oh, so they were never there.
You want to hear some evidence? Okay, so we didn't get into this again. So apparently Susie had OCD. Okay, so she always did everything the same way. The way her car was parked is not the way she parked her car.
Oh, kind of like Butch Atwood.
Yes.
Oh man.
Just saying. Just saying. Now,
wait. Who says that's not the way she usually?
One of her
Everybody
friends
knows
said,
her. She always parks the other way.
Because she's OCD and she wants everything the same way.
Kind of like Butch always pulls
Yes,
in.
exactly.
Yeah, suspect. It's suspicious. If one of your friends has OCD, you tell them that you removed all their CDs and put them in the wrong cases and put them back, or took out all their DVDs and put them in.
Here's the radar.
DVD.
Here's the radar scan. So I guess it's all supposed to be straight, and then there's that weird stuff there, which again doesn't necessarily mean body, but could mean body. Oh, another thing we didn't go over
is that the actual van?
No. The police. Now, how often have you heard of this happening? The police actually bought a 1964 green van,
so that
parked it in front of the police station, and asked if anybody had seen it at that time to report it. Now that's going out of their way a little bit. So that's one strike against the police being involved. Maybe there was also.
What's the purpose of it? What?
See how observant the people.
No. So people who drive by the police station, if they see that van, they would spark their memory if they had seen it before.
Oh, they did it to
so
spark
they
the
did it
memory.
to
Yeah.
spark. That's weird. They're gonna fuck with people's memories and shit. They're gonna people get confused.
There was a paper boy apparently that morning who said he saw a burgundy van and not a green van, so they were looking for those as well. All right, so if Cheryl was the target, there was a local rumor that a guy named Gerald Carnahan had either been a customer of her at her hair salon or had been dating her.
She was kind of attractive.
So Carnahan, so this was an article, after initially being evenly split for and against a murder conviction, a St. Louis County jury convicted Gerald Carnahan of first-degree murder and forcible rape on Thursday afternoon for the death of Jackie Johns 25 years ago in Greene County. Barring a successful appeal, the 52-year-old man will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. The murder conviction carries a mandatory sentence for the rest of his life in prison without chance of parole. After a separate sentencing hearing, the jury then recommended a 30-year life term on the rape conviction. That crime carries a range of 5 years to life in prison. The jury recommended the two sentences be served consecutively.
So he already has murderous and raping proclivities. So what would have kept him from doing it to all three? Is that what you're insinuating?
Investigators long believed that Carnahan raped and beat Johns 20 of Nixa in June 1985 and dumped her body in Lake Springfield. They started looking at him as a suspect within a week of the murder, but didn't have sufficient evidence to charge him until 3 years ago. He was charged in 2007 after criminalists said DNA evidence in semen found on John's body matched Carnahan's DNA.
Oh, shit.
DNA evidence wasn't available in the 80s. The Springfield Police Department got a grant in 2003 that let it afford to look at cold cases. They tested the DNA samples taken from Jackie John's body and car, but wasn't able to match it to a known person. In 2006, Missouri State Highway Patrol got a similar grant for cold case analysis and again tested the evidence and got a DNA match to Carnahan after getting a search warrant to take a swab of his saliva. At the trial, a Highway Patrol criminalist testified he didn't know Springfield police sent the same semen evidence to a lab 3 years earlier. In the sentencing phase of the trial, Moore told the jury about Carnahan's criminal record, something that he was prohibited from doing during the guilty or not portion of the trial. He listed these convictions: January 13th, 1994, second-degree burglary of a business, 2-year prison sentence. January 13th, 94, stealing from that business, 4-year prison. January 13th, 94, arson at that business, 3-year prison sentence. January 10th, 94, attempted kidnapping of a girl in Springfield, 1993.
Oh, shit.
In June 1st, 1994, assault of a law enforcement officer. Only 11 months. June 1st, 1994, unlawful use of a weapon, 1 year. Other sentences for attempted kidnapping and tampering with evidence. So I think this was just a rumor that he was a customer or former boyfriend of Cheryl's. So
so that's a rumor.
local rumor. Local rumor, not online rumor. So some people some people might have saw him at the salon or customer slash boyfriend. So okay, as for Cox, he, even though he had only moved to Springfield 2 weeks early before the disappearance, he worked as a mechanic at the car dealership where Stacy's father worked.
Yeah.
And the girls, Stacy and other friends, they brought him dinner or came to take him out to dinner. So they were at the dealership multiple times.
So they liked him, so they were flirting with him.
No. The father.
Oh, the father.
They didn't. They might have not seen him, but they might have not seen
them.
Cox, but Cox might have seen them.
Yep.
And so that's Stuart McCall, Stacy's father. Another suspect we didn't look at. Oh wait, he also. Very important detail. I can't believe I forgot this.
Okay.
Cox also worked as a utility worker. So he was, he had access to manhole covers and sewage tunnels and all that stuff. Supposedly he was working outside the Streeter-Levitt house around that time.
Okay.
So some people theorize he could have came to the door as a utility worker saying, "Oh, there's a huge problem in the street. You have to come out of your house. There's a gas line. There's a gas leak." Because what could get them to open the door?
Get them to rush out. They would rush
without
out.
their stuff. It's gonna blow. But leave the dog. That's another. They wouldn't. Would they leave the dog? I don't know.
No, and then
you wouldn't leave your dog.
I wouldn't, but they're probably not me. But then he would stuff them into a green van and drive away, or would he take them underground? Oh. Because if he just takes them underground, down a manhole, they might still be there.
So you're saying the green van sighting was not legitimate?
Well, no, well,
despite the birthmark.
Yeah, but who knows? It could have been. I mean, you know, once you have one theory, then you have 20. Like, he could have knocked on the door and said gas leak. They rushed outside. He chloroformed them and took them down a manhole cover. And they're still there. Because, I mean, look, how many investigations do you know ever go down into the sewer to search? They never do.
So here's another guy.
California's a messed up place.
His name is Stephen Eugene Garrison. So apparently he's telling a very similar story to Cox. Okay. Garrison told police a friend had confessed to killing the 3 women during a drunken party. He told police information unknown to the public that led investigators to serve 3 search warrants at 2 sites in western Webster County. That they would find the women's bodies and clues about their abduction and deaths. He also said a moss green van used to take the woman would be found 12 miles away south of Fordland. The property searched was the same site where in 1990 law enforcement searched for 2 of 3 missing Springfieldians. Property owner Francis Lee Robb Sr. pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder in a case authorities said at the time believed was a drug deal gone awry. Garrison was believed enough that a gag order concerning the 3 search warrants was issued by a judge. Certain aspects of the information we received fit with the other private aspects of the case. Springfield Police Captain Todd Whitson said. Whitson said the gag order was rare, but he could not say why it was issued, other than to say there is such an order and it governs the operation and everything related to the operation out here. We can't tell you anything about it until the order's lifted, Webster County Sheriff C.E. Wells said.
Wow.
Garrison is currently serving 40 years in prison for raping, sodomizing, and terrorizing a female Springfield college student in the summer of 1993.
These guys are winners, huh?
After tracking him and several associates almost exclusively for more than a year, police have since backed off Garrison, but not all the way off. They last approached him last summer. 6 months ago, investigators looked to Colorado for information on Garrison, who is in a Missouri prison. They never let up on me, Garrison says. So their story, supposedly, if him and Cox were in contact, they could have said something.
Yeah, like Buffalo Bill and Hannibal Lecter. So he would know, the one would know what the other was doing, or vice versa.
All right, so now let's. I'm going to read another article, and we're going to get into a possible police conspiracy.
every case.
Oh, there was also
conspiracy.
one interesting thing I forgot to mention. So the other officer that came into their house, not the bookout guy, when they were leaving, he asked. Now, I don't know who does this, and in how many missing persons cases right off the bat they do this. So coincidentally, Janice Nicole, so that's Stacy's mom, she worked as a dental assistant. Okay, just as her job. So she's at the house looking for Stacy. She calls police. The police show up. The other officer, when they're leaving, says, "Okay, well, it's late evening. Come to the police station tomorrow. We'll get all the paperwork ready for the missing persons. By the way, bring your daughter's dental records." Why would he say that?
Because they found a skull.
Why would he say that though? They're just missing. They could have went to another party. That was actually one of the theories, is they went and continued to party.
Yeah, but you also, well, you don't know what their protocol, because what if all missing persons, if they have the dental records, they just keep them. But also, if you have strange people stealing skulls and putting them in playgrounds for little kids, you're
DWBs?
Yeah, you're gonna want all kinds of dental records. But you want to know something? I have to go back to every police report is a conspiracy, because like if a policeman stops you for speeding and then he says, you know something, I'm just gonna give you a ticket for seatbelt. That way you don't get any points and we still get our money. Yeah. Now, when someone looks at that later and they're like, well, why did he stop you? Were you wearing your seatbelt? You're like, of course I was. Like that. Now, oh, shit. Why would they see everything they do?
Well, so far, where are you guys at with the case? Is it getting to more territory or not yet?
Well, not yet.
We're just getting started.
But still, 3 people disappearing is... Do you know how much harder? It's 3 times harder. Actually,
that's what makes it so mind-boggling, especially when one of them's 47.
Yeah, because
it's just bizarre.
But it's exponentially. It wouldn't even be 3 times harder. Like to kidnap 3 people would be like 3, 6, 9. It would be like 27 times harder, because you're holding one and the other one runs, and then you kick the other one down, and then the other one gets up, and then the one bites you, and it's just terrible.
Some quotes from the case. Sergeant
Isn't
Mark.
that how it normally goes?
Sergeant Mark Webb told AOL News, "I had never worked a case like it before then and have not worked one since." This was former Springfield Police Sergeant Mark Webb. If you look into the records of missing persons every year, you would not...
Hold on. I have to correct, because I made a mistake. I gave it geometric up until the third one. Okay? So it would be like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. I gave a geometric increase, not an exponential.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Sorry. Now I fixed it. Go ahead. So it would be 3, 6.
If you look into
12.
the records of missing persons every year, you would not come across many cases like this. I think other people, were brought into this not knowing what was going to happen. It's quite possible that the primary person did not know what was going to happen. There are people that have knowledge who don't feel good about the knowledge they have. They may not be the primary person. The abduction leader probably was an acquaintance who may have known their comings and goings. Secondary players may fear going to the police because they think the primary culprit would retaliate. But anyone withholding information probably is feeling strong anxiety. If you think you don't feel good about it now, don't think it's going to get any better. Don't think it's going to go away. These are quotes from James Wright of the FBI National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime. Okay, he said his theory came from the totality of information, but he avoided talking any specifics during a call-in television show on Ozarks Public Television. I think I forgot something about this. I forgot to mention something.
What?
All right, so Cheryl's blue Corsica was parked in the carport. Susie's red Ford Escort was in the Circle Drive, and Stacy's Toyota Corolla was right behind it. Keys were found inside the unlocked house. Okay. An undisturbed graduation cake was waiting in the refrigerator.
Oh, so they planned on coming home. So you wouldn't think, like, even if they were going to fake their disappearance,
jewelry was left on the wash basin, and also there was like $700 to $900 in Cheryl's wallet in her purse. Not taken.
Yeah, they were surprised, because even if you were going to plan your own disappearance, you would take the money, you wouldn't bother with the cake.
Yeah.
Like, there's just too many little things. They were surprised.
Unless they were taken from somewhere else.
And that blind.
The blind is tricky. Yeah, the blind's tricky. But you don't know when that happened now.
Yeah,
that could have been the 2 days before.
Yeah, but someone would have fixed it. That shit drives me crazy.
It was graduation. They didn't have time. They had all the activities.
I'd fix the blind.
Police. One of the police theories was that a single man could have posed as a utility worker, warning of a gas leak in the neighborhood to get them out.
This is worse because they disappeared. 11 years before more? So they've been gone a long time.
Well, there was a lot less technology, too. So, cell phone calls or whatever.
I know. But I'm just saying time. Like, for them not to have been found, if they would have been found by now. This is terrible.
Well, there's also all this weird stuff like
92? You said 92. So how many years is that? 13, 14, 15,
25
16, 17, 18, 26?
Yeah. So the people that contaminated that was Janelle Kirby, Mike Henson, Stuart and Janice McCall, and also their daughters who were Stacy's sisters, Meredith and Lisa. Adina Rathroff, a friend of Stacy and Susie's, her mother Darlene, and then Janelle's parents, Randy and Kathy Kirby. So these 10 were in the report. It doesn't list other people, but apparently one of the other people was Nigel Kenny. We got another Kenny here. Who was Susie's co-worker and friend at the movie theater where she worked. There was also, supposedly someone might have also done dishes and swept up other stuff inside the house and cleaned up. Now, do you find that strange? People that have never been at the house before tidying up? Or is this just a case of, oh, well, it's Missouri, Southern hospitality, that's just the way people were, open doors, blah, blah. Maxwell, didn't you live in Missouri for a period? No? I thought you did.
On our way to California. But that was only a hotel. We won't say where it was.
So the date was actually, so the boyfriend, Susie's former boyfriend, who, Dusty, that grave robbery occurred February 21st, 92. And the statement she had given was March 5th.
This is terribly worrisome because it's so long ago that I think they would have found them.
Okay, so to lead to the police conspiracy, local rumors saw the chief of police clearing a suspect while having coffee at a local restaurant.
Clearing a suspect, so he was questioning somebody?
So this was Police Chief Terry Knowles.
Was questioning somebody?
Supposedly they were
Clearing
having
them?
coffee
So they're
at a restaurant.
So they're just...
And then after that meeting, all of a sudden the suspects were cleared.
yeah, that's strange.
So Webb,
Well, you want to know something though? A lot of times, because that's also like informal questioning. Because if they ask you to come into the police station to be questioned, but not officially, you know what I mean? Then it's...
So Sergeant Webb, apparently, now this is a strike against the police conspiracy because Sergeant Webb is making these complaints against the police chief. And he's saying, this whole case was so unusual in the way it was conducted. He said, it became a very politically charged environment and people started taking sides. It was not only an emotional ride for the family, but also for the investigators. It was also a career ender for some of the officers, and I was one. I didn't quit or get fired, but I ended up getting reassigned because of disagreements over the way the case was going. Webb says that information was not properly shared among the investigators by Terry Knowles, who micromanaged the case and questioned possible suspects himself without sharing the information, or only sharing what he felt like sharing.
Ah, shit.
Webb is not the only person connected to the case who has spoken out about problems in the investigation. In 2002, George Larby, former president of Springfield Police Officers Investigation, told Springfield News Leader that detectives did not think Knowles had confidence in them.
Oh, shit.
Larby said, if your highest command tells you how it's going to be, simply put, and that's how it's going to be, detectives felt powerless. The newer guys wouldn't have any idea what was going on, and this normally wasn't the way we did business. Knowles, who is retired, could not be reached for comment, but he gave an interview to the same reporter for a story about the 10th anniversary of the disappearance. He acknowledged being heavily involved in the case. Quote, I don't recall that being an issue back then. What anyone wants to say 10 years later, I can't control that. It's certainly disappointing, and it's frustrating at the time to be doing everything you possibly can. Again, and I'm also going to play a clip from the DA talking about the police. Again, if it was some huge, wide cover-up like with the Maura Murray case, possibly, where nobody's talking, and you have like the DA or the Attorney General saying all this stuff. It's complete opposite. So I don't know.
Have they been cleared?
Well, the chief of police at the time cleared them. Some of us do not believe they should be cleared.
So this is the DA saying that about the police. So because apparently their alibis were never completely checked out. Like one of them said he went to a rock concert, and so there were rumors that one of the other people at the parties could also have been involved. One of the other theories is that they were followed. Okay, so I'll get into this in the next episode, but these guys, Dusty, Michael, Clay, they've actually posted on forums. You following?
No.
Dusty and Clay, the guys, the grave robbers, they've actually posted on forums.
And
answering
what did they
questions
say?
and stuff.
They buried somebody underneath the casket?
One of Clay's theories is that they were followed from the parties. So, because here's the problem. Nobody knew they were going to be at the house, because they were supposed to be at Janelle's house, or the original plan was they were supposed to be up in Branson, staying at a hotel. So only Cheryl was supposed to be home that night.
So could somebody have messed up the beds to make it look like they were there if they were never there?
Possibly,
saying they
but
never were
hold
there?
on a second.
Right.
Let's say they were there.
Okay.
Who knew they were there? Because they weren't supposed to be there.
So nobody knew.
So there's
so
the
they could have
problem.
taken a nap.
So, right.
They could have went there for 5 minutes,
Or they
hours
could have went there to
earlier,
sleep. Or yes.
in between
yeah,
parties.
They
even.
could have.
Like, what if they went there in
yeah.
between parties?
Yeah.
And and their DNA would be there, and that was their stuff.
Yes.
And then they just ran to go to another party, or just what if one of their friends came and said, "Quick, oh shit!" What if they went there in between parties and they were changing, clearing makeup, taking a shower, doing whatever, and something happened with one of their friends, and one of their friends said, "It's an emergency, quick, come with us," and just real quick, and they might have left their stuff there, went with them, because they would leave for a friend, and I might not grab my shit. Like if Maxwell came to my house and said, yo, quick, because that could have placed them there, and they might have left, and then, oh my goodness.
Well, here's the thing, though. My point with asking that question is how, if it was if it was someone targeting, so some of the theories that somebody was targeting Cheryl, the mother. So if she was involved in something shady, they knew she was going to be home. So if they followed also her daughter and her daughter's friends who were supposed to be somewhere else, they could have been like, oh, she's going to be home alone that night. Let's go get her. But then she wasn't alone. So then the plan had to change.
And they changed it.
So, again, a police officer would have...
Three people,
if
though.
it was a police officer, it'd be easy access. Police officer pulls up.
Yeah,
maybe even
yeah.
unmarked cruiser, plain clothes, but with a badge and gun. Get outside. We have to go right now.
Yeah.
But then the green van, how does that factor in? It's rough.
Well,
So get this. There was also their neighbor reported a car stolen that day. It
What
was
kind of
a
car?
Burgundy 87 Supra. Pretty nice car, actually. Actually, I don't know. They didn't say.
87 Super?
Yeah, third generation Supra. So not the new, not
Yeah,
the last one.
yeah.
The
The
previous.
Celica Super looking one.
Yes,
right?
more
Kinda.
like
Yeah,
slightly more. It was smaller.
Yeah.
And but apparently it was stolen from Stacy's area, Stacy or Janelle's area. So it wasn't even stolen from the area of the neighbor. And then when it was recovered, police said it had nothing to do with it. I don't know how they determined that. Once again, we have police issues.
Well, but police don't. Big mouths just spout shit.
So
Nothing-
where?
okay,
So
just
Maxwell,
unconnected.
where are you on this theory? What do you think the most likely? Were they random serial killers like Cox, and how did he know them? Were they random serial killers stalking the area, and they just happened upon them? Well, here's the thing about the location of the street. Even though it's kind of a private, because it's at the end of like a drive, a circular drive, but like literally it's right off the main street. So like it's quiet in that immediate area, but you can get to it quickly from a main road.
I've seen all of this before, but never with three people.
I
Like,
know,
this
that's
is
what
always
makes it
one
so
person.
unusual.
Well, it makes it so much harder.
So where are you guys at with this?
Well, we don't have any.
There's so much information on this case.
Yeah, but you want to know what else is terrible? All right, so I've seen it a million times, but it's always one person, not three. And every suspect seems to be a rapist murderer. That's terrible too.
Well, not her ex-boyfriend.
Well, and but the two
Is
guys.
it, do you think her friends had anything to do with it, just with the shadiness of the discovery at the house? So Janelle and Mike.
But if
Because here's the theory: if Janelle was responsible, her mother could have made up the story about hearing them at 2:20 a.m. Right?
I hate to say it, it seems like the most obvious fits.
What, the friends?
No, the guy who's like, when my mom
Cox?
dies, I'll tell you, because that just seems way too.
But how would he have done it though? And with three people, so he had the green van. Like, what are you saying? He had the green van.
It's three people make it so difficult. Could he have? What if two girls went home, and he just got one, and told them to follow him, or he'd kill her, or whoever came for the mom? What if they just took her? Okay. If
they just took the mom?
Well, wait. If you take a daughter, the mother will come along if you promise not to hurt her. So you can kind of use the one to control the other.
So you don't think the police were in on it?
I'd like to think that that's a step too far.
Some people think the mom was involved in something, and since the girls weren't supposed to be home, when they showed up, something weird was going on.
Yeah, but then, all right, so, yeah, but they were inside washing their face and doing normal stuff.
Good point.
You know what I mean?
Point.
Like, you don't take off your
Unless
makeup.
that was all staged.
That's a lot to stage. I don't believe that.
No, so you don't. So Maxwell, where are you? Where do you think of the friends? Is it shady that they cleaned up the glass, cleaned up the whole house, and then went to a water park, and then came back in the afternoon?
Yeah, I don't think your friends clean shit.
Well, this is Missouri. People are nicer.
No, I don't think that is it. Because most people are particular about your shit. Like, you clean the house and they're like, what did you do with my shit? Don't touch it.
Maxwell, any thoughts?
No thoughts.
Come on, you
Friends
I
or
saw,
serial killers?
I saw you read the whole thing.
Although I have to say, it is highly suspect that Cox worked at the same dealership as Stacy's father.
Yeah, I know.
Like, all these things are such strange coincidences.
Well, yeah, but that's an area of influence.
And he was a utility worker.
Yeah, that's...
And if I don't know, see, the problem is nothing is corroborated. Was he really working as a utility worker on their street? If he was, it's looking likely pointing at him. However, I think he declined a bunch of interviews before he suddenly decided to play games with the police, because I think the people one of the police investigators dealing with him said that he would say things that were false, like he didn't know.
Yeah.
So it looked like he was just trying to, like, he never gave them any kind of smoking gun, really. That's why they stopped looking at him until the girlfriend recanted the alibi for him.
Yeah, too many things point towards him at least being involved. You know what I mean? Like,
well, one of the most popular one of the things that seemed kind of likely is that the abduction site was not the murder site.
no, it would have to be.
And there were different people involved with the initial, and that's what the police detective was getting at, the FBI guy, rather. He said there was an unplanned circumstance, and then it led to something else, and it could have been different people
because the murder site would look different than that. That looks like a startled, runaway site or come outside.
But what doesn't add up for me is the car in the wrong spot and the purses left like that. They wouldn't leave their purses right next to each other, right on the floor beside the sunken bedroom. And why were the shorts folded right next to that? It's a little too convenient. It just seems weird. It's too weird. There's something off. You can agree. There's something off.
Oh, well, no. There's something off because...
And the dog... Oh, man.
There's something. Well, it's just like the other case where they left the dog in the truck when they went out with DWBs.
Oh, that's way off.
DWBs
are all over the place. So how do you factor the ex-boyfriend, Dusty, and his friend, the possible DWB, and then also the cures? See, if you believe nothing is a coincidence, why did Susie have satanic books? Unless that was a statement that wasn't necessarily... If the police are in on it, and it was a police officer that made that statement... to try to make a false connection. Maxwell, you're an expert on DWBs. Like, what's going on?
I still think that Cox lured them out.
How?
With either had one of them, as hostage. If he had the mom,
how did he get her though?
But I'm not sure. I think daughters would panic and wouldn't capitulate so quickly. I think the mother would say, "Don't hurt her, I'll come with you." Like, daughters would probably run around the house screaming and yelling, whereas the mom would think for the daughter's safety. So if he had the daughter and then told the mom and the other girl to come out, the mom could calm the other girl and say, "Just leave your stuff and let's go. Let's just go outside. This will all be okay."
So a couple of other theories that are kind of crazy and out there are one of their other neighbors was a judge that was involved with some case. So supposedly if somebody wanted retaliation, they were going to go kill him. They got the wrong house. Also, they just bought that house recently. So if they had an issue with the former owner, they go there. The former owner is not there. So if they got a really good deal on the house, because the former owner was some kind of elderly woman, so this is unlikely.
Oh, yeah.
But... just curiosities, because there's a lot of things that are weird here. They just got the house recently. Cheryl's remodeling the house. It's suspect. Like all of these things are very strange.
Yeah, but that's almost to motive, not solving the crime. Because just imagine if someone was like, "Okay, we have to get the old lady," and then they go there and they get a mom and two daughters, and then they bring them back to wherever they are, and they're like, "This has nothing to do with the old lady." Then they're like, "Well, shit, we have to kill him because we got 3 people and we can't just let them go."
One of the other theories I read that was kind of interesting was that this was a frat initiation, because all the parties they were going at, they were older guys there, and there were 2 universities in Springfield. It's kind of a college town.
Yeah.
Because there are stories of girls being kidnapped in a van, taken to some random location, and just scared.
What if that's a red herring?
What?
If I was a genius serial killer, which I'm saying right now that I'm not, I would
But if you were, that's what you would say you were.
Exactly. I would go to a college town and I would observe initiations and scavenger hunts, and then I would place my kidnap killing around it. So if I was a serial killer and a genius, I would see that they took vans to kidnap people for initiations, and then I would scoop up the 3 that I wanted on the same night. So the van and the actual kidnapping would have nothing to do with each other. But people would see the van and there would be sightings, and people would know that that was some kind of initiation, and they would think that...
Now, you saw the video with Cox saying, "I know they're dead."
Yeah.
What do you think of that? Does that guy look like a genius to you?
No. You know what but that throws me off. That's the only thing that threw me off.
He seems like he's just playing games. That's the impression I got.
But you know what I got even further off of that one? I didn't get that he was necessarily being disingenuous. I didn't get that he killed them.
So you got that he possibly heard something from someone.
Well, because, right, did you see how he spoke and how he looked?
Yeah.
Unless he's a complete sociopath, and then
Which
it's hard. He might be, and then it's hard to read. But the way he presented it, it felt like he knew exactly that they're dead, no uncertain terms, and that he didn't do it.
I got the impression that I don't
think he was lying.
I got the impression that he just wanted to toy with the police. If I had to lean one way, I would lean, not necessarily that he was lying, but that he was guessing, but he was fairly certain of his guess for some reason.
Well, and then we're kind of...
But he wasn't really certain, though.
Well, either way, because we're almost saying the same thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's guessing. I did not really... It's strange. He did not seem like a criminal mastermind.
No.
He just seemed more like a weirdo, possibly sociopathic weirdo. And I think I got the impression he likes playing games. But even that, he refused to speak to police for a while. Then out of nowhere, he did the interview.
Well, but what if he's intimately involved, or what if he's friends with the murderer, and what if he's just buying time, and he finds out through reading the press or what have you that the murderer is dead now, so now he can actually speak to the police, or the murderer has left the country, or the murderer has moved on and changed his name. Do you know what I mean? Like if he wants to play games, he might be waiting for his killer buddy to get to safety, or to be dead, or you know what I mean. He's not going to speak.
All right. So, do you think the Garrison guy is the guy that Cox is in cahoots with? Because they only lived in Springfield for 2 weeks. How good friends could they be? Unless it was a third party involved that they both knew. Now, I guess that could be a possibility.
Or what if they were just pen pals? What if they met on a serial killer forum? What if it sounds funny, but like, what if it is like a Buffalo Bill and a Hannibal Lecter? You know, like there has to be a serial killer forum.
All right, so Maxwell, final theories.
But why wouldn't he want to say anything until his mother died? That sounds like he's implicating himself.
It does, but he's clearly not, though, because he's...
Yeah, I know, because he said...
If you just wanted to play games, that's the kind of stuff you would say, would it not?
Yeah, but that's a good game playing.
Well, he studied Bundy. I mean...
Yeah, I know.
Maxwell?
Actually, wait a
I
second.
got nothing, dude.
Wait a second. He was Special Forces?
Army Ranger.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like an Army Ranger.
No, see, if he...
Soldier of the Year.
Who was the Army Ranger?
He was.
Cox.
He was. Oh, yeah, we have to give him a little more credit.
The cop, right?
Cox.
Yeah, but he's a...
No, he's not a cop.
He was a ranger.
The one in the jail?
Yeah, the one in jail.
Okay.
But
The murderer.
Okay,
we have to give him a little more credit. Because
he's an Army Ranger.
Yeah, that takes a little bit.
But that also was a long time ago. That's when he was like 18, though.
Yeah, no, but that also there is you are kind of forced to disassociate a little bit, and so
yeah.
I mean, if he's out there doing Secret Ranger shit, you know, then oh man.
Oh, we forgot to explore one aspect of the police conspiracy.
What?
I will play the clip.
Oh shit! I like this.
And,
I like this.
You are not going to believe this clip. It's more Murray-ish.
I like props. Did you see the... Wait, stop it for a second. Did you see the picture? All right, when he was being interviewed, he makes like a normal face, and he looks like his neck is about as wide as his head, so he's got a sizable neck. Look at his mugshot there. He makes the most innocent. Oh, I'm just a poor little baby. His eyebrows are furrowed, and he's all like he looks like a GQ model. That's terrible.
All right,
devious bastard.
They
caught him.
So this is the reporter that did the excavation.
Mm-hmm.
Maxwell, what's your name? You were paying attention, right?
That's the part of the article that you were reading.
What?
The excavator.
Or the excavator. Yeah.
Kathy Baird.
That was the next name on my list.
Kathy Baird is the reporter. Okay. Check out... So she's the one that pushed for the excavation.
Mm-hmm.
Check out her interview.
Okay.
Do you have strong theories of what happened to Cheryl, Susie, and Stacy?
I believe I know what happened. I believe they were killed before morning.
Who do you think was the target?
It wasn't Stacy.
So that leaves Susie or Cheryl.
The mom.
Yeah.
And Stacy was just collateral damage?
Unfortunately.
What do you believe the motives were for the people that took Stacy, Cheryl, and Susie?
I'm not going to talk about that.
What the hell?
But wait a minute. Kathy says she knows, and she's not going to tell.
You're on national television. You've got the world at your fingertips. Why won't you share it here?
She wants some money.
Why are you doing this interview with us?
Book tour.
Because their story needs an ending. That's why.
Frustration boils over, and then our producer jumps in.
I continue to be confused why we're doing this interview.
I've already said that. I mean,
You know what? I've been doing this a long time. It's not real clear. Because you're talking in code.
Sorry you don't think that I'm giving you the answers that you need or you want. But I live here. And yeah, I'm afraid for my safety.
What kinds of things have happened?
We've been boxed in by cars before, and somebody came up to me and asked if I was Kathy Baird, and I said yes. And then he said, well, the people I work for make people like you disappear too.
So, death threats.
I've been advised to leave this case alone.
Oh shit!
We in more and more territory yet?
Oh shit! No, that's even that's more than more murder. Like,
Well, wait until you see the next. Wait until we do the next
Oh,
more and more
What was
episode.
that?
shit.
What was that?
That's Kathy Bard, the guy that did the girl, that reporter that did the
Wow.
excavation, that pushed for the excavation. So basically, she's saying she knows who did it.
yes.
She said Stacy's not the target, which seems to move away from Cox and move more towards the police conspiracy theory.
How does she
And-
know all this shit?
Unless you're guessing mafia involvement, because she did a lot of research on it. She received thousands of tips that the police didn't receive. Like, she got tips that the police did not
Right.
get.
And just then, when she said, because I was trying to run through the names, she said that the one girl had nothing to do with it,
Stacy.
and so that means the
mom
mother
and the
and
daughter.
the mother and the
Correct.
daughter.
Correct.
And then when she said, did she say Stacy was collateral, or did she say the
Stacy.
daughter was
Stacy.
collateral
Stacy.
after the fact?
Stacy.
Alright. So it probably is the mother then, and the mother pulled the daughter in. But then that fits what I said. If the kidnapper or if the murderer wanted to get to the mother and he had the daughter outside,
I think for it to be Cox, he had to have seen Stacy at the dealership, right? Otherwise, unless you're saying, could that be a complete coincidence that he just happened to work at the dealership where the girl's dad worked, where she actually visited him? Like, if she had never been there, whatever, we can write it off.
okay, if he sees Stacy and
Yes.
he follows Stacy home.
Okay.
And he gets there at the time that the person who is trying to kill the mother
that's
gets the
terrible.
mother and the daughter and Stacy.
Oh,
And that's why
terrible.
he says that he won't say anything. And he gets caught for another crime, but he definitively knows because he was trying to get Stacy. What if he did get Stacy and the murderer caught him and said, tell you what, I'll just take these two. You can have
That's
Stacy.
horrible.
No, but think about that. That would be an unbelievable twist. So he would definitively know, and he wouldn't say until his mother died because he didn't have anything to do with the mother and daughter.
Okay.
But just wait. He killed Stacy, and he doesn't want to admit to his mother that he murdered Stacy, and that's why he said they're all dead, even if
Yeah.
he's only responsible for
Yeah.
one.
Now here's
man.
here's a few issues though.
Oh,
What are the
shit.
chances that he works as a mechanic at the dealership where Stacy's dad works and also happens to be doing utility work in front of Susie's house? What are the chances? No, what are the chances though? And how did he know they were both going to be there? Because if he wanted Stacy,
Okay.
She wasn't
I got
supposed
this.
to be at the
I
house.
got this. What if the killer wants to kill the mother and the daughter? So they go to Bobby Cox and they say, we
this
know
is
we
terrible.
and they've been watching his activity and they know that he's a rapist type of an individual. So they threaten him and they say, "Look, you're a rapist type of dubious bastard. We need to do the work in front of your house. We want to borrow your van and your uniform and and so they make, and so he, they threaten him, and he says, sure. The whole time he's been scouting out Stacy, and he wants to kill Stacy. And so then he says, oh shit, if they're going to use me, I'll use them. And so he says to them, well, tell you what, you bring them out and give me Stacy. I'll let you. And so they go to the house.
That's
as
a lot
the worker.
of threads to unravel.
Yeah, and so so either he kidnapped Stacy before, but it'd be easier if they did it together. So they go, and there's a gas leak. There's a gas leak. They run outside. He takes Stacy. They take the mother and daughter, put her in the green van, and leave. And then he takes Stacy and does his dubious shit
Down the sewer line.
He gets caught, and then and now they say, do not testify, do not say anything for a couple years because we need to get through this. So he won't say anything. And then he says to the police, I know that they're all dead, but I won't say anything until my mother dies, because here's the crux of this problem. He's going to have to admit that he killed one of them, but he didn't kill the other two. So he wasn't being disingenuous.
Here's the crux of the problem with most of the theories. How did anybody know that Susie and Stacy were going to be at the house? Because they weren't supposed to. It was only supposed to be Cheryl.
I know.
We're talking about the most narrow window here.
Yeah. Because the people who want to kill Stacy and
these Devil Worshippers, Mafia, who are we talking about?
The ones you can plug and play. Right. The one who want to kill the daughter and the one who want to kill the daughter and the mother.
Maybe it's just the mother though.
But they want to get both of them. They go to him and he's like, oh well, or they find out that he's been scoping Stacy, and so they make him bring them all back to the house. They're like, you have to get them back to the house. So then he forces them back to the house.
No, but how? If they were at Janelle's house. They were at Janelle's house for the party. Nobody knew that they were going to go back to Susie's house.
Okay, so what if they kidnap the mother? Or what if they kidnap the mother? And they use the mother to have the daughter bring her and her friend back to the house.
But there was no phone call.
There doesn't have to be a phone call.
So they left Janelle's house and they went and parked.
What if somebody at the party... Oh, so, all right. Yo, you going into that party, man? Can you deliver this note? Come back to the house. We have your mom. Oh, shit.
And just a quick note. Susie seemed agitated the entire night.
Yeah.
And a friend said that she had made comments. It might have been pizza ate or whatever, so she wasn't feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that she knew her mom was into something and she was upset?
Or is it possible that she was in on it and someone was threatening her and said, you have to get back to the house?
So do you believe that the grave robbers were involved in any capacity?
Well, hold on.
Or did the grave robbers know even more shady individuals who were helping them get off the charge of the mausoleum robbers?
So what if they told Cox that he needed to get them all back to the house, so he went and told the one ahead of time, you're gonna have to come back, and so all night.
So how do you and do you believe the
well, where was Stacy with them the whole night?
With who?
The three were all three together the whole night, or did all three just go missing the same night?
No, they were. The mother was at home the whole.
The mother was home, but was Stacy
and Susie were together, but supposedly also were with other people throughout the night at the party.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. What if he used one to get to the other?
Okay, so just real quick though. So what about the phone calls? Do you believe they're connected to any? They're completely unrelated.
Well, because what if he's just obsessed with Stacy and they told him that he needed to get Susie back to the house for the mother, so he used Susie to get Stacy back to the house.
All right. Well, anyway,
just conjecture. Like
you're probably everybody's favorite podcaster, and you say the fewest words.
Like when we're out, you come up with all kinds of theories. I hear you. You go, hold on. You didn't even let me speak. You're like, wait, and then you have all kinds of theories, man.
I gotta read more.
But why don't you just listen?
I think you're mic shy.
Nah,
the mic goes on and you get quiet.
Completely lost. I don't have.
He actually went in kind of deep in the Brianna Maitland case.
Yeah, I know.
That's when you fell asleep, I think.
Yeah, probably.
For the second half.
Yeah,
and then he was making all sorts of deductions. He was making all sorts of deductions.
I fall asleep once per podcast. Every single podcast, there's at least a 5-minute moment where I'm sleeping.
All right, so we'll be getting into this case more deeply. There's a lot of avenues to go down, and we're going to follow our usual blueprint of leaving no stone unturned and examining every single aspect of every single case. So
we're going to have a whole series.
All right, we hope you enjoyed this podcast. We'll see you guys again next time.
Mindshockers. Where's my baby Mindshockers? All right, this is Rick Davis.
Maxwell Powers.
And Bruce McGuire signing off. If you guys like audiobooks or audio shows, you should check out a free trial of Audible. Just check the link in the description. Maxwell, you use Audible, right?
Of course, all the time. Listen to it every time.
I just listen to books.
Welcome to the Mindshock podcast.
We're gonna shock your
True
mind.
Crime. This is the Springfield 3 Part 2.
Part 2.
And who are you?
I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire.
I'm Rip Davis.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we went over the Springfield 3 quick overview again. Very mysterious case. Saturday, June 6, 1992, graduation day, Kickapoo High School. You know who else went to Kickapoo High School?
Yeah, Brad Pitt.
Yeah, Brad Pitt actually went there just a couple years before.
He called
before
me the
these
other
people.
day. He told me
When
he
is
went
he?
to
When is he
Kickapoo.
coming on the podcast?
We can try to get him on.
Get him on.
Did you hear like Jennifer Aniston now agrees to have children? Like now. All right. Anyway,
We'll get her on too. All
I
right.
don't know her.
Okay. So, super mysterious case because 3 people go missing from Cheryl Streeter's house. The other victim, her daughter, Susie, and their friend, Stacy McCall. So Maxwell's on the ball with this case.
Yes. He's
Hell
got it,
yeah.
he's got it
So
covered.
the 3 of them, so the timeline, there's so many problems with this case because the house was contaminated by whatever, 18 people.
Mhm.
And we have serial killers in this case. We have shady police in this case. There's a lot of weirdness in this case.
Almost sounds like the Maura Murray case.
Yeah, it's bizarre. So for this episode, we are going to put together the most accurate and well-constructed timeline of that night, factoring in all the sightings, some of which have fallen by the wayside and most people don't know about, in an attempt to find out what likely happened. Now, I mentioned this in the first episode. I find their friend Janelle Kirby very, very shady.
Why is that?
Well, because she controls the timeline. Supposedly, she was the last person that saw them at 2:20 a.m. And then the next morning, nobody has seen them.
No one has seen them. Go ahead.
No
I
one,
thought
no
you were-
one,
I
and
thought
she
you were
was
trying
the
to finish
first.
it.
Now I was just pointing to Maxwell because he was
Oh.
laughing like a psychotic,
Oh.
or as a psychotic, depending.
Like a psychotic.
Well, is he a psychotic or is he just laughing like a psychotic?
Isn't everybody?
I was
a
trying to be
psychotic?
silent so you can talk.
Yeah, I know. We thought you
All
were
right.
talking.
Yeah, I was talking.
Okay.
At the house, she shows up there with her boyfriend, and they basically give the whole timeline. So we have to trust their word on the last time we see them and what time they're missing from the house. That's not problematic for you guys?
No, the whole case is problematic for us.
I know, but-
like
So the friends, I think the number one people that need to be looked at are the friends. I mean, yes, the serial killer, the killer guy in the prison is bizarre.
the friends,
Cox.
like Kate.
Problem,
Sorry.
so what? They give you a timeline of when they.
What
when
if they're
they last saw it.
lying?
Yeah, but what? They're probably not lying. They probably just forgot. Like they're
And
not
they
paying
just happen
attention
to clean up. They just happen. Well, okay.
Yeah, that whole claim.
Let's-
That yeah,
hold
that,
on,
that,
hold on.
No, that's
Maxwell,
messed up.
they didn't forget at 2:20. So she gets up at like 7. They have almost no sleep. She's immediately calling their house. If they're not supposed to meet up until noon or whatever the plan was, why is she frantically calling their house unless she's trying to make herself appear innocent? Which makes her look even more guilty. But we're going to go over all that in the timeline. So we never went over the exact timeline in the first episode.
No.
So I'm going to do that now. And there's quite a few interesting characters that we did not mention. There were several parties they went to that night. Here is a map of all of the, you could see how close a lot of these things are to each other. So Brian Joy lived around the corner from Janelle Kirby. So they're meeting at Janelle Kirby's house. They went to Joy's house. Then they went to Michelle Elder's house, another classmate who didn't even live that far away from the Levitt Streeter home. And the Levitt Streeter home is right next to Missouri State University, where the high school graduation was held. So what we didn't talk about, it is possible some psycho killer could have seen them at the graduation and followed Susie home.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking about a few blocks here.
Yeah.
And then this is the hospital, coincidentally named South Cox Hospital. And then the police spokeswoman is also Cox. And then the killer is also Cox. None of them are related to each other.
Supposedly.
In any way. Yes.
What do you mean the killer is Cox? What do you mean?
The killer that we talked about in the first
the
episode.
other. Got it. The other killer. That's not like because I was like, yeah, never mind. No, because I thought he was referring to Ashley.
Okay. So, and then of course, did we talk about the dog Cinnamon? Their dog was in the house.
I thought you had mentioned it.
Yeah.
Because then we had the...
So what about the dog?
So let's go through the full timeline.
Okay.
6 p.m. The graduation ceremony ended. 7:30. So then they all go home to their respective houses. 7:30 p.m. A friend of Susie's drops off a graduation cake for her. Susie doesn't go out to eat. She has a pizza dinner with Cheryl at their house. Okay. Now, there's a few problematic things even with the basics of Janelle Kirby's house. Some accounts place Susie there first, some Stacy. But apparently, from most of the accounts, Susie arrives first at Janelle Kirby's house at 8:30 p.m. Stacy arrives several minutes later. Now, Mike Henson apparently is also there. Mike Henson is Janelle Kirby's boyfriend. You getting all this, Maxwell?
Janelle Kirby's boyfriend.
Yes. So...
We're going to have to just keep referring back to you. I'm going to get confused.
Okay, so they walk over to Brian Joy's house, whose parents are out of town for the night, right around the corner. Okay?
Yeah, keep pointing at the map this way I can...
So,
Yeah.
That's the Levitt Streeter home.
Okay.
So they drive over, whatever, get to here. Stacy lives somewhere around here. Okay. So they go to Janelle Kirby's house. They walk around the corner to Brian Joy's house with Mike Henson. Okay. This is at 8:30 p.m. They ask him if they can spend the night there. He says yes because his parents are out of town for the night. Critical information here. I don't think we went over this for very briefly in the first episode. Okay. 9:30 p.m. Cheryl Levitt at the Levitt house, she speaks to someone on the phone, a friend, at 9:30. Now, that night, I'm not sure how many details we went over in the first episode, she was, like, refinishing furniture, so there was a strong smell in the house, which the first police officer on scene actually mentioned.
Okay.
10 p.m., a dog, probably Cinnamon, showed up at a neighbor's house at 10 p.m.
So if someone went into the house, they could have let him out. But the people who live in the house would not have let their own dog out.
Right.
We don't know because here's the thing:
hopefully
if she's finishing furniture and that smell is really strong, she might have let the dog out. We don't know. But this is 10 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, but just to run free, wouldn't she have taken him out and like tied him out?
I don't know. 3 a.m. and she was also spotted at 3 a.m. Same neighbor's yard. Neighbors were in the backyard when she appeared at 10, and she wanted to sit in people's laps. She was picked up and put over the fence back into the Streeter property. Okay. Now here is a sighting that kind of fell. Nobody talks about this sighting anymore. Between 10 and 10:30 p.m., Steve Thompson, a 24-year-old night clerk at APCO A Mart, which is 4140 South Fremont Avenue, saw Streeter and McCall come in. They bought a few items and left in separate cars, Thompson said. Because we were speculating before, did they spend all the party time together? Maybe they didn't. Because one of the theories is the whole scene when everybody showed up in the morning was staged. Her car was in the wrong spot.
Okay, yeah.
What we didn't get into is the reason that Susie's car could have been in the wrong spot because there was another car there. So she couldn't park in her usual spot. Who did that car belong to? We don't know. So if she had gotten there's somebody else already there, something happened. It wasn't necessarily they all went to sleep and then something happened later. Something could have happened right as they arrived. We don't know. Or it couldn't have been, maybe it wasn't them that went. If something happened to them elsewhere, somebody else moved their cars there to stage the whole scene. Like their purses were all arranged as if staged. So anyway,
And if somebody moved her car, they might not know that she always parks in a specific spot.
correct.
They could have put it back wrong.
Yes.
All right.
So he said they bought a few items and left in separate cars, Thompson said. He said McCall was in a brown or dark gold car like a Monte Carlo, an older model Cutlass or Grand Prix. Several of McCall's friends said they don't recognize this car's description. They were with a man in his early 30s, dark, stringy, thin hair, and a mustache. He popped his head in the door and told the woman he'd forgotten to buy cigarettes, Thompson said. On Thursday, he told the news leader he vaguely remembered the two girls talking in the A-Mart about meeting later that night. Streeter and another girl she was with drove south on Fremont Avenue, he said. McCall and her companion drove north in the brown car. So they did not leave together. They were with separate people. Okay, 10:30 p.m. Stacy calls her mother and tells her they are not driving to Branson Hotel and are sleeping at Janelle Kirby's house. Once again, quick recap. They were supposed to be going to Branson to the water park the next day, and they wanted to sleep at the hotel or motel that night. But their parents didn't want to because they thought they'd be drinking. So they were relieved when they were staying. And this is the third plan change because they originally were possibly considering doing the lock-in at the school, the alcohol-free graduation lock-in. They decided against that.
Yeah, and then everybody disappears.
11:15 p.m., Cheryl Levitt speaks to a friend on the phone. Okay. 11:30 p.m., we're back here. Brian Joy's house. By the way, the Steve Thompson APCO Mart sighting is disputed. The police said that he seemed like he knew his customers and they have no reason to believe he's lying. Other people say that for whatever reason he was mistaken. Anyway, moving on. So 11:30 p.m. from Brian Joy's house, people leave for a spur of the moment party at Michelle Elder's house. So this is between 8 and 9.5 miles, 10 to 20 minutes from Joy to Elder, the drive, depending on which route they take. They can take that way or this way. So this is less than 1 mile from the APCO Mart. Okay. So Michelle Elder said Streeter and McCall were in good moods. Nothing was wrong. Everything was just perfect. Now, that seems a little bit strange to say, unless someone told her to say, make sure that nobody knows something was wrong and that nothing happened here. Because if the friends did something to them or something happened at any point, they didn't want to say, oh, she was talking to so-and-so and she seemed upset. Yeah. So they would have a big cover story.
That's like something you say when you're trying to make people think there wasn't shady shit.
Yes.
Everything was fine. Everything was fine.
And you know what's interesting is that other friends had said...
Well, it depends if they're suspicious, though. Like, if a cop is suspicious, like... Then you would say that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like if a... You know what I mean? If a cop casually... And without suspecting the... Do you know what I mean? Like, but if a cop is, like... suspecting these motherfuckers, like, you know what I mean? Then
that's leading the
everything's
witness.
perfect.
But that's leading the witness. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. If they're leading you, you would say, "Oh, everything was fine."
So, critical point here: as far back as the graduation, Susie's friends said that she was extremely apprehensive at graduation and the entire night through the parties, and she said her stomach hurt, and she wanted someone to spend the night with her at her house.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because her friend said it.
Who's this friend?
I don't know. They weren't named in the newspaper articles.
No, all right, wait. All right. She was apprehensive and her stomach hurt, and someone wanted her to stay. Now,
no. She was asking if anybody wanted to stay
with her. What was the last? Could someone have slipped or something? What was the? They don't.
Well, here's the thing. So, just quick backstory. Her ex-boyfriend was friends with the grave robbers.
Oh, jeez.
The grave robbers that stole the skulls with the gold fillings and sold them at a pawn shop.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, so she made a statement against them, and she was supposed to testify.
Yeah.
She wasn't paranoid until this day.
Yeah.
There was another message on the machine that was erased. Are these guys leaving messages trying to intimidate her and her mother? Apparently, her mother had something to do with the statement too, or told.
But I'm saying she was apprehensive that day,
right? Like maybe she was threatened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And they said something, so she was scared, and she didn't want to be alone at her house.
That's crazy.
So that's all needs to be factored in. Now, how many people were friends with her friends of her ex-boyfriend and the grave robbers? Just saying.
It's just so funny to hear it talk. You're like, oh, grave robber.
I know, it sounds like a joke, like a film title.
Yeah, I know.
The Grave Robbers. It's just funny.
Okay, so 1:15 a.m., 3 blocks from the Levitt home, 2 dogs sniffed the air and began to growl. Their owner was home alone at the time. She is a sales representative at Springfield Broadcast Company. The news leader is not giving her name to protect her. She looked out her kitchen window and saw a man peeping in her neighbor's window.
Ah, shit.
All I could tell was he was tall, thin, and had a ball cap on. She flipped on her kitchen lights. He turned around and just walked away real fast, she said. She did not hear a car. She phoned her neighbors, who searched their yard but found nothing. No one called the police. The next day, her neighbor, a Springfield lawyer, found several broken plants under the window and a pocket knife.
Well, shit, he was trying to get in.
By June 9th, news about the disappearance had splashed over Springfield. The woman who spotted the prowler called the police. The lawyer flagged down a police car in the neighborhood and gave the knife to the officers. Glenn, the police spokesperson, said Thursday evening he did not know about the peeping Tom.
You know what happens when you give the knife to police officers? It disappears.
Okay, so 1:30 a.m., elder party. The police show up and break up the party.
Okay.
The neighbor watched through his window. The police were saying, look, you got a bunch of minors here. You're blocking the street, that type of thing, he said. There were beer cans all up and down the street in her yard and all of her neighbors' yards. And the police told them to pick up all the cans and go home.
Oh, jeez.
So, between 1:50 and 2 a.m., their classmate and friend, Shane Appleby, drives Susie and Stacy back to Brian Joy's house in his Jeep. So 1:30 a.m. is when the police were called because there were 50 to 100 people in the party. 1:50 a.m. the police showed up and sent everybody home. So between 1:50 and 2 a.m., Shane Appleby drives them back to Brian Joy's house. They both seemed happy, Shane said. Susie was sick. She had a little stomach ache. She just wanted to go home, he said. Okay. Apparently, Janelle Kirby was in another car as several went back to Joy's house. Joy then changed his mind about having Susie and Stacy sleep there because he was afraid his parents would come back and too many people would be staying there. Here's the weird thing. Someone theorized, I've seen this theory, did he know that some shady people were now staying there and he wanted to protect them? And didn't let them stay there.
Wait, at his place?
Right. Like, let's say over the course of the night when the party there, more people came and they wanted to stay there and they were kind of shady or drug dealers, whatever. He didn't want the girls also staying there. That's why he said yes before and then made up something about his parents. He changed something after. Right. It could have been to protect them.
All right, so initially his parents weren't going to be home, so he said, sure, you can stay.
And then after, once they came back at 2 a.m.
He's like, oh, yeah, baby, you shouldn't stay here because there's going to be a problem.
Well, he said he's afraid his parents would come home.
Yeah.
Which nothing changed when they went to the other party.
Yeah.
A couple of carloads of their classmates, including Janelle Kirby, then arrive at Brian Joy's house. Joy told them he couldn't stay. What Joy said after the fact, he said, when I saw how many there were, I said they better not in case my mom came home.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of people.
Yeah. Between 2 and 2:20 a.m., Shane Appleby drives the girls back to their car at Janelle Kirby's house, really close by to Brian Joy's. Okay. 2:20 a.m., with so many relatives staying at Janelle's, Susie asked Stacy to stay at her place instead of the pallets on the floor they would have had to sleep on if they stayed at Kirby's house. Kathy Kirby woke up when she heard Janelle Kirby come in the house. She heard Streeter tell McCall, "Follow me to my house," and heard McCall say, "Okay, I will." Then she heard them drive away. Now, here's the other crazy theory. If Janelle's mother, Kathy Kirby, if she knows her daughter was somehow involved in something shady, what's to stop her from making that up right there?
Well,
just saying.
Yeah,
just saying. That's why it's, and these are the first people that show up the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whenever someone's completely controlling the narrative, you got to stop and think, if they can't be trusted.
Yeah, but nobody can ever be trusted.
I know, that's the problem. All right, ready to get crazy?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yep.
So remember, supposedly Cheryl Levitt is at home and at 11:15 is when she speaks to her friend on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last known communication before she goes missing. Unless you believe Steve Thompson at the Apco Mart, who says Cheryl Levitt came in at 2:15 a.m. and asked him if he had seen her daughter and two friends.
Oh, shit.
She seemed nervous, he said. He told her no, and she left. Levitt's friends are baffled. For her to be out at 2 a.m, just whistling in the wind or whatever.
Looking for somebody.
That's
Looking
just nuts, said Mary Keller, a close friend of Levitt's for several years.
Unless she knows that somebody's coming for her. Like, there's a problem.
The only way she would go out like that is if someone called her and said Susie needed her. Susie was sick. No one can explain why Levitt wouldn't have called the Kirbys. I only have like 10 customers a night in there, Thompson said Thursday. I made good eye contact with Susie. That's why I remember her. He thinks she came in with McCall, who was the passenger in an older model, dark gold or brown Cutlass or Grand Prix. Pretty sure is the right phrase, Glenn said. Captain Tony Glenn said Thursday. But you're dealing with a person who knows his customers. Steve Thompson, a 24-year-old night clerk at the Apco Mart. Police Captain Tony Glenn said the store clerk, Steve Thompson, is certain of his information. Everything he has told that can be verified has been verified, Glenn said. The woman seemed to be in a hurry, perhaps a bit upset. She was looking for Susie Streeter and two of Streeter's girlfriends. It was 2:15 a.m. It was the last reported sighting of Cheryl Levitt. The same clerk 2 days into the disappearance saw a poster for the missing women. Cheryl Levitt's picture was like being face to face with the woman who poked her head in the door at 2:15 a.m. June 7th, he said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the problem. The woman across the street said it wasn't Cheryl. She saw the woman that went in and the hair length was different. So because of this one witness, this entire sighting at the Apco Mart of both Susie, Stacy, and Cheryl was thrown out and never mentioned again anywhere.
Wait, because of that
woman who said it wasn't her.
Yeah, because the hair length.
People are considering her statement more reliable than the store.
Right.
Person.
The only place you can find even records of these sightings at the Apco Mart are in the original news reports from like the first week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I postulate if the police were involved or some kind of powerful gang, which we'll get to because there was one in the area, if they paid or intimidated that witness. Oh man. Actually,
there
are DWVs.
Oh shit! Are they coming up?
Well, we mentioned it in the first one.
But again, hold on. I just have to say, like when you look across the street at that distance, unless someone has unusually short or unusually long hair, like hair past your ass or bald, I don't know if you're gonna be.
And here's the hair salon where Cheryl worked.
Okay, yeah.
So it's not far.
But like, think about it. Like, if we look over there, like, you know, someone who walks by, if their hair is just normal, like, there's no way that the lady's going to be like, oh, her hair wasn't the right length.
I just find it strange that it completely disappeared. Like, it's not even mentioned as there was a reported and disputed sighting. It completely disappeared. And we're about to get even crazier.
Well, all right, but hold on. But why would they? All right, do you suspect the police? Like, would they change the narrative? Are they just looking for a reason? Hold on. So she goes, oh, the hair was the wrong length. And they're like, oh, good, we can drop this. And just never mention it again? Like, are they looking for a reason not to include it? And then if they get in trouble later, they're like, oh, well, we had an eyewitness who said it.
We'll get into coincidences later about police officers researching disappearance.
Yeah.
Guess who broke up that party?
Oh, no. Cecil. No, I'm like...
Okay, we'll get to the police later because there's a lot of shady stuff with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay, so Get and Go.
What are these names?
I know.
A-Mart,
So
Get
weird.
and Go. And...
Levitt's between 2:30 and 2:35 a.m. So keep in mind, they're leaving Kirby's house 2:20 a.m. roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, between 2:30 and 2:35 a.m. at the Get and Go, Levitt's Eclipse is seen. Okay, police are checking into reports that Levitt may have been seen at the Get and Go, located only a few blocks east of the APCO. A customer told Thompson...
What is a Get and Go? Is it an alcohol store? Like,
Yeah,
you get it and then you go?
Yeah.
Like, what, like, you go get some whiskey and go?
It sounds like a 7-Eleven or
7-Eleven with a gas station, maybe?
Well, isn't A-Mart?
I think A-Mart was more of like a little convenience store, and the Get and Go, I think, was a gas station 7-Eleven, tiny little version with a payphone, and there might not have been a payphone at, I don't know.
Look that shit up.
A customer told Thompson he was at the A-Mart when the woman who looked like Levitt appeared there. Between 15 and 20 minutes later, the customer said he saw a Mitsubishi that looked like Levitt's parked near a payphone at the Get and Go.
Okay.
That customer had not come forward to the police as of Thursday afternoon, Glenn said, but police checked out another report that the Eclipse had been at the Get and Go before Levitt stopped at the A-Mart.
Okay.
Okay. Between 1, again, now this is between 1 and 3 a.m. Get this. You guys ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, this sighting has been mentioned before, but it's disputed as well.
By the way, it's a convenience store. I just looked it up.
Yep. George's Steakhouse. So this is less than 1 mile north of the Levitt Streeter home. Between 1 and 3 a.m. So we don't have an exact time. Keep in mind, 2:20 is when they left Kirby's.
2:20 is sometime in between 1 and 3 a.m.
Yeah. But if they say it's 1 a.m., it couldn't have been them if they were there at 2:20. But if Janelle and her mom are lying, and then Shane Appleby would also have to be lying. And her boyfriend, Mike, they would all have to be lying and in on it, which we will see. So, between 1 and 3 a.m. at George's Steakhouse, a waitress says she saw all 3 women.
Oh, my God.
She said she is positive it was Susie Streeter because she was so rude.
Wow.
The women arrived and left together. The waitress said Susie appeared giddy, perhaps intoxicated, and her mom tried to calm her down. However, other customers and employees said they didn't see them, and that Cheryl had been there, but it was a few months prior.
Wow.
The waitress said Streeter and Levitt were regular customers. They were with 3 clean-cut young men. The sighting was...
Clean cut.
Yeah, clean-cut young men. But the sighting was possibly as late as 4 a.m., so the waitress could not really remember. So it could have been between 1 and 4 a.m.
Oh, jeez.
Now, keep in mind, or 6:30 a.m. is the green van sighting, which I have more information on.
Green van?
Yep.
Why is there always a colored vehicle in these stories?
3 a.m., Levitt's neighbor's dog barked from inside and woke them up. Cinnamon was at the back door. Okay, so the neighbor then put the dog out in the front. Okay, so now we're in the morning of Sunday, June 7th, 1992. There was another sighting. A yard sale lady. So nobody wants to reveal their names. These people, I don't know. Okay, at the intersection of Grand and Kentwood. So this is right next to their house.
Mm-hmm.
You see the yellow? It's right next to their house.
Mm-hmm.
That's the yard sale lady sighting.
Oh, my God.
Okay. At 3 a.m., she had been helping a friend get ready for a yard or garage sale at 3 a.m. Okay. Whoever was driving basically ran her off the road, which is why she remembered the incident. She said she did get a good look at the driver of the van. She didn't mention anything about hearing a voice from the back seat, and it was not a female driving. So this conflicts with the green van sighting. Okay. So this is secondhand. So she spoke to someone, and this someone is reporting this. Take it as you will. So these sightings are all kind of non-concrete, but we'll see if they add up. She said, well, the night the women were abducted, about 3 a.m.-ish, I was heading home after helping a friend set up her yard sale for the next morning. As I passed by the little street that connects the Streeters Street with Grant Street, the van blew through the stop sign and cut me off. I think this is also a green van. He actually ran me off the road. He came within a few feet of me, looking me dead in the eye in the most hateful way. My daughter was sleeping in the back and flew off the seat, slamming into the back of my seat. I had to stop my van and climb in the back to help her. She was crying and disoriented, but okay. Unbeknownst to me, she had taken off her seatbelt to lay down. A day or two later, I saw the abduction on the news and went right down to the police department to talk to detectives and describe the van and man I saw. I had a pretty good look at him since he got to within feet of me when he ran me off the road. She also claimed to be the one who gave the description for the sketch artist. And this sighting was between 3 and 4:30 a.m. Okay, now we're going to get to more weird sightings. 4 a.m., the Aunt Betty sighting.
Oh my God.
So this is Clay Street in North Springfield. Somewhere there.
Yeah.
Aunt Betty?
So this is 4 a.m. So 2 homes directly facing hers. One, a rental occupied by someone she said was in the military, and the other she thought someone elderly owned, were known as party houses. And she supposed that these 3 women and 2 men that she saw in a large vehicle were at some after-hours party. It was approximately 4 a.m., and my aunt positioned herself in a chair in the front window long enough to make a mental note of the 3 women, since the men were obscured in the darkness and dressed in dark clothing. When the pictures of the 3 women appeared in the news, she knew where she had seen them. She called the police. Now, this sighting is really weird because this is in a book written about disappearances in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the author's aunt, coincidentally.
All right.
And so this is the book Missing or Murdered in Missouri, Unsolved and Solved Cases, written by Barbara Kem Hyten. So if this is a valid sighting, this would have changed the timeline. But she described who they were with. And I'm going to get back to that later. First, let me finish the timeline just so we don't get too crazy. There was another sighting, 4:30 a.m., a paper carrier. She came forward immediately and reported the van she witnessed parked on South Kentwood at about 4:30 a.m. Actually, that would be right there.
Mm-hmm.
She drove the same route, delivering newspapers every morning. She worked and would certainly notice that things were out of the ordinary, among other things. I think these are all green vans, by the way.
Oh my God. Like red trucks?
Yes. Now, 6:30 a.m. is the famous green van sighting. The porch lady.
Wait, what time was it? What time?
6:30 a.m. This is the one we discussed. This is the famous one. Mm-hmm. A woman who was on her front porch, so it's east. Mm-hmm. And remember, the van turned around because you can't get on the highway there, so she'd have to turn around and go there.
Okay.
A woman who was on her front porch in Springfield the morning the woman disappeared has reported seeing a blonde woman identified as Streeter driving a van. The woman told authorities Streeter drove a van into a next-door driveway and stopped as if lost about 6:30 a.m. that day. Streeter appeared to be crying and had a birthmark on her face. Again, she always covered it up with makeup. Mm-hmm. So this is a critical detail. Because she does have a birthmark on the right side of the chin, and you cannot see it on the missing poster. Because the missing poster was a picture, just one of the regular pictures where it was covered. So that's pretty interesting. So she could see it as the van was stopped. The woman on her porch reported hearing a male voice say, "Now back up and don't do anything stupid." The silvery green van, an older model Dodge van, was sighted 15 blocks east of the Streeter home. Now here's the thing. What's not reported about this sighting? Mm-hmm. This sighting, apparently, the porch lady only knew this under hypnosis.
Oh, what the?
Yes, they used a hypnotist to get some information.
Programmed. No, I'm just kidding.
But how'd she know about the birthmark? See, the birthmark info isn't very well known.
Wait, so the birthmark was only revealed through the under hypnosis?
The whole thing was only revealed. She didn't even know she had seen the van. I don't know what prompted for her to get hypnosis, unless she thought maybe I saw something, but I can't really remember, unless that's what it was. But
yeah, but I mean, like,
so part of this remembering is the freaking birthmark. That's always covered with
right, that nobody knows about.
So
So you can't
really
write
weird.
off. You can't write off the hypnosis completely, and it also logically makes sense because if whoever abducted them was just go, they're going the wrong way. They would need to turn around. So it's not like she just saw them go by.
Yeah.
If that happened, it makes sense.
So why do you think? Let's say it's not a. Well, why do you think the birthmark was revealed? She was grabbed there, or like she was arrested?
No, because apparently, if they went home to go to sleep, there were tissues with makeup on them in the house. Remember?
Yeah, they take their makeup off.
They took their makeup off to go to sleep. So if she was awakened afterwards, she wouldn't have a chance to put her makeup on.
Yeah, because like normally, if she got up normally, she'd put it on and hide it. But so something happened to break her routine. And if she's so self-conscious of the birthmark, it has to be serious for her not to,
and
like,
also,
just put something on and run out.
And also, because this was under hypnosis, most people discount this sighting.
But you're saying that without the hypnosis, she would not have remembered this because she said she doesn't remember.
All of this was under hypnosis. All the details she provided were under hypnosis. All of it. The whole sighting.
Yeah, but we need to find out who suggested hypnosis and why.
Because
we really need to because
that's messed up.
Okay, so now changing times. So the other thing about Janelle Kirby, she changed her story multiple times with the timelines.
Because you want to know something. If you want to cover something up and you can get someone to agree, I think you should go under so that you can remember, and then you program them to say what you want them to say.
So if someone, well, no, that's true. So it would have to be someone who knew she had a birthmark. But why would they do that? Unless the van went the other way. But why even bother with the whole scenario? Because there's so much mystery and nobody knows what happened. Why would you add even a false clue?
Just because what if someone was getting close and it's just a red herring?
But nobody was getting close. They're clueless.
Yeah, but nobody knows. You know, I mean, think about it. If someone clueless is getting close, and then someone smart's like, "Well, I better throw them off," and then we're sitting here trying to figure out why someone would throw them off because no one would know that they were getting close.
All right. So Janelle's timeline changed, but somewhere between 7:30. Sometimes she says it's 7:30. Sometimes she says it's 8:30. Janelle said she called the Streeter house many times and didn't get an answer. Now, if she just saw them at 2:20, so this is about 5 hours. Okay, now these are high schoolers, but if they're that drunk and hungover, are they going to be getting up to go to the water park that early? Unless they didn't go to sleep at all because they're so upset over something that happened. So at between 10:30 and 11 a.m., Janice McCall, Stacy's mother, calls the Kirby house. And Janelle Kirby's sister tells her that Stacy and Susie are not there and didn't stay there. Because as far as Stacy's mom knows, they're staying at Janelle's. Because they wouldn't say they were staying at a boy's house, Brian Joyce. So at 12:30 p.m., Janelle Kirby and her boyfriend Mike Henson arrive at the house, sweep up the glass, and clean up. Then they leave. Now here's what else is weird. When they leave between 1 and 2:30 p.m., they go around the neighborhood looking for them. They visit a sub shop, and they also visit Shane Appleby's house, the guy that was at all these parties, and he actually drove Stacy and Susie from the Elder party to the Brian Joy party. He's still in bed and said he hadn't seen them. I don't know why they would go there unless
they suspect
they lewed with him. And something else was unknown. But anyway, 3:30 p.m., Janelle is at the house again, and this is when she received the 2 lewd phone calls. Okay. And then somewhere around 8 p.m. is when Janice McCall arrives with a whole bunch of other people. So, contaminated by 18 plus people. At 10 p.m., the police arrive. Janelle is also there with wet shorts. So,
like a water park?
Yes. So,
pants or something.
now there's 2... I think there's 2 water parks, like one there. So there's 2 water parks that they could have gone to. If your friend is missing, you're frantically searching. There's apparently she was in the backseat crying when they left the house and her boyfriend had to console her. Then they're going to go look around, then come back to the house, receive 2 lewd phone calls, then go to a water park. Some people say, now again, these are fringe theories now, Janelle and other people, if they killed them, they were putting their bodies in water. There was a rumor one of the families had a well. Also, at one of the water parks or some kind of lake, they could have dumped the bodies there. fringe theories for sure. We'll get into those possibilities later. But this is the most complete timeline ever assembled.
What if they just pour water on themselves so that people think that they were at the water park? Because that was
going
their
to the water park is so suspicious, though, because when your friends are missing and you're that upset.
All of this is suspicious.
So, yeah, exactly. So this is the most complete timeline.
Makes sense. Yep.
This is pretty much every single reported sighting, theoretical and otherwise. Now, let's go to the Aunt Betty sighting before we discuss this whole thing. Aunt Betty, I think, is also a psychic.
Oh, my God.
So this is from the book. In a strange connection to this case, while visiting my ailing and only living aunt, she told me she tried to give the police a tip on the night of the woman's disappearance. What a coincidence that the author of this book on missing persons happens to have an aunt in the area. That's not a coincidence, but who had seen them. But if it's true, it's true. You know, what are you going to do? My Aunt Betty lived on Clay Street in North Springfield at the time and was in her late 60s. Always observant, especially in a neighborhood that she had watched deteriorate over many years. She swore she saw these missing women in a driveway across the street from her house. 2 homes directly facing hers, one a rental property occupied by someone she said was in the military, and the other she thought someone elderly owned, were known party houses, and she supposed that these 3 women and 2 men that she saw in a large vehicle were at some after-hours party. She doesn't mention the green van, though. She just called it a large vehicle. I guess it was too dark. It was approximately 4 a.m. and my aunt positioned herself in a chair in the front window long enough to make a mental note of the 3 women, since the men were obscured in darkness and dressed in dark clothing. When the pictures of the 3 women appeared in the news, she knew where she had seen them. She called police and waited for them to come. When my aunt was in her 80s, frail and suffering from Parkinson's disease, a cold case detective finally came to interview her.
Oh my God.
So it took 20 years. They work slow in Springfield.
Oh my God.
She says she walked around the one house that had been empty for years, but she had no idea what had become of the investigation. I made a promise to try to talk to the police about her witness report when my Aunt Betty died in April of 2005. My aunt's house went up for sale, and the vacant property where she may have seen the 3 abducted women still stands facing her old home as it did in 1992. The weathered gray house remains shabby, and the paint is chipped and peeling. It is still plagued by years of untamed weeds in the yard. In the past few months, curtains have appeared in the windows. For my part, I persisted in providing someone with this information, and the Missouri Highway Patrol's door clicked slightly open. I was able to give my Aunt Betty's tip to a patrolman. His response to this case was positive and firm.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, 20 years? Like if it's not within the first 48 hours.
Why 20 years?
It doesn't say why. That's just what the author wrote in her book. 20 years that the cold case detective finally came to see her and take her report. So she called 20 years later. Someone showed up.
Oh my God.
Unless someone also showed up at the time immediately after, and then also again on a follow-up.
Well,
maybe they
because usually at the anniversaries they do sometimes with renewed interest for the anniversary they do extra. Okay, so I believe this Aunt Betty was also a psychic. So this was what the writer wrote about her, the author who happened to be writing that book, whatever. So we don't really know what law enforcement knows, and we'll get into problems with the law enforcement later, because maybe they did interview her. Maybe she did give them very good descriptions of a vehicle and the 3 men. Maybe they are convinced that really did happen, but we don't know. And then, of course, the time frames. Some of these sightings almost disqualify other sightings, so it's almost like you have to pick which it was. But with the sighting at George's Steakhouse, since that's a huge range, it's rough. And then what do we think about the dog sighting? Did the dog run out when something happened? But then it was found locked into the bathroom, allegedly, because we have to take Janelle Kirby's word.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The one that got hypnotized. Which one is
Janelle Kirby's the friend.
Now the dog, did you say that, was there 2? Was the second time they took the dog and put him over the fence because he kept wanting to sit on somebody's lap?
10 p.m.
And did you say that there were 2 dog sightings? He was out twice.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Cinnamon was twice.
Yeah.
And so...
And they put him over the fence the first time or the second time?
I believe both, either the first time and then the second time, I guess they put the dog in front. It just says in front somewhere, but whatever. Right. And I think there was a doggy door in the back, possibly. Mm-hmm. I couldn't find corroboration 100%, but I believe there might have been a doggy door. So... if the dog ran out at 3 a.m. And something happened at 2:20. So that means the dog ran out. How did the dog get locked back in the bathroom?
It's so hard because I
mean, it's well. This is the complete timeline. So we either believe if we believe Steve Thompson, that changes everything because that means that Cheryl Levitt knew something was up. That means these girls left the party separately with separate people. Okay, now that opens the door for a whole bunch of scenarios that could happen. And then do we believe the George sighting? Because then they're happy after the fact, possibly 3 to 4 a.m. and they're happy. But theoretically, that could happen because then if they went back to the house and something happened to them at the house at between 3 and 4, so the green van sighting could still be legit at 6:30.
Well, yeah, but what if one of them was in on it? What if they were in on it?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Like
one of the girls?
Yes. What if one?
That is insane.
But what if they were in on it? And she was trying to look happy, and she was trying to look like they came from a water park because she was still trying to perpetrate.
Oh, you mean Janelle?
And she was still trying to perpetrate.
I thought you were saying, what if Stacy or...
No, I know, but I am, like, take this for all of them, too. What if one of them was in on it? And what if one of them set them up, unlocked doors, opened things, and then whatever happened, the killer or whoever didn't want to leave any witnesses. And so what was supposed to be 2 ended up being 3.
Wait, say that again. Maxwell, you following?
All right.
Not really, but...
How many disappeared?
3.
What if it was supposed to be 2 disappeared and one of them was in on it?
So...
and then whoever kidnapped them and killed them decided
terrible.
Not to leave
a
witness.
Wow, this is
and
horrible.
2 turned into 3. Because think about that. Then you could have unlocked doors. You could have people knowing where they're gonna be. You could have fake stories being put out.
So hold on a second. Who could it have been? Because if Susie was the nervous one, she knew something was up. Now Stacy's supposedly this super nice girl that wasn't even that close friends with her, that just decided to stay at her house and be a good friend.
Okay, so it's the mom and the daughter and the friend.
Yes.
I don't think that it would be a mom giving up her daughter, and I don't think it would be a daughter giving up the mom.
So you really think
what if?
Nice Stacy.
Yeah, but not on film. We were talking about people who were supposedly nice and might not have been. What if it was a front to throw people off because everybody's going to say, oh, the nice one wouldn't have done it. Oh, wouldn't she?
That might be the most out there theory out of all of them in this case. Because it seems completely unbelievable.
And leave no witness behind.
Maxwell, you care to chime in on that one?
No.
Well, because
that's terrible.
Yeah, but
that's like saying it was one of Maura's sisters.
Oh my god.
The one from the CIA who seemed nonplussed when they were interviewing her. But anyway. But think about it. When you run out of options because there's too many variables and things don't make sense.
The grave robbers don't want her testifying. Who else is there? They can't have a witness. Of course they're going to take Stacy too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what would be her motivation? Like, what if she knew one of them? What if she wanted money? What if they promised something? What if, because think about it.
Okay, how does that explain? Oh, okay, so you're saying Janelle Kirby is in on it.
Well, I'm just saying if it makes no sense, what is because I don't have it memorized, but what's that statement where when you try everything that makes sense, try something that doesn't make sense?
I believe, was that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle who said when you've eliminated all of the possibilities, whatever remains is most likely to be true, no matter how extraordinary or whatever?
Yeah, so think about it. If we've run out of options, we have to look at something off the wall because it doesn't make sense that someone could take all 3 so easily and have no sign. But if one of the 3 was in on it, that would make it a lot easier.
It's kind of difficult to know for certain.
Well, of course.
That everything's been eliminated. Yeah, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Yeah. And that's the only reason why I said that, because we're having trouble.
What about alien abduction?
Yeah, well, but that fits along the same storyline, because we're having trouble figuring out how can 3 disappear, and if one of them was helping that would free up a lot of shit.
A little more, I can go.
That's why I throw out these improbable hypotheticals, because how else we've run up against a dead end. So giving something improbable might help us.
Well, in the first episode, we were looking at Cox because he might have been working as a utility worker on that street, and he might have seen Stacy at the deal. Like, what are the chances he works both at the dealership and as a utility? I mean, that's just rough.
Yeah,
that's rough. And we didn't even get to the gangs and the police discrepancies. And there's actually other serial killer suspects, which we will get to in the next episode.
Because think about it. Whenever you have somebody on the inside, it makes everything so much easier. And it makes it... When you have a man on the inside, everything's easier. And it makes it harder to solve because people don't know you have somebody on the inside.
Yeah, if they were older, I would say that was more likely to be. You know, they're like, we're talking about 18, 19-year-olds here. It's rough. It's rough.
Well, yeah, but kidnapping 2 girls is easier than kidnapping 3 girls.
Yes, one of which is an adult woman.
So if one is walking of her own accord, and then you don't kill her until after, like, she thinks that...
And just real quick, I want to go over the purses being lined up.
Right.
The adults that came into the house, could they have lined them up looking for clues, trying to find out what happened? Because would the perpetrators really have lined them? It's just so... They probably would have taken them... I mean, it's so nonsensical. It seems weird. Maybe they lined them up and didn't want to say, or maybe they did say and the cops do know. And one more thing about the prank calls. The following December, I believe, somebody was arrested. I don't know if they were named, for pranking everybody for like a year. So that muddles the water because I still think the grave robbers might have made... You know what's weird? If they did call them, but then the prank caller also called them. But here's the bizarre part we didn't talk about. Wait, what did you just say?
Well, the utility,
we
didn't even go over it. I know.
We did go over, like, that's just bizarre.
This time. Yeah, I know.
And
but
he had just moved to the area, like, 2 weeks prior or whatever. How crazy. It's not like he even had time. It's not like he even had time to set up all these. He just got to the area.
Well, I'm saying we should have explored it a little bit more this time, but...
And that might be a rumor that he was working on their street.
Yeah.
Or it might not be. It's hard to corroborate stuff.
Yeah, but what if
Here's what I was gonna say.
Somebody called him.
Do you think it's a coincidence that when Janelle came back to the house at 3 p.m., they get the phone call? Or is someone watching the house and saw her walk in, and that's why they called at that time?
And where did she come from?
We don't know. Apparently they were scavenging the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Then they went to...
What if she had been with the person who called and told them, all right, give me 5 minutes to get back to the house,
that's terrible.
And then call? Because we don't know where she came
seemed
from.
to be... Okay, how good of an actress is she? Because she seemed to be very distressed by the calls.
Well, but all seems like.
And
all
then, of course, remember the neighbor that's a judge, that there was some kind of case going on.
But it seems like all these crazy women are tremendous actors.
Yeah, but hold on. But remember, the neighbor is like a judge.
Yeah.
And they could have been going for his daughter or whatever.
Yeah.
And if he's the neighbor, somebody could be watching his house. Oh, look, they walk into that house. Oh, let's call and screw with them. Isn't it? Do you think it's a coincidence that they called when she walked into the house? She walked into the house about, I think, 3 times that day. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems strange, don't you think?
Well, the whole thing's strange.
Yes. So, thank you for joining us for another episode of Mindshock True Crime. This case is very, very deep. We'll be doing a number of more episodes on it because there is so much more to discuss that we didn't get to it. Many of it bizarre. But if you like...
I'm going to find an insider. Somebody's an insider.
But if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. This is Bruce McGuire.
Brooke Davis.
And Maxwell Powers.
Have a good night.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Springfield 3 series, episode 3, The Flashback. The 3 missing woman case turns 10. So, on the decade anniversary, Chris Herzog wrote an anniversary report for 2002. It is the most in-detail breakdown of the Springfield 3 case of the publicly known info. Before we go down all of these avenues, we will do this overview. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
And if you like the podcast, make sure you're subscribed and hit the bell notification for updates. And if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. And you can check out all our social media sites, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon in the description. Okay, let's get down to it. So Johnny is not quite as familiar with this case as Maxwell and I. Maxwell's got all the details. He's always on the ball. He can keep track of every name, detail, location, time. If you have a question, just ask Maxwell. So have you heard of this case before, or no, Johnny?
Nah, I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's listed as one of the most mysterious cold cases in the U.S. ever, because it's very difficult for 3 people to vanish into thin air. You know, one person goes missing fairly often, unfortunately, and people are kind of almost used to it. I mean, a lot of true crime and cold cases and disappearances. It's usually one person, occasionally 2. Very rarely is it 3. Can you think of another case where there were 3, Maxwell?
No, this is the only one I know of.
Yeah, it's very difficult to subdue, kidnap, kill 3 people. It's tough.
Unless it's a plane and then they just go missing. But that's like...
A plane crash?
Yeah, plane crash.
So 3 females went missing?
Yes.
And at the same time, they're all connected, that's for sure?
That they went missing at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, nothing is for sure on Mindshock.
No,
it
what's
appears
the theory, though?
There's a bunch of different theories. Some people believe... there's a lot of conflicting information here as well. So I'm going to go over this Herzog article, which is pretty much the most in-depth, best article on this case, and then we will mull over exactly the different theories and go into more detail. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
Okay. So, of course, this happened in Springfield, Missouri. The 3 missing woman case is turning 20 this week, so we're looking back on our previous coverage of the mystery. After scouring the archives, we found Chris Herzog's 10-year anniversary report from 2002. Got ready that day with Stacy, recalled Janelle Kirby in 2002. Then we rode together to graduation and met everybody there. It was a great day. Kirby graduated with Stacy McCall and Susie Streeter from Kickapoo High School. As we all know, the girls attended a late-night party with Janelle and others. I wish I would have made them stay. If I could have kept them there, none of this would have happened. Springfield police say sometime about 2 a.m., the 2 girls came back to this house at 1717 East Delmar, the home of Cheryl Levitt, Susie Streeter's mother. And that's where and when the mystery begins. From 2:30 in the morning, when they should have arrived home, until around 6 o'clock the next morning, something happened, recalls former Webster County Sheriff Ron Worsham. We don't have a clue. Yeah, that's terribly frustrating. In the summer of 1992, Worsham was the assistant police chief in Springfield. Quite frankly, it looked like they'd just been beamed up because there was nothing out of place in the house. None of them can I imagine them going willingly, added Kirby. Yet there was no sign of a struggle. The house was perfect when we went in there. Kirby says she and her boyfriend made their way to the house later on Sunday morning. The 4 had planned a trip to Branson. Cheryl's bed had been slept in. It looked like Susie's bed they'd gotten into, added Kirby. They washed their faces. They'd taken their jewelry off. Their purses were there. But the 3 women were gone. Later that night, the McCalls and others gathered at the home on Delmar and called police. When we reported them missing, I didn't even call 911, said Janice McCall, Stacy's mother. I really thought they were going to walk in any time. Janice McCall says it was the first time she considered the possibility that something ominous had happened. What followed in the next few weeks was a community effort to find out the truth. Police detectives canvassed the area. Missing posters and billboards were up around Springfield, even pleas for help to the public. In helicopters and on foot, the search began. We waded creeks, climbed bluffs, recalled David Juan. We went through fields of grass that were over our heads. We walked ditches. But Juan and other Springfield police officers found nothing. Even with volunteers and reserve officers, recruits, and teams from other cities, the trail was cold. The only solid leads, one composite drawing of a bearded man, the only official suspect, and the sighting from multiple sources of a green van. So once again, we have a vehicle, a green van that multiple people have seen. Very mysterious. We went over the details in the previous episodes. We'll go over it again in a little bit. But files inside the Springfield Police Department contain every lead detectives ever had, more than 5,000 altogether. It's too bad they don't have Maxwell working on the case. He'd be able to just recite them off from memory. But not one of them brought detectives any closer to finding out what happened. Everyone we checked out turned out to be negative, added Worsham. I mean, there was nothing there, full of dead ends. It's been that way for 10 years now. It's still a case that bothers you, added Juan, because you feel like no matter what you did, you hit dead ends all along. In the years since the abductions, many theories as to what happened that summer night have been pondered. From a stranger abduction to involvement of a relative, to a serial killer stalking Cheryl Levitt. But the only ones who know for sure haven't been seen since 1992. It seems like yesterday, said McCall, except for you realize what all has passed. But time just in one way stands still. Police detectives Herzog talked to for this story say they believe there is at least one person out there with information that could crack this case and help find the missing woman. On the door of Bill Stokes' one-chair barbershop hangs a faded yellow poster with the faces of 3 Springfield women. Missing, the bold headline screams. During the summer of 1992, when Stokes taped up the sign in his Marshfield shop, he made a vow to himself. I said I wasn't going to take that down until they solved the case, he said. I was hoping they would solve it. Now I think it will probably just rot off the wall. The barbershop poster hangs like dozens of others across the Ozarks. Yellowed and tattered, they remind us of the 3 women who vanished from a small south-central Springfield home on a clear June morning. Gone were Cheryl Levitt, 47, her daughter, Susie Streeter, 19, and Susie's friend, Stacy McCall, 18. Just hours before, the 3 attended the Kickapoo High School graduation, where the girls smiled for ceremonial pictures and finalized plans for a night of partying. First, they hit a friend's party in Battlefield, then hopped to another one in Springfield. But by then, their plans for the night changed. They wouldn't drive to Branson and stay in a hotel or even spend the night at a friend's house. Streeter had a new king-sized waterbed, a graduation present from her mom. So in the early morning hours of June 7th, they went to the tidy, modest home at 1717 East Delmar Street, which Levitt had purchased 2 months earlier. And that's where the mystery begins. Something happened inside the home between 2:30 a.m. when police speculate the girls arrived at the Streeter home and 8 a.m. when a friend of the girls, Janelle Kirby, called to determine what time they would meet to go to the Whitewater theme park in Branson. To this day, police do not have a clear picture of what happened. They've logged 5,200 tips, given countless polygraphs to potential suspects, friends, and family members. Searched woods and fields throughout the Ozarks and followed leads into 21 states. They really did their homework on this case. Quite the opposite of the Maura Murray case, right, Maxwell?
Yeah.
The house told them little. There were no signs of a struggle, no clues of a crime, nothing that screamed something had gone terribly wrong. The only thing unusual about this house was that 3 women were missing from it, says retired Springfield Police Captain Tony Glenn. You had this feeling as you looked around that something was missing, that something had to be missing, but there wasn't just them. Each woman had a car, and all 3 vehicles were left in the driveway. Levitt's blue Corsica was parked in the carport. Streeter's red Ford Escort sat in the circle drive with McCall's Toyota Corolla right behind. Keys to the vehicles were found inside the unlocked house. The 3 purses were piled together at the foot of the steps leading into Susie's sunken bedroom. Though the mother and daughter were chain smokers, Levitt and Streeter left their cigarettes behind. An undisturbed graduation cake was waiting in the refrigerator. It was apparent the woman had gotten ready for bed. Each had washed off makeup and tossed a damp cloth in the hamper. Jewelry was left on the wash basin. McCall had neatly folded her flowered shorts, tucking jewelry into the pockets, and placed them on her sandals beside Streeter's waterbed. Police believe she left the home wearing only a t-shirt and panties. Yet how she and the other women left is what baffles police, family, and friends. Police cling to the idea that a single man could have used a ruse, something as simple as posing as a utility worker warning of a bogus gas leak in the neighborhood to lure them out. While Ozarkers long have theorized that this crime was the work of more than one person, authorities say it could have been carried out by one man. If other people were involved in what's believed to be a kidnapping and triple murder, police say surely someone would have broken their silence of 10 years. Their main suspect is a Texas inmate, 42-year-old Robert Craig Cox. He was convicted of killing a 19-year-old Florida woman who was somehow intercepted while driving home from work at Disney World one night in 1978. Cox, who lived in Springfield the summer of 1992, walked away from death row in 1989 after the Florida Supreme Court said the jury didn't have enough evidence to convict him. Through the years, Cox has toyed with the Springfield police, saying he knows the women are dead and that they're buried near the city. Having discovered that Cox lied about his alibi on the morning of June 7th, 1992, officials are skeptical about his claims. Cox declined to be interviewed by the news leader, but in recent letters to the newspaper, he acknowledges police consider him a suspect and that 10 years ago, he worked as a utility locator in South Central Springfield. So what do we think so far? We actually listened to a clip of Robert Craig Cox talking about it. He seems very disjointed, insane. I don't know if we could trust what he says. What do you think, Maxwell?
About Robert Cox?
Yeah, what'd you think about him when we went over him in the previous episodes?
I don't remember.
What a shocker.
I don't remember. What was he again?
I just said.
Well,
Well,
so did they ever check to see like where he said he buried them?
Yeah, we'll get into that. There was actually a hospital that happens to be called Cox Hospital. No relation. Why are there so many coincidences in all these cases?
His middle name is Avery?
No, it is not. His middle name is Craig. So, yeah, it's bizarre. He also seems to refrain from giving real details, but we'll get into this later. In our next episode, we'll do a full suspect breakdown, and there's guys in prison that he knew who had information, and he might have heard information from them. So he kind of and they might have not done it either. They might have known somebody else who had done it. There's a lot of shady people living in this area. Okay, moving on. A summer jolt. In the summer of 1992, teenagers were tiring of tall hair. Hoop earrings were hot. Metallica was racing up the charts, and the internet was just coming on strong. The story shocked Springfield out of the comfort zone that normally accompanies slow summer days. A massive search was launched. Police and volunteers rode horses and walked through fields of tall grass on the southwest side of town where Chesterfield Village now stands. Citizens began locking their doors without fail. Neighbors vowed to check on one another. In churches and homes throughout the Ozarks, people prayed that someone saw something, anything that could help police solve the mystery on East Delmar. Within days, more than 20,000 posters of the missing woman were printed and then plastered on telephone poles in storefront windows, restaurants, and truck stops. With nothing else to go on, law enforcement agencies dug up anthills that callers thought could be fresh graves. They chased circling buzzards, hoping to find a clue. The Springfield Police Department moved immediately to take the case national, believing that if the disappearance was a serial crime, someone in another state could hold the answer. By the end of the first week, faces of the missing women appeared on America's Most Wanted, sparking 29 calls from across the nation. Another news program, 48 Hours, shadowed local police for weeks, shooting pictures of searches, polygraphs, and officers sifting through leads. By the way, this is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. If you've seen the news footage of that, like this documentary crew was actually videotaping a polygraph of a suspect before police even gave information to the public. It was completely insane. And they also revealed certain information about sightings of these three women, possibly, at different places that have since disappeared from all news reports. They were deemed not credible. Once again, I postulate, what if they were credible and it was them? We have to consider their veracity as well. We'll get into those later. None ever led to a conclusive piece of evidence. A decade later, detectives who worked one of the largest investigations in Ozarks history are haunted by a case they couldn't crack. It's hard to be known for something you didn't do as opposed to something you did, says retired Sergeant David Asher, who led the investigation in the early days. I think of it all the time. I want it to be solved. I want it for Janice and Stu McCall, the Streeters, the police department. I want it for the community. I think they need it. Though the urgency to find these women has faded through the years, the pain for the families runs as deep as it did in 1992. Janice and Stu McCall created an organization to help families whose loved ones are missing. They hold out, hope their daughter could one day be found, vowing not to declare her dead until investigators find her remains. I want them to find my daughter, Janice McCall says intently. Pictures of Stacy scattered around the sofa in her suburban Springfield home. You can go through so much, but you still want an answer. For them not to give us an answer, that was difficult. Levitt and Streeter have already been declared dead in court. Their family took that step at the 5-year mark. Still, the sadness has gotten stronger, says Debbie Schwartz, Levitt's sister. It doesn't feel like 10 years, Schwartz says. The pain feels fresh and new. It's amazing it can feel so new after so long. I'm sure it will be that way until my dying day. A fresh set of eyes. The case, widely viewed as being mishandled during the first year by a micromanaging police chief, does that sound familiar? Has gone cold in the mid-1990s. No leads looked promising. At the 5-year anniversary, the Springfield Police Department announced that it couldn't justify the money and manpower to continue working it, even on a part-time basis. So the mystery of the missing woman went unattended, except for incoming leads. If the tips looked viable, they were checked. If not, they just went in the pile. But last year, when Major Stephen James took over the detective division, the 4-drawer filing cabinet that holds thousands of fizzled leads was reopened. This guy's name is James wanted to take a fresh look at cold cases, and he wanted the work to begin with the missing women. A young detective, 28-year-old Corporal Greg Higdon, a college freshman the year the woman disappeared, accepted the assignment and immediately began rifling through the old reports and leads. The idea, says James, was to bring in a fresh set of eyes. He can just look at the facts, says Janice McCall, who's encouraged that the case has been reopened. He doesn't even ask the officers what happened back then. He only asks the questions he wants answers to. That may be just what we need. Higdon's high energy level and determination is coupled with the investigative skills of Corporal Alan Neal, considered one of the department's best investigators. So, hope, which this investigation hasn't had since the early days, is alive again. Maybe they'll see something we missed, Asher says. Maybe they will. That's interesting. A police officer who doesn't admit he's wrong or missed anything is hoping that other people will find what he missed. That's interesting. Maybe he actually wants the case solved, unlike some of these other cases we're following. One lead that surfaced 2 weeks into the investigation is keeping detectives busy today. Robert Craig Cox. Though family members of the three women say authorities have a list of 10 people they haven't ruled out, and we'll be getting into who those people are, Cox jumps to the top. Police first interviewed Cox in June 1992, but when he produced what cops thought was a rock-solid alibi, attending church with his girlfriend on the morning the woman disappeared, they focused on other people and leads. Then, Cox, who was still free after walking away from death row, was arrested in Texas for robbery. He already had a history of burglary, kidnapping, and murder. Springfield officers interviewed him, and the game began. Like Ted Bundy, the infamous rapist and murderer Cox met in Stark, Florida prison, Cox told police for them to think he knew something, but not enough to incriminate himself. He told them he knew the women were dead and that they were buried near Springfield. Smirking, he refused to say more. In front of a Greene County grand jury, Cox's former girlfriend admitted she lied to police about his alibi on the morning of June 7th, 1992. Cox really wasn't at church with her, she said. He had called her and asked her to lie to police for him. Learning that, Springfield police twice returned to Texas to interview Cox but did not obtain enough for an indictment. We have to examine everything, tried to corroborate statements, Sergeant Mike Owen says. We have to weigh it on the scale and see what it means. In a letter to the news leader last month, Cox says that in the summer of 1992, he worked as a locator at SM&P Conduit, Inc., a Springfield company that locates and marks underground utilities. I have done locates all over Springfield, Cox wrote. I have done work in the area of the house where the abduction occurred. That's interesting. He's admitting that he worked right next to where they disappeared. I actually hadn't heard that previously until reading this. That's pretty interesting. Why would he incriminate himself like that? Maxwell, any thoughts?
So this is the Cox guy?
Yeah.
So he's the one that says he did it, right?
He says he knows they're dead, but he never said he did it.
But he says he knows where they were buried?
I don't know if he gave a specific. He said in the general area.
Next to the city or whatever.
Well, I think he also changed his story a couple times. But he admitted...
But he said that's where they disappeared? So, isn't that what you just said?
He said he worked in the area of the house where the abduction occurred. So they were taken from the house.
Are known?
Well, yeah, that's okay. The official story is that they were taken from the house.
Okay.
Now, that's disputed by some people, and there's different theories that we'll go into. But he admitted that he worked in the area of the house. Now, in a previous podcast, Maxwell and I actually talked about it'd be interesting to know if there was any corroboration of this. Now, he corroborated this himself. I'm not sure if there was a third-party corroboration of it, so the employer would have to verify this information. Otherwise, it's just him talking. But that's interesting. Years ago, Cox would say that he did underground locating jobs everywhere. He couldn't remember if he did them in the neighborhood of East Delmar. So once again, we have his story changing multiple times. So he couldn't remember before, and now he does?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Owen says detectives can't ignore things about Cox's past or the comments he's made, but the sergeant also says there are other people and tips, especially a fresh one from a few months ago, that look promising. All our eggs are not in Cox's basket, Owen says. We're still looking at a lot of different people. If tomorrow we had a lead and solved this case and it wasn't Cox, I wouldn't be surprised. Nonetheless, Cox has been a suspect since the early days, since police got a call from Florida from a family that knew exactly what the McCalls and Streeters were going through. Another grieving family. Days after the women were reported missing, Dorothy Zellers was alone in her Dunellen, Florida home and decided to watch some television. She was captivated by pictures of 3 pretty women flashing on the screen, and she had listened hard as commenters explained they had vanished from a home in Springfield, Missouri. Dorothy thought of her own daughter, Sharon, who at 19 was fun and full of life when she was raped and killed. As she continued watching the program, all Dorothy Zellers could think about was the man who had been convicted of killing her daughter in late 1978. The Florida Supreme Court had released the man, Cox, from death row less than 3 years earlier, and after being paroled from a California prison for kidnapping, he had moved back home with his parents. I guess they're cool with all his activities? I don't know, that's kind of weird.
Well, I don't know. It's their parents. I don't know. it's hard to reject your own kid, I think.
Well, isn't the normal stigma is usually like the mother can always forgive the son, but how often does a father cover for a son who's a murderer? Usually, I mean, not that they would turn them in, but it's usually the mom that's kind of like, my boy can do no wrong, right? Mm-hmm. That's the usual stigma. But to have both parents together, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Unless, I mean, if they were that much of a Christian family and they just believed in forgiveness, I don't know who the parents or who they were, but I don't know how often that happens. Like a convicted murderer, rapist, burglar just moves back home with his parents. It's like, yeah, I've been busy a while, don't have too much money. Can I move back? Like, I've been in prison for a while.
Well, maybe
that's kind of weird.
He was
rehabilitated?
Yeah.
The prison system works? That's an interesting point.
I don't know.
If they believe in the prison system and that he is rehabilitated, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. He lived in Springfield, Missouri. I just knew it was him. I just knew it, Zeller said more than a week ago in a telephone interview from her Florida home. I said to myself, Cox did this. As soon as her husband Charles and son Steve returned from a trip to Tallahassee, she told them about the missing woman in Missouri. I remember her saying to me, it's really coincidental Cox is there. Son Steve recalls. I called the Springfield Police Department and told them Cox is living there. They knew nothing about Cox. What police didn't know, the Zellers did. That's why, for 10 years, they've often wondered if Cheryl and Susie and Stacy were ever found. It's always been in the back of our minds what happened to these women, Steve Zeller says. I feel so bad for the families. As bad as our situation is, at least Sharon was found. To not know where they are or where they were, I can't imagine. Sharon was a happy 19-year-old who wasn't ready for college but loved working at Walt Disney World's Frontierland Trading Post gift shop. She wasn't supposed to work December 30th, 1978, but when someone called in sick, she agreed to go in. She left the park at 10 p.m. She never came home, Dorothy Zeller says. We called Disney World. My husband drove the road back and forth trying to find her along the path. We had everyone out looking. 5 days later, they found their daughter's badly beaten body stuffed in a sewer. The sewer was less than 350 feet from the motel where Cox, 19 at the time, was staying while on vacation with his parents.
Wow, on vacation.
Within days, Cox, a highly regarded Army Ranger, this guy's had training, was interviewed. It would be 10 years before the Zellers would get to see him in court. It took that long for prosecutors to get a solid case on the man who, a year after Sharon Zeller was killed, was named Soldier of the Year.
This was the 70s?
78.
Yeah, okay.
Testimony at his weekend-long trial would show Cox returned to the motel room that night bleeding from his mouth. An inch of his tongue was gone. The Zellers believe Sharon bit it off. She fought for her life, Dorothy Zeller says. Police also had a print in Sharon's car matching a military boot. Cox wore military boots. Blood and hair samples were consistent with Cox.
Wait, who bit whose tongue? Like the victim itself bit his own tongue, or someone else?
Well, who else would have bit it?
Whose tongue was missing?
Cox's.
Cox's tongue was missing.
Yes.
An inch of his tongue.
Hold on. Is he dead?
No.
So his tongue is missing right now.
Well, it was at the time. I don't know how they did.
An inch of his tongue.
That's an inch of his tongue. Yeah. That's a lot of tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wait, can he talk? Can he
Yeah, we listened to his interview.
Oh shit. Does he sound weird or like?
I mean, no weirder than most psychotics.
I mean, I think your tongue grows back. I don't know.
Does it? Like your liver?
Your liver grows back?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Wait.
If you cut less than half of the liver off, it'll grow back.
Wait,
if you take 51%, it doesn't.
Okay.
Not sure about 50, but 49, it'll grow back.
Wait, how did they know his tongue was missing?
Okay, so a nurse told jurors that Cox couldn't have bitten his own tongue off in a fight as he claimed. Because of the way the teeth came down on the tongue, the bite had to have come from another person, she testified. So he obviously went for treatment. Damn. Prosecutors got a conviction and a death penalty verdict. But while Cox was on death row, Florida's Supreme Court decided the jury of 12 didn't have enough evidence to convict him. He was freed. The Zellers were devastated, angry at the justices who had freed the man they believed Sharon attempted to fight off that December night. We told him he would kill again, Steve Zeller says. That's why he made it his personal duty to keep track of Cox, frequently calling the California prison his Springfield parole officer and now jail officials in Texas. Wherever Cox goes or whatever happens to him, Steve will always know. Ever vigilant. Like he knew that Cox was in Springfield on June 7th, 1992. I want to keep tabs on him, Steve Zeller says. I want him to know I'm watching. So what do we think about this? So Cox, it seems to be pretty much open and shut that he did kill the Zellers girl.
Oh, she did die?
Yeah, raped and murdered. Her body,
okay,
her beaten body stuffed in,
okay.
dropped in the sewer. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Look at Maxwell paying attention.
I thought maybe she could have been alive. Okay.
Okay, how long did he?
It makes more sense now.
So he's in jail right now, right? Okay.
Wait, he is in jail now for doing that?
For burglary, I believe.
Oh, yeah, because he got off on the other thing.
Then he went to prison for something else, and then he went to, he's got a long criminal record.
Okay, I mean, there's
and
a high chance that he
did
did this then.
There's quite a few problems with him and doing it, alibis. It's possible, but there were witnesses who saw other people as well. There were testimonies, rumors, and there's a lot of shady circumstances with her friends that we didn't even talk about yet. Like Janelle Kirby and her boyfriend who showed up at the house, and there was like a broken lamp and they swept it up, and 18 people were all over there, and then they received phone calls as well. And there was also some kind of prank caller, and the phone calls happened right when they returned to the house several hours later. The whole situation is very, very weird. And their parties that they visited where people might have saw them was very, very weird. So it's not quite so simple with Cox. And then he just stopped talking. So I think people who are deeply researching this case believe that Cox might have just overheard something from another inmate who may or may not have been lying. But Cox does have some strange connection with other shady people in the area. And we're going to go over that. Also, what we didn't mention yet, well, the article will probably mention. If it doesn't, I'll get into Susie Streeter and how she was going to testify against an ex-boyfriend who were grave robbers.
I remember that.
And yeah, the mother was the one that told her to testify and was possibly going to testify herself.
Yeah.
And this has nothing to do with Cox.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not quite so open and shut, Johnny. But yes, it's possible he could have done it, but there's a lot of coincidence in this case that we didn't even get to. A search for the truth. Springfield police have checked sewers across Springfield. They've also searched places known to Cox. They can't ignore the story of Sharon Zellers or that a jury of 12 believed Cox was the one who killed Sharon and stuffed her in a sewer. Susie Streeter and Stacy McCall were driving home just like Sharon. They were young, with long hair, just like Sharon. Levitt's dad, Jim Williams, died in 1997. He died believing Cox killed his daughter and granddaughter. He told me, I'm sure that's the guy. I just don't know if they'll be able to prove it, says Cliff Williams, Levitt's uncle. Cliff Williams says the way Cox smiles as he talks about the case and how he plays with the police has convinced many family members that he holds the answers. And just a quick aside on that, if you're some kind of psychotic criminal serial killer and you're bored in prison and you overheard something from another inmate or you just know about the case and you got nothing better to do, wouldn't you taunt police just as a means of entertainment? Like, how does that prove you're guilty?
There's no chance of him getting out, though?
I'm not sure about the exact details. I think he's just screwing around. So he could be screwing around because he did it, or he could be screwing around because he's bored and he didn't do it, right? Like, screwing around like that for a psychotic, that doesn't... Does that mean he's guilty? I wouldn't.
And then he's in jail also because of burglary?
Yeah.
I mean, that... So, like, why is he in for
But
so
keep
long?
in mind, that's a very strange abduction, right? Because their purses were left with money in them. I mean, if you're a criminal, and you're like, wouldn't you just grab the purse? I mean, free money. You're abducting and killing people. Are you going to leave their purses lined up neatly?
Maybe
There's
it's
a
done
lot
on
of
purpose, like
to confuse people. But at least take the cash out. I mean, what? It takes like 10 seconds. Like if you look at the time it takes to line up the purses.
I guess the person didn't really care about money. They just really wanted to kill some girls.
That gets them off. And also, like if you bring the purses with you, logistically it's harder.
But why don't you just bury them with the body? Where's the bodies?
And isn't it usually
I guess what I mean exactly. Like, why bury persons? That's more things to carry. Like, you're gonna have
just pull the cash out. You're right. Just pull
the body.
Yeah, just pull the cash out.
Isn't it usually some sort of like more wealthier people that do these? Weird...
Every second counts. I mean,
well, he had to move back with his parents, so I don't think.
I'm saying so, if it's not him.
Oh, if it was somebody else, yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking. Okay. About, if it was somebody else who is wealthy, then they don't need the cash.
I'm saying like cases like this, people are usually like the sicko killers are sometimes more wealthier than others.
Depending, they could be.
So they don't really have much better to do. They just kind of want to kill somebody.
Well, I was just referencing the fact that he's taunting police and smiles. That doesn't mean he's guilty. That just means he's kind of crazy. At the same time, they realize Cox may not have had anything to do with the disappearance, that playing coy with cops is just a game to him. In mid-1997, Cox wrote the news leader a letter explaining that then Sergeant Kevin Routh asked him during an interview in jail to tell him where the bodies were. I told them that I wanted closure too. I'm tired of the harassment I have received because of my association to this case, Cox wrote. Then I told Sergeant Routh if I could tell him where the bodies were, then he would come after me with an indictment and seek the death penalty. Cox went on to write that he could tell the newsleader reporter where the bodies were, but he wouldn't do so because the reporter would have to give him up to the police. I would like him, if he knows something, to tell what he knows, Janice McCall says. He's going to be in prison another 20 years. His appeals are gone by the wayside. He said they were dead and buried them around Springfield. How does he know that? I don't know if he'll ever give up the right information. I want to know where my daughter is. That's what I would ask the man. Cliff Williams thinks about the case that swallowed his life 10 years ago, about becoming executor of his niece's estate. He used to jump in his seat every time he heard on television that remains had been found in the Ozarks. Now he just waits to hear from police. Every few weeks, Williams goes for a trim at Bill Stokes' barbershop, where he's confronted by the poster of the missing women. He's never told the barber that he's Cheryl Levitt's uncle. I occasionally think about it and wonder if we'll know anything one day. I just hardly don't think we will, says Williams, 82. I don't know if you call it hope. It's just a long, long shot. You can talk odds of 1,000,000 to 1. This is farther than that. I would like to know what happened, but that going to happen? I doubt it. Newsleader reporter Robert Keyes contributed information to this story. The mystery. Thousands of tips, but no evidence. No crime scene. No witnesses. Timeline. 10 years of frustration. June 6th, 6 p.m. Graduation ends at Hammond's Student Center. 7:30 p.m. A friend of Susie's drops off a graduation cake for her. 8:30 p.m. Susie and Stacy show up at their first party of the night in Battlefield on Coach Drive. 9:30 p.m. Cheryl's friend calls her at the house where she's refinishing a chair. So she actually she restored furniture, and that's what she did. 10:30 p.m. Stacy calls home and tells her mom they won't be driving to Branson, so they were supposed to go to a water park that night. They'll spend the night at Janelle's. June 7th, 1:30 a.m. Susie and Stacy appear at another party in the 1500 block of East Hanover Street in Springfield. Just before 2 a.m., they go back to Janelle's house on their way back to Susie's, where they would sleep in her new king-sized waterbed. 8 or 9 a.m., Janelle calls Susie's house. No answer. She leaves a message. 12:30 p.m., Janelle and her boyfriend go to the house on East Delmar Street looking for Susie and Stacy. 7 p.m., Janice McCall shows up at the house prepared to take Stacy's belongings and her car home. June 8th, police begin investigating the case. They go to the house and wait for a search warrant to go inside. By the end of the night, police know they have something serious on their hands. The media learn about the disappearance. The FBI is called in to help on June 9th. Every detective at the Springfield Police Department is working on the case. June 13th, the community is invited to help in the search. Dozens of people comb wooded areas. June 14th, pictures of the three women air on America's Most Wanted, starring John Walsh. Law officers' sweeping search of wooded areas and streams in the Springfield area begins. Officers also search the Boulevard Road apartments after someone leaves a letter in a newsletter rack at Smitty's, 218 South Glenstone Ave. The letter contains a rough drawing of the apartment complex with the phrase, use ruse of gas man checking for leak. I hadn't heard about that previously. So someone dropped a letter stating that that's what happened. How would they even know?
What did it say again?
Use ruse of gas man checking for leak.
What is that?
So someone pretending to be a gas man as a ruse for checking for a leak. So they might let him in if he just ran up to the house saying, there's a leak in the neighborhood, you got to get out or something. Huh?
And then that's what that Cox guy did? The utility stuff? Or did he...
Supposedly he just located, he was a locator, so possibly gas lines, and he also knew the sewer system. So he could have theoretically, if they went down through the sewer, he could have theoretically taken them wherever. But here's the thing, one man with 3 women, I mean, if he had a gun, yeah, I guess he could do it, but it's logistically not that easy. And then there were sightings of a green van.
And we don't know what kind of car he had. Because he stuffed the other girl in the sewer, right? So he likes chilling down there.
Yeah. Well, they searched all of them.
Yeah.
So, and that one was 350 feet from his motel.
Familiar with, getting in and out of those things, I guess.
Supposedly, yeah. June 15th, police go back to the house at 1717 East Delmar. Officers are working a fresh tip that neighbors saw a transient near the home the days prior to the disappearance. A picture of the man with long hair and a full beard is released. The Missouri Victim Center schedules group counseling sessions for friends, family, and community members struggling with the disappearance. June 16th, police release a photo of a retouched Dodge van similar to one seen near Cheryl and Susie's home early on June 7th. June 18th, because of resources needed for the missing woman case, the Springfield Police Department eliminates overtime in its traffic and DWI programs. The department has already logged 1,632 hours of overtime and has worked 3,147 hours on the case. June 21st, police hammer out their theories. Deputy Chief Ron Worsham says it appears to be an abduction, and it can go in 2 directions. 1, a drifting transient watched and waited, then kidnapped the woman. 2, or the answer was in Levitt's background. Police dig deeper into Levitt's past. The reward fund stands at $3,000. June 24th, police work on a new tip. A waitress at George's Steakhouse, one of Levitt's favorite restaurants, says she saw the 3 women at the diner between 1 and 3 a.m. And that she also saw that they were with some younger men. So that's a strange tip that's discredited, but I'm not sure. That seems I don't know. It could be legit. And that's not far from their house.
And she didn't, the diner woman didn't see what kind of car they had?
I don't believe so. But other waitresses supposedly said they didn't see them. So this sparked some conspiracy theories.
So these girls, people knew who these girls were?
Of course, yeah.
Like they were a small place.
The waitress said that she even knew she was Susie Streeter because of her bad attitude. Like, they didn't live that far from the house, so they were familiar with them, especially if they went there often. Other waitresses said they hadn't been there in like 3 months. So there's conflicting stories. These are all rumors, by the way. So nobody corroborated this. Is it possible? So the people theorizing it was some kind of mafia thing or something to do with local drug dealers, that they threatened people to stop talking about it or whatnot. But anyway, June 7th, the women arrived and left together. The waitress said Susie appeared giddy, perhaps intoxicated, and her mom tried to calm her down. The reward fund skyrockets to $40,000 after a secret gift. So it went from $3,000 to $40,000. I guess you could just a rich person or possibly, I don't know.
Wait, the reward if somebody knows the whereabouts?
Yeah,
where does that money come from?
It usually comes from, I believe, the police or the public raised money or a private individual anonymously lending it. June 28th, police end the 24-hour command post at Levitt's home. July 19th, FBI Special Agent James Wright comes to Springfield to gather information and perhaps develop a psychological profile of the abductor. September 15th, Levitt's son, Bart Streeter, considered an initial suspect, quits his job and leaves Springfield. He has not returned. It is the 100th day of the investigation. That's coincidental.
Who was that again?
Bart Streeter, and that's Susie Streeter's brother, Cheryl's son. He was kind of estranged from the family. We'll go into the background of Bart and Susie. They actually lived together a while before, and then they had a fight, so they blame him for that. There was possibly some violence in the fight. There's a lot of different stories, controversial. So Janice McCall said on the September 15th, "I'd hate to think of doing this for another 100 days. January 2nd, an anonymous New Year's Eve caller to a switchboard operator of America's Most Wanted is cut off when the operator tries to link up with Springfield investigators. Police still seek contact with the man whom they consider to have prime knowledge of the abductions." So apparently this caller said something that led them to believe that he knew a lot.
And then the call got cut?
The call got cut off when she was connecting him, because he called America's Most Wanted, and they were connecting him to the Springfield police, and it got cut off. Huh. Or the caller hung up.
So they don't even know who that is?
No, and they were urging him to call back again, and he did not, to the best of our knowledge. It's not been released publicly if he did call back. February 14th, for the first time, police announces that they are considering the possibility that the disappearances are the work of one or more serial killers. March 9th, Susie Streeter's 20th birthday. Her grandparents offer several $100s in additional reward money in a taped appeal played on local television. April 22nd, McCall's 19th birthday. August 28th, information from a police informant leads police to search farmland in Webster County looking for the bodies of the 3 missing women. Police say they find items at the scene but would not elaborate. The results of the search warrant were sealed. So we're going to do a dedicated episode on this exact farm and all the details surrounding it, because there's a lot of really weird and shady connections with these people. So, yeah, supposedly there was also a green van found on the scene and a lot of strange. By the way, that original green van sighting, that was only that they used a hypnotist to get that information out of the witness. So it's not, for some reason, that's never missing.
Wasn't that spotted though, like in front of their house?
In the neighborhood.
Yeah,
not too far from their house. And then it turned around and supposedly.
But that was a hypnotist's.
A hypnotist pulled that info out of an old lady who was sitting on her porch that saw it. We went over this in our previous podcast. If you listen to the Mindshock podcast, Johnny, you could learn a lot of stuff. In 1994, another lead takes police nowhere as officers search a section of Bull Shoals Lake. Officers from the Missouri Highway Patrol, Springfield Police, and Ozark County find animal remains and pieces of clothing believed to be panties and T-shirts. The clothing did not match the description of what the women were wearing. Janice and Stu McCall, Stacy's parents, create One Missing Link, a not-for-profit organization to help families with loved ones who are missing. 1995, a grand jury disbands in January without handing up indictments. Robert Craig Cox, whose name came up early in the investigation, is arrested in Texas for aggravated robbery. After information on Cox is presented to a grand jury, investigators interview him in a Texas prison. In the grand jury, Cox's ex-girlfriend tells jurors that she lied when she told police Cox was with her at church the morning of June 7th, 1992. You know what's strange? They never bothered to confirm that alibi. Like, whether it's a girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, like, wouldn't you at least check with anybody else at the church? Like, you're just going to take someone's word for saying that they were with them? Is that strange?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maxwell, what do you think? Do you think police investigations should be done a little bit more thorough than that?
But are we sure that they didn't do anything else?
Well, nobody's come forward and said, oh, yeah, he was at church. She just said he was with her. And it looks like they never followed up further, and then she admitted that she lied because he threatened her. 1996, news leader reporter Robert Keyes interviews Cox from prison. The inmate tells Keyes he knows the women were killed and buried somewhere in Springfield or close by, quote, and they'll never be found, end quote. That sounds like someone who's just playing games, right?
Why would he? Why?
I think, I don't know. I think he's putting not necessarily him that did it, but like he's putting himself in the person's shoes, and like, you know.
That did it?
Yeah. I don't know.
Because he knows who it is? Or
because he's probably done the same thing. I don't know, dude. Or it could have been him. I don't know.
1997, the family of Cheryl Levitt and Susie Streeter go through court proceedings to declare the two women dead. Stacy's parents vow that they will not declare their daughter dead until her body is found. On the 5th anniversary, families of the women dedicate a bench in their honor inside the victims' memorial garden in Phelps Grove Park. Cheryl's father isn't at the dedication. He passed away a few months before. 2001, police consider refocusing some effort on cold cases. The missing woman case is high on that priority list. Corporal Greg Higdon begins to read old reports and leads. 2002, Springfield police write Cox a letter requesting an interview. The inmate declines, saying because of police influence he's been segregated from fellow inmates. Officers continue to work the case, rereading reports and searching areas. Part 2. It was graduation day, and Stacy was tired of smiling. She had posed with Grandma, then she took her smile outside to the backyard where her mother fired the flash over and over. And when the teen tried to take off her dress shoes and pantyhose, Mom begged for more photos. "Don't change just yet," Mom pleaded. "One more with the graduation cake." "Mother, I'm just about smiled out," Stacy grumbled, but she put up with it. The camera kept clicking, and she kept the charm flowing. Still, Stacy wondered, couldn't the family wait a day before cutting the white cake with the diploma and black cap and tassel? Janice McCall remembers her daughter's smile as she walked out the door that night, eager to hang out with her friends. She had won. The rest of the celebration could wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow came, but Stacy wasn't in the picture. The cake was never cut. Stacy never read her acceptance letter from Southwest Missouri State University, and she had no time to spend with her graduation puppy, a bouncy Cocker Spaniel named Bubba. When Janice McCall closes her eyes and thinks about her daughter, the enduring image is of a smiling 18-year-old walking out the door one last time, a white puppy playfully snapping at her heels. The frame was frozen on June 6, 1992. A special bond. Susie Streeter thought of her mother, Cheryl Levitt, as one of her best friends. Susie would cancel plans with her friends to spend time with her mom. They could talk about anything, and each made tapes of favorite songs for one another and personal messages. "I just wanted to tell you I love you," preceding the music. That's why it wasn't a surprise that the two opted for a take-home pizza and some quiet time alone following Susie's graduation in the hours before Susie would go out to party. Cheryl was the only family member Susie had inside Hammond Student Center when she got her diploma. After sharing a meal with her daughter, Cheryl would varnish a chair and hang wallpaper border in one room of the home she had purchased 2 months earlier. Because Susie intended to spend the night with friends at a Branson hotel, Cheryl had the house to herself. At least that was the idea when Susie left home with the beginnings of a stomach ache. Probably from the pizza, she would later tell friends. Minutes later, Susie would be at Janelle Kirby's house. Once Stacy showed up, the three friends would head to the party next door. Cheryl began her chores in the home on East Delmar, accompanied by her little Yorkie, Cinnamon. In the refrigerator was a graduation cake to be shared later. "Congrats, Suze," was written in icing. Lifelong friends. Janelle and Stacy had been friends since they were toddlers. The McCall and Kirby families lived near each other in Battlefield. Janelle's mom had watched Stacy when she was 3 or 4. The two girls became best friends, playing in the neighborhood and preparing for kindergarten at the same time. Pictures in Janelle's photo album show the two at a birthday party, big grins etched across their faces. In 2nd grade, Stacy and Janelle met Susie, a tall blonde who had a small tumor on her chin. Susie had been held back in 2nd grade and was a year older, but the three connected, sometimes spending the night together. The McCalls moved out of state when Stacy was 11, and it was just Janelle and Susie. When Stacy moved back a couple years later, things were different. From then on, it wasn't the same, Janelle Kirby says. Instead of 3, it was typically 2. Sometimes Janelle and Stacy, sometimes Janelle and Susie. And as high school approached, Stacy migrated toward the popular crowd, and Susie tilted more toward a rowdy bunch. Janelle was the glue for the 3. But a couple of months before graduation, the 3 rekindled the closeness of childhood. Janelle and Stacy remained close like sisters. They took their ACT together, celebrated their 18th birthdays, went to prom. "It was a big month for us," Janelle says. Susie was back in the picture too, especially on graduation. The girls were happy, headed for an uncertain but promising future. Stacy and Janelle would go to Southwest Missouri State, and they were thinking about pledging a sorority. Susie was headed for cosmetology school, following in the footsteps of her mother, Cheryl, who had more than 250 clients at New Attitudes Hair Salon. But before all that, they would have a few days of fun, and it would start on graduation night. Before the three left the graduation ceremony at SMS, they intended to meet at Janelle's around 8 p.m., go to a party next door, then to another across town, and finally drive to a hotel in Branson and hit Whitewater the following morning. So that's the water park. Last-minute decision. Stacy knew her parents were worried about the girls driving to Branson late at night. All Janice and Stu McCall could think about was the night of their own graduation when two friends were killed in a traffic accident. Stacy called home about 10:30 p.m. with a change of plans. The girls had decided to play it safe. "We're not going to leave tonight," Stacy told her mom over the phone. "We're going to Whitewater in the morning, and I'm going to stay here at Janelle's." "Call me before you leave for Whitewater," Janice told her daughter. "All right, I will," Stacy answered. "Good night." Janice felt assured. She went to bed. A long, happy day had ended. The girls loaded up and went to another party at friend Michelle Elder's house. Stacy and Michelle agreed that they should do more together. But the party on East Hanover Street got a little loud and a neighbor called police. An officer showed up at 1:40 a.m., shooing partiers away. Susie and Stacy went to their cars parked at Janelle's. Her mom, Kathy Kirby, had a pallet laid out on her living room floor for Susie and Stacy. Janelle would sleep on the couch because family members from out of town were sleeping in her bedroom. Susie and Stacy decided they would be more comfortable sleeping on Susie's new waterbed and told Janelle they'd see her in the morning. Kathy Kirby woke up when her daughter came in the front door. She heard the girls outside. "Follow me to my house," Susie told her friend. "Okay," Stacy answered. "I will." Okay, so let me interject here. So some people believe that Janelle and possibly other friends were somehow responsible for what happened to them. So some of these crazy conspiracy theories involve Janelle simply being jealous that they weren't going to stay there and go somewhere else. So some people say that they weren't killed or abducted at the Streeter house, that they were actually, something happened to them before and someone parked their cars there because the car was not parked in the normal position. So Cheryl and Susie parked their cars very particularly, and that's not the way they were parked that particular night. Now, what makes it slightly weird is because if they're getting home at like 2 in the morning, they're not going to necessarily park normally either. So it's like, it's a little weird. Like you can't completely rule it out, but it's just a little strange. So what are your feelings on the case so far, Johnny?
So real quick, so this happened on the night of graduation?
Mm-hmm.
So they went out partying, the three girls? Or the
three girls went out partying, yes.
And
so
they actually made it back home.
They made it back to Janelle's. So
girls
nobody
house.
can. So that's one of the points of contention. Do we have 100% irrefutable proof that they made it to the Streeter's house, to Susie's house? Supposedly they took their makeup off, and those tissues were in the wastebasket. I'm not sure if they were actually tested.
And that's where that lady said they made it to the diner and they were hanging out with some boys, guys, whatever.
If that was them, yeah.
If that was them.
The commonly accepted timeline is that wasn't them.
Okay.
Also, someone,
where else
I don't know
could
if
they have been? Did people say where they were? Like they couldn't be at a bar.
So supposedly there was a sighting at a grocery store that we went into that they went to earlier in the night. So this was before going back to Janelle. But they said they saw Cheryl Levitt looking for her daughter. And the clerk initially was deemed credible, and then this all disappeared. This is only in the first couple of newspaper articles. We went over this in the previous episodes. He said it was her, and she was looking for her daughter. Why would she be looking for her daughter?
Before she was missing?
At like somewhere around 11, yeah. 11
in
to 12.
like that neighborhood? Just looking around?
But some lady across the street said it wasn't her, so then that was all forgotten about.
But so
you remember all this, Maxwell, right? We had extensive conversation on this.
They were drunk though. Is there any? Were they drunk? Like
I
when
don't
they came
know.
back home.
A lot of her friends described Susie as being agitated, even at graduation. Like she didn't want to be alone. So some people think that she was threatened by the ex-boyfriend and his group of friends who possibly knew Janelle.
Was he older? Or like within
one or 2 years? Yeah, I think he was a year or two older, but he probably wasn't in school. We'll go into that whole dynamic later.
Like, could they have went to a college party or something?
Well, their whereabouts are pretty known, so it was their high school. It was the high school parties. The thing is, sometimes someone had a theory that college guys from some kind of organization or frat as a initiation, they had to kill something got out of hand, or they saw them there, then they followed them back to the house and killed them all, and they didn't know the mom was going to be there, so then they had to kill her. There's a whole bunch of insane theories in this case. It's just bizarre. Any new thoughts, Maxwell, since last time?
Well, I'm thinking if it's if they never made it home, I don't know. It's kind of they're going out of their way to put the person in line.
To make it seem like they did go home. Yeah.
Yeah. But that kind of
we don't know
if that is true. It kind of makes sense with the persons lined up because what do you think? I don't know. They're not gonna scatter this person like they just.
Well, the other weird thing is they had to be taken by force because if they were chain smokers, like they don't leave the room without smoking, and they left their cigarettes. So if they were killed elsewhere, they just left their cigarettes there. I don't know. It seems to me that it's most likely they did make it back to the house. Most likely, unless they made it back to the house, tried to go to sleep, and then left again.
That's a big team
we don't
effort
know
because there's 3 cars, right?
Yes.
So if they never made it home, that's a big team.
It is. Yeah.
It's
rough.
That's like a 10-person team because
found their cars
in the all the cars were in the driveway.
Because one person couldn't have. Where were they? How far was the party again?
We went over all this.
I'm sorry.
With maps.
Okay. Well, anyway, how long? How far? Just say it.
Probably about 20 minutes.
So they were at a high school
or
party.
Between
okay,
15,
so there's no
minutes.
way one person could have done back and forth, like drive it and go into
probably
all the
not. No, probably not.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so part 3. Janelle Kirby was curious. She had been with Stacy McCall and Susie Streeter at graduation parties the night before, and they had agreed to meet her the next day for some fun at a Branson water park. It was nearly noon, and the girls hadn't called. Janelle decided to drive over to Susie's house at 1717 East Delmar Street, where she figured Stacy and Susie were sleeping in, to investigate. Hopping out of her car barefoot, the first thing Janelle noticed was broken glass shimmering on the front steps. The porch globe was busted, yet the yellow bulb burned bright under the midday sun. Someone or something must have bumped it, she thought. No big deal. As a favor to Susie's mom, Janelle's boyfriend Mike grabbed a broom, swept up the glass, and dumped it in the garbage. A decade later, authorities view that broken glass as a possible clue to the disappearance of McCall Streeter and Cheryl Levitt on June 7, 1992. Back then, it was an annoyance that could have cut Janelle's feet. And as Janelle peered into the house through the living room window, Mike unknowingly discarded the only piece of evidence in what appears to be a kidnapping and triple murder, a case that still reverberates in the Ozarks. Each of the missing women had a car parked in the driveway. Looking through the window, nothing seemed to be amiss inside. The living room was tidy. Janelle walked around to the backyard, thinking her friends might be sunbathing on a cloudless day with temperatures near 80. Nothing. Better have a look inside. Janelle and Mike thought maybe they were asleep. Maybe they had left a note. The house was still. Janelle knew Susie's little Yorkie well, but had never seen him yap and carry on as he did when she cracked open the front door. Cinnamon jumped up into her arms, comfortable being with someone he knew. I started yelling for them, for Stacy, Susie, and Cheryl, Janelle says. The house was still. She walked through the living room and kitchen, then the bathroom and Susie's room. Little things caught her attention. Susie's bed covers were pulled back. The room was a little messy, but nothing unusual for a teenager. The women's purses were still in the house, piled up on the steps of Susie's sunken bedroom. Susie and her mother, Cheryl, had left behind their cigarettes. That was odd, Janelle thought. The two were constantly smoking and rarely went anywhere without smokes. Puzzled, Janelle and Mike went to a friend's house, wondering if Susie and Stacy had gone there before meeting for the trip to Branson. But their friend Shane hadn't seen the girls. In fact, he was still in bed. And just a point here, Shane was the one that had given them rides from the parties. So he was with them, possibly one of the last known people to have seen them. Janelle and Mike returned to 1717 East Delmar Street one more time. Nothing. It suddenly occurred to them that the woman might have walked to a neighborhood sub shop for lunch, so they hurried over there but again found nothing. They scanned sidewalks of every street they passed, hoping to find the woman taking a leisurely walk. By this time, Janelle and Mike were worried, but they still didn't think the woman had disappeared. They just didn't know where they had gone. Maybe Janice knew. Let me talk to Stacy. When Janice McCall hadn't heard from her daughter by midday that Sunday, she called Janelle's house. Janelle's sister answered the phone. Have they gotten up yet? Janice asked. The sister explained that Janelle wasn't home. She left with Mike. Let me talk to Stacy, Janice asked. She didn't stay here, the sister answered. Janice told the sister that Stacy did stay there last night, explaining that Stacy had called her about 10:30 p.m. with the news. No, Janelle's sister insisted. Stacy went to Susie's house. The Kirby house was crowded with relatives, and Stacy and Susie had decided to go to Susie's so they could sleep in her new king-sized waterbed. Janice was a little upset that her daughter didn't stay where she had planned to sleep, but she would talk with Stacy about that later. For the time being, she called Susie's and left instructions on the answering machine for Stacy to call her when she returned. Like Janelle and Mike, Janice was worried but not alarmed. The McCall family went to Lake Springfield to watch miniature boats race as planned. Janice's mother, from Oklahoma, was in town, and the family enjoyed a hot day in the sun together. Janice had talked to Janelle, who explained that she and Mike couldn't find Stacy and Susie. As the day wore on, Janice's voice on Susie's answering machine was getting more and more frantic. Her concerns evident. Her worry grew when she got a call from a friend, the mother of one of Stacy's close friends. Are you aware Stacy's purse and her car and Susie's car is still at Cheryl's house, but the girls aren't? The woman said. The sun was starting to set. Janice and one of her two older daughters jumped in the car and drove towards the tiny house on Delmar. The plan was that the sister would drive Stacy's car home. I was going to let her look for her car and clothes, Janice says. I thought that serves you right. You didn't let me know anything, and I won't let you know. Where could she be? Light was fading from the evening sky, and mature trees around Levitt's home made the entryway dark. Janice searched for a light and finally found the switch on a table lamp. She looked around the small, dimly lit living room and made her way through the house. Suddenly, the house on Delmar was filling with people. Family and friends and parents of friends began pouring into the little house, wondering where the woman could be. Janice paced the kitchen, still upset that Stacy hadn't told her where she was. That wasn't like Stacy, the youngest of three daughters. She was the type of girl who let her parents know where she was at all times. Stacy had earlier snuck out of the house, only to find her mom waiting outside the apartment building she had gone into. Stacy knew her mom. She knew that Janice worried and that a phone call was always required. Janice couldn't understand why her daughter had been gone so long. Things weren't adding up. Not only were the purses of all three women inside, with car keys and a large sum of money in Cheryl's bag, but so were some of Stacy's clothes. And her migraine medication, something she never left behind, was in her purse. Stacy relied on that medication when her headaches were too much to bear. I thought, why would she leave all of this here, Janice recalls. She kept asking Janelle, back at East Delmar for the third time that day, where could she be? Where could she be? The mother of one of Stacy's friends was with Janice in the kitchen. They planned to look through Cheryl's personal phone book and call friends to see if they had any idea where the woman might have gone. Let's make a pot of coffee, the friend suggested. Janice thought, I don't want to do that. What's Cheryl going to say when we're sitting here in her kitchen drinking coffee? Janice started calling people, including a former stepdaughter. No one had heard from Cheryl.
Former stepdaughter.
Janice called her husband Stu. There's something not right. Something is really wrong. He agreed. It was time to call police. But not 911, Janice thought. That's only for emergencies, and that's not what this was. Not yet. I was still waiting for them to come in, Janice said. She called the department number, and the dispatcher asked if she wanted to call 911. No, just take down the information and send an officer, Janice asked. Within minutes, Officer Rick Bookout got the call. The overnight shift. The overnight shift is typically a cop's favorite. The calls are exciting. Officers don't have to bother with the traffic, and requests for service aren't as heavy. They can work proactive cases. Bookout had just clocked in when he heard the police radio crackle. Dispatchers needed the 3-year veteran to go to 1717 East Delmar Street to take a missing persons report. You get a lot of those, Bookout says. They're pretty typical. When he got to the house, the door was open, the lights were on, the smell of varnish hit him hard. He figured someone must be doing a remodeling project. Several people were already inside, milling around the house a block west of Glenstone Avenue. Janelle was there, so was her boyfriend Mike. They hadn't gone to Whitewater, settling instead for a water slide in Springfield known as Hydra Slide. Janelle still had her swimsuit on underneath her clothes, her shorts soaking wet from the suit. Bookout first talked to Stu and Janice McCall. The officer began jotting down the McCall's story in his tiny flip notebook. Their youngest daughter, Stacy, 18, had come to the house to spend the night with Susie Streeter, a childhood friend. Stacy and Susie weren't supposed to spend the night there, but when plans changed, they decided to sleep at the house and go to Whitewater that morning with some friends. They never called friends to rendezvous for the trip to Branson, and they never answered phone calls, which began about 8 a.m. Bookout took a walk through the home, Janice at his side. They went into Susie's room where pictures of famous blondes hung on the wall and 7 oversized stuffed animals were scattered across the floor. 2 slats in the window blinds had been separated as if someone was looking out. The 3 women's purses were all together, Stacy's sitting on Susie's overnight bag. The officer made some notes in his notebook. The television was left on. The bed wasn't made. It looked as if the 2 girls had gotten ready for bed. Bookout looked at Janice. They could have just gone out having fun, he speculated. If she is, she's in her underwear, Janice answered. On the floor were Stacy's flowered shorts, her rings, and her watch in the pocket. Could she have worn some of Susie's clothing to go out? Bookout asked. No, Janice answered. Stacy wouldn't fit into Susie's clothes. Bookout sat at the dining room table with the McCalls and others. The little Yorkie jumped up on his lap. Cinnamon was shaking like crazy, scared with all the strangers in his house. Bookout said, I was thinking, I wish the little dog could talk. Panic rises, hope fades. Officer Brian Galt was the second officer called to the scene. He and Bookout took inventory of the sparse facts they had. The 3 women were gone. Their purses had been left behind, along with the keys to their cars, all parked in the driveway. The porch globe had been broken, the glass swept up and discarded. The missing mother and daughter were smokers, and they had left their cigarettes. She'd leave her house without a lot of things, but a smoker wouldn't leave without cigarettes and a lighter, Bookout says today. I'm thinking, yeah, this probably isn't a good situation. The officers deemed this was a missing persons report and that foul play was suspected. As Janelle watched Bookout jot down notes and interview people in the home, her panic level rose. Sitting on the porch steps facing Delmar Street, she watched every set of headlights approached, praying that a car would stop and the woman would get out with an explanation for their absence. But hope was beginning to fade. She sat on the steps and cried hard. The next question hit Janice like a brick. Can you obtain dental records for Stacy? Bookout inquired. Her heart sank. She knew that everything in the house, the clothes and cigarettes and keys left behind, spelled trouble. I thought if they want dental records, they want to identify my daughter, says Janice, a dental hygienist. They thought my daughter could be dead. Finally, the group of people paraded out of the house and Bookout locked the front door. Janice was startled, her voice frantic. How are they going to get in when they come home? Bookout tried to reassure her. If they want to get in, they can come to the department and identify themselves. He taped a small blue note on the door. It was a standard missing persons letter with a handwritten message on the back. When you get in, please call and cancel the missing persons report. So what do we think so far, Johnny? Do you think Janelle could have anything to do with it? Because if they're that upset looking for their friend, they're going to go to a water park. So they're supposedly when they first visit the house, so they're getting kind of worried. They're going to visit Shane, asking him if he had seen them. He hasn't seen them. They're going to the sub shop, and then they're like, oh, well, let's go to the water slide real quick. I mean, unless they thought they were there to go to the water slide.
I mean, they were all supposed to go to the water park, right?
The big one, the Branson one, the one that's farther away, yes. Well, the other thing that's weird, some people think that whole story is fishy with the water park, because if they're partying till 2 or 3 a.m., They're going to go to the water park at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or even 9 a.m.
Yeah.
On graduation night, after a whole night of partying.
If they never showed up or whatever, like, did they ever go to the water park? Like, they didn't, right? Because what if they were just at the water park?
Well, I think... Oh, no, they didn't show up. But I think the graduating seniors, I'm thinking that was a thing to go to the water park. If so, that means other people went. But no, they didn't go. They were never seen again. The last time they were seen was at Janelle's house. So Shane was the one that drove them to the house from the other party. Yeah.
Late in the morning.
Yeah, at whatever the time was, 2 a.m.
I'm just saying, like, it kind of makes sense. Like, oh, maybe they just went to the water park without telling us. As a possibility.
And you're saying it's weird because they didn't think that?
I get it.
Well, the water park, they went to the Hydra slide, which isn't a real, it's like a tiny little...
Well, they made that up at the last minute, though, right?
Well, no, her shorts were still wet. So if they... Although it would be interesting, that's a good point. It would be interesting to confirm that definitively if anybody else saw them there. Because some people speculate... There were weird comments made by other classmates, which we'll go into future episodes, not to tease the listeners, but... This case is huge. There's a lot of weird theories and rabbit holes to go down this one. There were several places named where the bodies were dumped in bodies of water. Some people think her shorts were wet because they were dumping bodies. Once again, very, very dark theories. Janelle, I don't know. What do you think of Janelle, Maxwell?
She's okay.
Any kind of vibe? It definitely seems like she's nervous, and she definitely knows more than what she's saying. Once again, does that mean she's involved with their kidnapping, murder, or cover-up in any way? Of course not. Of course not. Doesn't mean that at all. But definitely a little bit strange. So what do you think, Johnny? You still thinking it's Cox, or do you think this story is getting stranger and stranger?
There's a lot more that I'm hearing about now, so...
Yeah, there's even more once we get into the ex-boyfriend and some of these other friends. And there's even actually a motorcycle gang that's involved with some drug dealing. And there's also some DWBs, Maxwell. There's some devil-worshipping occultists in this as well, which we'll get into. I'm sure Johnny's waiting to hear about that. Part 4. Before television cameras or newspaper reporters showed up at their South Springfield home 10 years ago today, Janice and Stu McCall made a pact. They would not show emotion publicly. When the cameras were rolling, when the reporters were taking notes, the McCalls would fight back tears. They would hold in the fear, and when making public, often national pleas for the return of their daughter Stacy, they would read from a prepared statement. Sticking to a speech would keep them strong. Ad-libbing could result in a breakdown. If somebody was holding her against her will and they showed her a video or newspaper of us all upset, it would be difficult for her, Janice says, of the strategy a decade past. Even though we were crying all the time, we didn't want people to portray us that way. We didn't want that. We only thought of Stacy. Stu and Janice McCall made the pact on June 8, 1992. By then, they had not seen their daughter in more than 36 hours, and a missing persons report had been filed with the police department. The final image they held of Stacy was a regal, happy young woman walking out the door hours after her high school graduation ceremony, headed for a Saturday night of partying with friends. Now it was Monday morning, and they were earnestly showing Stacy's picture to hospital workers, hoping that they may have admitted a young woman without an identification card. Janice kept going back to the fact that Stacy suffered horribly from migraine headaches and that she'd had to have her medication with her at all times. Without it, she might have checked herself into a hospital, Janice reasoned. Stacy's purse, with her medication inside, was found inside friend Susie Streeter's house on East Delmar, along with Susie's purse and the purse of Susie's mother, Cheryl Levitt. The three women had mysteriously vanished from the home during the early morning hours of Sunday, June 7th. Reality was beginning to set in with the McCalls, a tight family of 5 who always shared evening meals. Still, Janice knew what she had to do next. Days earlier, she and her 3 daughters had watched the Adam Walsh story on television. It was a true story about a little boy who vanished from a department store while shopping with his mother. Facing the disappearance of her own child, Janice leaned on the images from the show. They needed posters. Thousands of them, with pictures of Stacy, Susie, and Cheryl. They needed to call the media to have pictures of the women telegraphed nationwide, and she would have to develop a strong rapport with police to ensure that the search was deep, wide, and thorough.
Full court press. Sitting at his desk that Monday morning, Sergeant Mark Webb reread the report of the 3 missing women and immediately thought about his 2 young daughters. Report number 920169 was mixed in with a large stack of reports on robberies, assaults, and rapes from the weekend. Someone had told him to look out for this particular missing persons report. Officer Rick Bookout's words leaped off the white-lined report. 2 Kickapoo girls and one of their moms were missing. They had just graduated from high school and had spent Saturday night partying with friends. Then they vanished from a house on East Delmar. I thought how horrible it would be to be the parents, Webb says now. Each woman's car was still in the driveway. Their purses and keys and cigarettes were still inside the home, Webb read. The girls had planned to meet a friend for a trip to Branson on Sunday morning, but they hadn't shown up. Webb was a 15-year veteran of the Springfield Police Department. He knew it didn't look good. 3 people don't just disappear at the same time. This looked like the real deal, not a prank the department had invested enormous resources in several weeks earlier when officers feared a young woman had been abducted. An abandoned car was found on the Southwest Missouri State University campus. A woman's purse was inside and there were signs of a struggle. The department hit it with what then Police Chief Terry Knowles called a full court press. In the end, though, officers discovered the scene was staged by the woman who ran off to California to be with her boyfriend. I didn't know that was like a big thing, like staging your own disappearance to run off with somebody. Usually you just disappear, right? You don't actually make a staging. You just go, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of weird. I mean, who owned the
car?
car?
Why did she have to stage it? Was she afraid?
Well, we don't know. They just referenced this as a prank, as sort of like, not a prank, but like a stage disappearance that they invested a lot of time into. Now they got a real one. This one was different, Webb concluded after reading about Cheryl and Susie and Stacy. He took the report to Captain Tony Glenn. Glenn, I think we're going to have another full court press, Webb says. I think you're right, Glenn answers. Detectives were called in, meetings were held, a search warrant was written. The first few hours of day 1 had begun, and the officers had no clue what lay ahead of them. In the beginning, hope. Janice McCall never had reason to go to the police station before, but now she was desperate to find it. What had they learned? What was their strategy? How wide a net had been cast? Her face was red from tears, her eyes droopy from lying awake all night, sick with worry. Now she was lost. Then she spotted the row of police cars off Chestnut Expressway and pulled into the station. She stood before Sergeant Webb. You could tell she was upset, Webb recalls. Who wouldn't be? She was there to do whatever she could to help us find her daughter. Janice knew that police initially believed that the women were out there celebrating and that they would return when the party ended. She knew in her heart that wasn't correct. Her daughter was in trouble. Webb told her that the department already had things in motion. Detective Richard Weeder was working the case and other veteran detectives were coming in. The department was waiting on a search warrant to get inside the house. In the beginning, I had every hope we would solve this within a few days, Webb said. That would find them, know what happened, I thought would get to the bottom of it. Because there was no sign of struggle inside the home and only a busted globe on the outside light which had been swept up and tossed aside, there was essentially no crime scene. And the fact that 18 friends and family members had been in the house throughout Sunday didn't help either, authorities say. Officers knew they were racing against the clock. With each passing hour, authorities were less likely to find the women alive, provided they found them at all. There was nothing that indicated anything happened to them, says Weiter, who's now retired. Outside the house, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Weeder stood outside as commanders waited for the search warrant. The small home was surrounded by police tape and secured. Neighbors began to gather, wondering what had happened to the mother and daughter who had just moved to the neighborhood 2 months before. I started to be afraid. Cliff Williams was at his home near Stratford when his brother Jim, Levitt's father, called from Seattle. His brother was upset. In essence, he said they'd been taken, Cliff Williams says today. I think he said they had been kidnapped. They were missing. The cops had been out there and there was very little evidence. It just knocked him down. Jim told Cliff he would be coming to Springfield soon and that he would call again when he knew more. One of the next calls Jim Williams made was to his daughter, Debbie Schwartz, who also lived on the West Coast. She didn't get the message for a while, but when she did, it was hard to believe that she was hearing about her sister Cheryl and niece Susie. Their purses were in the house. the same house Debbie had visited the month before, and cars parked in the driveway. But the women and a friend of Susie's were gone. The police were involved. I started to be afraid, Schwartz says now. I didn't believe something like that would happen to her. She's very careful. She'd never be one to pick up a hitchhiker. She's not the kind of person to be caught up in a scam. She'd ask questions. Cheryl wouldn't let someone in her house. She wouldn't let someone hurt Susie. This was the case. Late Monday afternoon, Captain Glenn found Police Chief Terry Knowles and his assistant Ron Worsham on the front steps of the police department returning from a meeting at City Hall. Glenn had another briefing on the 3 missing women. I told them it looked like we could be in trouble on this one, Glenn says today. Things weren't adding up. Cheryl hadn't shown up at work, which was totally out of character for the hairstylist with 250 loyal clients. By the way, some people think that one of her clients might have been either a serial killer or some kind of crazy person that wanted to kill her or whatever. So if he went to the house and then the girls came home unexpectedly, he didn't want to kill them, but they walked in on whatever. The only thing weird with that is that the crime, there's like no crime scene. Everything's all neat. So that's kind of strange too. So it could have been someone who was after Cheryl, or it could have been someone who was after either or Susie because of the grave robbers thing, or even Stacy, which we didn't get to, but we'll get to who worked at the car dealership where her dad worked that they had seen Stacy and Susie at before. We'll get into that in a little bit. Are you fascinated by this case yet, Johnny? It's riveting information. Maxwell's on the edge of his seat. He's keeping track of all these details. Stacy, the responsible teen who'd always let her family know where she was, hadn't checked in, and Stacy would have needed her migraine medication by now. Though police had gotten one report of a sighting that the 3 women may have jumped on a plane, investigators knew they were dealing with a serious crime. I hadn't heard about that one, that they went on a plane. I mean, there's not too many theories where they're still alive, like they faked their own
Maxwell said. In a plane, they crashed.
Oh, at the beginning of the podcast?
Yeah.
Well, there was no plane crash, but some people think, I don't know, do some people think they just went on a permanent vacation? Like they just wanted to leave their lives? There's just no way.
There's too
Not
many.
without their cigarettes or their purses.
Yeah, there's
Well,
too
they
many
got
people.
plenty of cigarettes where they're going.
Unless they wanted to stage it as a disappearance for some reason.
Maybe they quit
we
that
don't-
night.
Cold turkey?
They all decided to quit that night and left.
No more cigarettes.
You know what's weird is that would Stacy have been involved with that because she was so close with her family? Like, why would she get roped into that? Some people think that Stacy was just super, super nice, and Susie was so agitated and she didn't want to spend the night alone because she was nervous about whatever, either the grave robbers or whatever. Stacy didn't really want to go with her, but she was trying to be nice. So that could have... So it seems very unlikely that they would have just hopped on a plane somewhere. Unless they wanted to do it as a surprise graduation one-day thing and something happened to them somewhere else. But why would she not tell her
And
mom?
there's no proof of, like, tickets bought or
No,
anything, right?
no, nothing. Just this one person. I hadn't heard of this. Someone reported that they saw them getting on a plane at an airport, I guess. So it could have just been someone who looked like them from a distance. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. It's typical in missing persons cases for people to call in reports because they think they saw them. Because, you know, they watch a news report. Like, oh, maybe I saw them. They're not being dishonest. They can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe they did. So they just
Could be
wanted to
them.
err on the side of caution because what if it is them? Then they'd feel bad if they didn't put forth the tip. Lights of the second-floor detective offices burned bright Monday night as detectives made calls and created a timeline that would soon be on display in the chief's conference room. The long sleepless nights for Springfield detectives began June 8, 1992. Nearly every other case was set aside. Everything went on hold. This was the case, Webb says. There were people whose lives would change before them. A lot of cops won't sit around and talk about it and admit that they were upset, that they were hurting. But that's what this case would do. It looked like a grave, the earth moist and dark on top, as if soil had been freshly turned. Officers Dana Carrington and Ron Hutchinson stood gripping shovels on a patch of rocky wooded terrain near Lake Springfield. The call had come in like hundreds of others, offering help with the 3 women who had vanished days earlier. It seemed promising. The break police needed. This is a place where someone could bury someone, Hutchinson thought as he glanced around the secluded area covered with brush and towering trees. But this lead played out like all the rest in the 10-year-old mystery surrounding the disappearance of Cheryl Levitt, Susie Streeter, and Stacy McCall. Optimism soon faded to disappointment. It was a large anthill. An anthill, emphasizes Hutchinson, now a lieutenant in the traffic division who was a major crimes investigator in 1992. That's just one story. I went on many leads like that. It showed us we were really grasping for evidence. Officers followed buzzard sightings, even flying an investigator to Arkansas to check a field where hovering birds had been spotted 2 days earlier. Man, that's dedication. You don't see that in the Maura Murray case. Visions from psychics were pursued, and officials had tarot cards read at least once in a hope that it would generate a lead. When it came to possible evidence, everything, regardless of relevance, was collected, tagged, and stored. Among the items were dingy, soiled jeans from a trash can that prompted a citizen's tip of a suspicious odor, and a large pair of women's underwear floating in Lake Springfield, shorts so big all 3 women could have fit inside. Unlike any case before or after the disappearance of the 3 women, detectives chased tips that came from the community, not from officers on the street. Some blame that on former police chief Terry Knowles, whom they described as a micromanager who didn't let detectives do their job. Officers say key suspect, whose investigators believed had a motive to abduct the women, were ruled out by the police chief himself. George Larby was president of the Springfield Police Officers Association in 1992. He says officers felt Knowles did not have confidence in them, and that generated a lot of infighting within the department during the biggest investigation of detectives' careers. If your highest command tells you how it's going to be, simply put, that's how it's going to be, says Larby, who now serves as a captain in the Greene County Sheriff's Department. Detectives felt powerless. The newer guys wouldn't have any idea what was going on, that this wasn't normally the way we did business, adds Greene County prosecutor Darrell Moore, who was assistant prosecutor when the woman disappeared. This was clearly the most micromanaged case I've ever seen. Seasoned detectives were not allowed to use their experience and judgment in this investigation. This is the only case where that happened, and I don't understand that. Other chiefs and sheriffs have let the guys run with the investigation. Knowles doesn't deny he was a hands-on approach as a leader. He says he wants more than a briefing. He wants to know what's going on. But Knowles' disagreement with detectives who claim his dictatorial ways undermine the case. Contacted recently at his office at the Kansas Bureau of Investigations in Topeka, where he's the deputy director, Knowles says he has not heard accusations of micromanaging. I don't recall that being an issue back then, he says today. What anyone wants to say 10 years later, I can't control that. It's certainly disappointing, and it's frustrating at the time to be doing everything you possibly can. Cases don't always work out the way you want them to, says Knowles, who didn't elaborate on whether he, like the detectives, is haunted by the mystery. How you feel 10 years later is immaterial. How I feel now would not help solve the case. It could be bad. It was Sunday, June 9th, 1992. Lieutenant Mike Braziel was out of town. He was fairly new in the detective division and was on a 5-day, 5-city tour of police departments to learn how other cities ran a detective division, how they did investigations. His thoughts often drifted back home to Springfield, where 3 women had vanished 2 days before. We got a situation going on now with 3 missing people. Now retired Captain Tony Glenn told Braziel on June 8, 1992, when he called to check in. It could be bad. I asked several times, maybe I should come back, says Braziel, who is now retired and running an investigations business. There's nothing you can do at this point other than stand here with me and worry, Glenn recalls telling his colleague a decade ago. This case was difficult because nothing except the busted globe of an outside light was amiss at Cheryl Levitt's South Central home on 1717 East Delmar Street, where the women disappeared the day after Streeter and McCall graduated from Kickapoo High School. A vehicle belonging to each woman sat in Cheryl Levitt's driveway, and the woman's car keys and purses were inside the small, tidy home. There was no sign of a struggle. On Tuesday, June 11th, the worry at police headquarters had increased. We're in a full-court press, and I don't know where this is going to go, Glenn told Braziel in a telephone conversation. Braziel was familiar with a full-court press, Knowles' term for throwing extensive resources at a case, pulling officers from other cases to give priority to just one case. Each day, Braziel called Glenn. He was torn, and so was Glenn. Braziel wanted badly to be in Springfield. But as this case grew bigger and more mysterious, police also also knew what Brazel was learning on the road was more important than ever. He stayed on the trip, and when he got home on Friday, June 12th, the day before officers took off on ATVs and horses and power boats to randomly search for clues throughout Greene County, things had changed. How often do you think police departments just use all their resources? Boats, ATVs, helicopters, they just go all over just looking for whatever. I mean, that's dedication right there. That's how most disappearances should probably be handled, right off the bat. The line was blurred. Investigation briefings now were being held in the chief's conference room. Daily news conferences were scheduled to update the media. The Federal Bureau of Investigations had joined the case. Detectives were discouraged from sharing with one another tips they had run down. That's kind of strange. Instead of coming into the department and working the phones, letting one lead prompt another as they would on any normal major investigation, detectives were mostly getting tip cards. Everything from sightings to suspicious activities to run down. Some sat answering the phones and listening to callers' concerns. Veteran detectives were baffled by this new game plan. It was no longer a CIS, Criminal Investigations Section case. It was a case run out of the administration, says Corporal Doug Thomas, who was a major crimes investigator in 1992 and carried the missing woman case longer than any detective. Investigative decisions were made out of the chief's conference room. The line was blurred because we hadn't done that before. Thomas doesn't criticize when he talks about the change in protocol. His comments reflect only a confusion detectives felt 10 years ago when they showed up for work and everything they'd known and done for years had changed. What's so puzzling is that the detectives who felt handcuffed were talented, says Glenn, who was division commander. On all other cases, they were given latitude to do their jobs. Good detectives need to be supervised, Glenn says, not micromanaged. Webster County Sheriff Ron Worsham, who was Knowles' assistant chief in 1992, believes the case was managed well. Knowles had come from the FBI, and Worsham had attended the FBI Academy. They were trained for major investigation. Who else would you want doing the investigation? Worsham asked today. The best people at the department ran the investigation. We didn't let investigators just run and do whatever they wanted. I don't know how anybody can criticize. For those who do that, they have psychological problems. Case takes on life of own. Daryl Moore was at a prosecutor's conference in September 1992 when the television news magazine 48 Hours jumped to life on the screen. He found a television at a lake of the Ozarks Hotel because he knew Springfield's case of the three missing women would be featured for Sweeps Week. Moore saw clips from across the city, the hair salon where Levitt worked, the house on Delmar where the three women vanished, the McCalls passing out posters with the women's photos and descriptions. What he saw next he'll never forget. Footage of two suspects being given a polygraph test. That's a total violation of the disciplinary rules, Moore says today. We can't even say whether or not polygraphs have been done, much less allow the media to film it. Reporters were given unprecedented access 10 years ago, prosecutors say. They were allowed to air and print tips that came in. Nearly every detail from the house, from what was inside to how rooms looked that June morning when the woman disappeared, was released. If police had developed a suspect and that person was charged, prosecutors feared they would have trouble in court. If the defense was alleging police misconduct, it would have been true, Moore says today, but that was done by one person, the chief. Knowles disagrees. He needed to get information out, and the media helped do that, he says. If this was a serial crime, other communities across the nation might be able to help. At one point, then prosecutor Tom Mountjoy wrote Knowles a letter saying the lid had to be closed on information being released. If things didn't change, people could be held legally responsible. Mountjoy, now a Greene County judge, won't talk about the turmoil from a decade ago, explaining that dredging up the past won't help the ongoing investigation. He adds only that prosecutors are supposed to be kept apprised of a case to make sure it's clean when it goes to trial. I don't think I had a handle on what was going on, Mountjoy says today. There was not a case lead detective, not one person you can go to. With high-profile cases, those cases can take on a life of their own. If left on their own, something other than the law enforcement can become in charge. A moss green van. The woman was sure of what she saw on June 7th, the day the woman vanished. She was on her porch in East Springfield enjoying the morning sunrise. She saw an older model Dodge van of moss green color pull into the driveway next door. A young blonde was driving. She looked just like Susie Streeter, whose picture had been in the newspaper and on television, and she looked scared. The woman on her porch could hear a man's voice say, "Don't do anything stupid." And she didn't report it for several days because she was too scared to come forward. And by the time she had, police were working other sightings of an older model Dodge van. Sometimes the color was dark blue or a dirty brown, depending on the time of day. One man told police he was sitting in the parking lot of a grocery store near Levitt's East Delmar home and saw a van with a young blonde in the driver's seat. She was waiting on someone in the store. He jotted down the license plate on a newspaper because he thought there was something strange about the van. But he had thrown the newspaper away when police had him hypnotized. He could remember only the first 3 digits. This is strange. If this is true, then this seems like the story got conflated with the porch lady, because supposedly she was the one that was hypnotized. In this article, it's saying that there was another witness who also saw her in the driver's seat, which is strange because we never brought this up, Maxwell, in the other podcast. This is the first time I'm seeing this information, that there was a second witness witnessing Susie Streeter in the driver's seat. The other thing that's kind of weird, if you were kidnapping people, would you hide in the back with a gun, or would you just like knock them out, time up, and drive yourself? It's kind of...
Yeah, because then somebody might recognize you and...
Wait, you're saying it's smarter to let them drive? Because
No. I guess what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's kind of stupid to do that because somebody might see her driving around or flag her down like, hey...
Or what if she just gets in an intentional... What's to stop her from just getting into an accident, because then someone could help them?
True.
Or just ramming into a police car.
Yeah. But then where are the other girls anyway?
We don't know if they were in the back or not. So he had thrown the newspaper away, and when police had him hypnotized, he could remember only the first 3 digits. We ran every registered van in the United States that matched that description, Worsham recalls. A moss green van, similar to the one the woman said she saw at sunrise, was parked in front of the police station for weeks with the hope someone else would remember seeing one like it around the time of the disappearance. Now, here's the thing. How many police stations would go out and purchase a van that looked exactly like it just to try to jog people's memories? Like, this is a dedicated police force. We got to give them credit, Maxwell.
So it was impossible to find that exact car with those 3 license plate digits?
We'll have a dedicated podcast on everything to do with vans and vehicles, because there's actually a lot of information, and there were a lot of tips covered. I mean, they went across, I think it said 21 states, this investigation transversed. To this day, opinions differ on the van. Some officers believe a van was involved in the disappearance, others are doubtful. And yet others say police never had enough information to say either way. For the families, the pain doesn't fade. Neither does the idea that maybe something could have been done differently. Maybes and what ifs fill the minds of detectives. Could we have done something different? Probably, says Asher. You could point fingers, but that won't help find these 3 women. And beyond the infighting of 1992, detectives say they knew who they were working for. It was the family of Susie and Cheryl. It was Janice and Stu McCall. Within the first few weeks of the investigation, the McCalls sat across the desk from then Sergeant Mark Webb and played for him a tape of a public service announcement they made pleading for their daughter's return. When the tape ended, Webb struggled to retain his composure. I remember thinking this wasn't someone who had their microwave stolen, Webb says. They had their baby girl stolen and they wanted her back. We were responsible for getting her back. I'll never forget Janice looking at me in the eyes and saying, "You have to promise me you'll bring my baby girl home." So that is the 10-year anniversary article. So it spanned pretty much all of the major facets of the case. And just from that alone, some people actually believe the police were involved in this one as well, or someone posing as a police officer to get into the house. Either way, Webb, just from reading that right there, I don't think he would have said that if he was involved, unless he's like the greatest mastermind genius criminal of all time. Because to fake that in that way, it's pretty strange. So I think unless there's evidence against him, he seems pretty solid, as do most of the police officers. The police chief, however, he was rumored to have met suspects at like diners and just talked with them and then cleared them. So we'll get into the exact suspects in the next episode, as well as other strange things. But just from the overview, what are your thoughts so far, Johnny? Do you think we can narrow it down to Cox or these grave robbers, or Janelle and her friends. There seem to be a lot of rabbit holes in this case as well. Plenty more to come, but just from what we've gone over so far, what are you thinking so far?
So what, is the case still open today?
I believe, technically, I believe it's still open, yeah.
What was Cox's alibis?
I don't think there's ever been a real one. He just told his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend to say that he was with her at church that morning. And then supposing nobody followed up with that until in front of a grand jury, she testified that she had been coerced into making up the alibi under threat of him. Where were you going with that, Maxwell?
I don't know. A lot of usually people with a background and a record, they tend to do the same thing, or they tend to do bad things. So I'm wondering where he was, and he said a lot of crazy shit. So
yeah, he actually said he worked right in that area. Yeah. Before, in our previous episodes, we just regarded that as a rumor that was uncorroborated. It would be interesting if they actually got that from his employer, just to verify that, because he could just be screwing around saying that.
Makes for a good movie. If
why are you always talking about movies? We're trying to do podcasts on real life.
I'm just saying, because if you see this as a movie, he would be, the biggest suspect, and then it turns out to be the jealous friend or whatever. That's that's the movie line.
All right. Well, we hope you enjoyed another episode of Mindshock True Crime. This is the Springfield 3 series. Plenty more to come, as well as our other series. You can check those out on our main channel page. And if you like our content, make sure you're subscribed. Hit the bell notification to get updates. And if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And check us out on social media, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Just check the link in the description. We'll catch you guys next time. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
Sayonara.
Did you hear about the Michael Myers that went and shot, for Halloween? He was dressed up as Michael Myers, shot some people, and then, got away?
What the heck? No.
Well, who's Myers?
Michael Myers, the Halloween movies. He wears that mask. Oh, actually, yeah, I got one there. Third one.
You never heard of the movie Halloween, Maxwell?
I have. I think I saw the first one in parts. Is that the one with what's her name? Okay.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis. It was actually pretty good, at least from what I hear, or from what I not here, but
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Sid Irwin.
And this is the Springfield 3, Episode 4, Suspect City. We're going to go over previously unnamed suspects, transients, local hoodlums, drug dealers, motorcycle gang members that were all in the area and possibly implicated in the disappearance of the Springfield 3. So, as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. Like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates that will only be posted on Facebook. And then you could also check us out, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. And patrons do get priority in case requests. All right, Sid. I keep referring to you as this former Mensa member. But real quick, did we ever talk about the Prometheus Society?
No, I can't honestly say that we have.
Is one of the reasons you left Mensa in order to focus on getting into the Prometheus Society?
You could say that in a way.
For those that don't know, the Prometheus Society is a high IQ society like Mensa, but is much more restrictive. So the entry test is designed to be passable by only 1 in 30,000 of the population. Mensa can be achieved by 1 in 50, which a lot of people actually don't know. People treat Mensa in super high regard. But are you already a member of the Prometheus Society and just refuse to tell us, Sid Irwin?
Now, with such exclusivity, I couldn't honestly share that kind of detail, could I?
So you're saying you could tell us, but then you'd have to kill us?
That's funny, but also true.
All right, how much of the Springfield 3 case do you know about? Because we are going to do a recap.
Like with the rest of our viewers, especially those who are joining us for the first time, I would love to hear the recap.
All right, so this is actually an article posted on people.com pretty recently, November 1st, 2019. Where are the Springfield 3? Inside the case that has baffled family and police for 27 years. For nearly 27 years, family, friends, and law enforcement have tirelessly tried to find out what happened to 3 Missouri women who vanished without a trace. After her high school graduation from Springfield's Kickapoo High School on June 6, 1992, Stacy McCall and her friend Susie Streeter, 19, celebrated with friends before going back to the home Susie shared with her mother, Cheryl Levitt, who was 47. The next morning, Susie and Stacy planned to visit a water park with friends, but the friends never heard from them. And after Janice McCall couldn't reach her daughter Stacy, she drove to Susie and Cheryl's home, hoping to find her. When she arrived, she found Stacy's things, including her wallet, makeup pouch, clothing, shoes, and jewelry, neatly placed on the floor. I kept going through my head, her mom, Janice McCall, 71, tells People, so I immediately called my husband Stu. I knew something was very wrong. She thought they would be home right away, she adds, and was angry we couldn't find her. She never saw her daughter again. While Janice and many others left distraught by the 3 women's disappearances, they have never stopped looking for them. The unsolved case of the so-called Springfield 3 is explored in the season premiere of People Magazine Investigates on Investigation Discovery, airing November 4th at 10 p.m. As days turn into months and then years, authorities continued investigating, finding and eliminating possible suspects. Then, in 1996... Robert Craig Cox, a convicted kidnapper and robber in Texas, claimed he knew the Springfield 3 were dead. Authorities who confirmed Cox had lived in Springfield at the time of the woman's disappearance interviewed him. He wouldn't admit he was responsible, says retired Springfield Police Department Detective Sergeant David Asher, but he said, I just know they're dead. The family want answers no matter how grim and devastating those might be. I've had a lot of dreams with Cheryl in them, says Cheryl's sister Deborah Schwartz, who had both her sister and niece declared dead in 1997. And she tells me they're not suffering. Officer Rick Bookout, who was the first on the scene in 92, says that whoever is responsible for this can't take back what happened, but they can help bring some closure to the families while they're still alive. Adds Janice, there's not a word called closure in the dictionary for families missing someone. My baby is gone. We want some justice. So basically, this is a very mysterious case because 3 people were taken. Now, there is some dispute on whether they were taken simultaneously or not. I mean, there's so many different theories here. And yeah, Craig Cox is quite mysterious because when you're dealing with crazy people, did he just maybe see this on the news, overhear it on the radio, or something of that nature, and then just tried to make up a story for attention? And then, for whatever reason, it's kind of hard to dissect the motives of insane people, just decided to stop talking about it. We don't really know, but there's actually a laundry list of suspects, some of which have never really been gone over in any kind of documentary or podcast series, but we're going to go over them because this is Mindshock and we go down every avenue. But it just seems very, very strange. Some people implicate the friends because they go to the house, they clean up a mess. Why would you clean up a mess at someone's house? That could hold potential clues. especially if nobody's there.
Odd indeed.
Any general thoughts so far?
I mean, it's intriguing. It's weird, to be honest with you, just for that simple, just the premise of it all.
Well, yeah, and their purses were found lined up with the money not taken, and the dog was found locked in the bathroom. So there, it's quite yes, it's quite strange. There were some also sightings, which we'll go over in a moment. We went over all on the previous podcast, but just some more background. This is just right off the wiki. All their personal belongings, including cars and purses, were left behind. There were no signs of a struggle except a broken porch light. There was also a message on the answering machine that police believe might have provided a clue about the disappearance, but it was inadvertently erased. Do you believe that it was inadvertent, Sid?
That's, again, very odd, very strange.
Well, you want to hear more odd? Apparently, there was a history of a crank caller for like that previous year. And the timing of the call on when the friends came to the house leads some to believe that the perpetrator was actually watching the home after the abduction and just wanted to screw with people calling the house.
Oh, wow.
Yes. In 97, Robert Craig Cox, a convicted kidnapper and robber, claimed that he knew the woman had been murdered and that their bodies would never be recovered. Neither their whereabouts nor their remains have been discovered. All right, so Cheryl Elizabeth Levitt was age 47 at the time of her disappearance. She was 5'0" and 110 pounds, with short light blonde hair, brown eyes, pierced ears. She was a cosmetologist at a local salon and a single mother, and was described as being very close to her daughter, Suzanne Elizabeth Susie Streeter. Streeter was 19, 5'5", 102 pounds. With shoulder-length blonde hair and brown eyes. Her distinguishable marks included a scar on her upper right forearm, a small mole on the left corner of her mouth, and pierced ears, left ear pierced twice. Stacy Kathleen McCall was 18, 5'3", 120 pounds, with long dark blonde hair and light-colored eyes. So even though they're not exactly gigantic in stature, it's still, think about how difficult it is to abduct two people properly in the middle of a neighborhood. But now we're talking three. Now, also, the neighborhood area wasn't exactly the most populous. There were some, there were houses around, but supposedly there was also some business district area with some possible abandoned buildings there where there could have been transients or whatnot living there. There's a lot of unknown information in this case. Okay, also curious, this is happening graduation night. So now we do have, this could this have been some kind of occult fraternity initiation? Because there are stories where, I actually went over some on the previous podcast, where frat pledges are actually kidnap females in the area. Hopefully not to kill them or anything, but just to scare them. And that's kind of one of the rituals. Who knows if there's occult sacrifice, things of that nature. It's all quite bizarre. But this is graduation night, so other people...
Or frat kidnapping that could have gone wrong, and thus someone may have ended up dead, and then they had to cover things up.
Yes, especially if one of the frats or college people, we're talking, if some of these people, when you're a senior in high school and you're graduating, you might have friends or family members that are 1 or 2 years older than you that are in college. They might bring their friends around if there's a party with drinking. That's what's so strange about all this. Now, there were reports from friends that Susie was, in fact, acting very strange and scared the entire night. So here's where the plot thickens. She was supposed to testify against an ex-boyfriend in a grave robbing incident. Is this case getting strange enough for you, Sid?
It's becoming more intriguing.
It's pretty rough. Well, let me just finish the quick rundown from the wiki just so you could get caught up and give your thoughts. Streeter and McCall graduated from Kickapoo High School on June 6, 92. They were last seen around 2 a.m. on June 7th when they were leaving the last of the few graduation parties they had attended that evening. At some point during the night, they were also seen in Battlefield. The pair planned to spend the night at their friend Janelle Kirby's house. But when they decided Kirby's house was too crowded, they instead left to go to Streeter's and thus Levitt's home at 1717 East Delmar Street to retire for the night. It is assumed they arrived because their clothing, jewelry, and purses and vehicles were all present at the house the next day. Another interesting detail is that they parked a certain way, and that night their cars were not parked that way. So someone alleges that if they were abducted elsewhere and their cars were brought back to, for whatever reason, or if they were held against their will, kidnapped, brought to the house before being brought elsewhere, but someone was trying to make it look like they had gotten to the house voluntarily, they wouldn't necessarily have known the personal parking habits of the woman. So just another strange detail in a long list of strange details that don't add up. Okay. Levitt was last heard from at approximately 11:15 p.m. on June 6th when she spoke with a friend on the phone about painting an amour. The alleged timeline of the three is suspected to be convoluted, as friends who last saw the girls the previous evening were also the first to arrive at the Levitt home the next day. The following morning, 9 a.m., Janelle Kirby and her boyfriend visited the house after Streeter and McCall failed to show up at her home. They had planned to spend the day at a water park and were supposed to leave from Kirby's residence. Upon arriving, Kirby found the door unlocked and entered the home, but found no sight of Streeter, McCall, or Levitt. Each of the women's cars were parked outside. She also reported to police that the glass lamp shade on the porch light was shattered, though the light bulb itself was intact. Kirby's boyfriend innocuously helped her sweep the broken glass off the porch. Well, hold on a second. How do they know it was innocuous? How does anybody know? I'm not saying Kirby and her boyfriend were responsible for everything, but if they were, then that wouldn't be innocuous, would it? But anyway, that helped her sweep the broken glass off the porch, which police later determined may have destroyed potential evidence. Inside the house, Kirby found Levitt and Streeter's dog, a Yorkshire Terrier named Cinnamon, who appeared agitated, while inside, Kirby also answered a strange and disturbing call from an unidentified male who made sexual innuendos. She hung up and immediately received another call of a sexual nature, again hanging up the phone. Several hours later, McCall's mother, Janice, also visited the house after failed attempts to reach her daughter by phone. Inside, she noticed all three women's purses were sitting on the floor of the living room and also saw her daughter's clothing neatly folded from the night before. Levitt and Streeter's cigarettes were also left inside the house. And that's another interesting point. Supposedly, they wouldn't go anywhere without their cigarettes. So, again, unless they were just answering the door, if they were going to run out to the store or whatever, friends and family say that they would always bring the cigarettes. Okay, just curious points. And, of course, purses and whatnot. Janice frantically called police from the home's telephone to report the three women missing. After placing a call while checking the phone's answering machine, she listened to a strange message, but it was inadvertently erased from the tape. Once again, is it inadvertent? I'm not saying it is or it isn't. There's just a long line of strange incidences here. Police were very interested in the call and believed it may have contained a clue. They also did not believe it was connected to the prank calls Kirby received. McCall's parents, I'm not sure what information they did or didn't have to make that determination that it was not connected, but McCall's parents contacted police in reference to their daughter's disappearance from Levitt's home more than 16 hours after the women were last seen, and other worried friends and family called and visited the home the following day. Police later estimated the crime scene had been corrupted by 10 to 20 people who visited Levitt's house. Upon the officers' arrival, the scene showed no signs of a struggle except for the shattered porch light. Police also noted Levitt's bed had been slept in. Now, I'm not sure exactly how much that gives us, because if she had gone to sleep, slept for an hour, was woken up, what does that mean? I don't know. All personal property was left behind, including purses, money, cars, keys, cigarettes, and the family dog. So, that's pretty interesting. All right, later developments. December 31st, 1992,
A man called the America's Most Wanted hotline with information about the woman's disappearances, but the call was disconnected when the switchboard operator attempted to link up with the Springfield investigators. Police said the caller had prime knowledge of the abductions and publicly appealed for the man to contact them, but he never did. Levitt and Streeter were declared legally dead in 97. However, their files are still officially filed under missing. Investigators received a tip that the women's bodies were buried in the foundations of the south parking garage at Cox Hospital. Is that enough coincidences for you? In 2007, crime reporter Kathy Baird invited Rick Norland, a mechanical engineer, to scan a corner of the parking garage with ground-penetrating radar. Norland found 3 anomalies, roughly the same size, that he said were consistent with a grave site location. 2 of the anomalies were parallel, the other was perpendicular. Police spokesperson Lisa Cox, so supposedly no relation here. So Robert Craig Cox, Lisa Cox, and Cox Hospital. Supposedly there is no relation. What are you thinking so far, Sid?
I'm thinking the coincidences potentially covers up, so it could happen.
Police spokesperson Lisa Cox said the person who reported the tip provided no evidence or logical reasoning behind this theory at that time or since then. She also said the parking garage began construction in September 93, over a year after the disappearances. Digging up the area and subsequently reconstructing this structure would be extremely costly, and without any reasonable belief that the bodies could be located here, it is illogical to do so, and for those reasons, SPD does not intend to. Investigators have determined this lead to not be credible. Daryl Moore, a former assistant of the Greene County Prosecutor's Office, said the tip came from someone who either claimed to be a psychic or claimed to have a dream or vision about the case. In February 2019, Bart Streeter, the son of Cheryl Levitt and the brother of Susie Streeter, was arrested on suspicion of public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and attempted false imprisonment. He was later charged with public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and attempted false imprisonment and sentenced to 6 months probation. Okay. The suspect, Robert Craig Cox, was imprisoned in Texas. He's a convicted kidnapper, robber, the suspect in a Florida murder. He told journalists that he knew the 3 women had been murdered and claimed their bodies would never be recovered. In 92, Cox had been living in Springfield, and when interviewed then, he had told investigators that he was with his girlfriend at church after the woman disappeared. However, she later recanted her statement and said Cox asked her to say that. Cox also said that he was at the home of his parents the night of the disappearance, and they confirmed that alibi. So he had 2 different people confirm conflicting alibi. Does this seem like a trustworthy individual, Sid? We can't make make heads or tails of that.
We cannot, though. In honest fashion, maybe with his own sketchy background, he might realize he might need a second alibi just in case.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Bases.
Authorities were uncertain if Cox was involved in the case or if he was seeking recognition for the alleged murders by issuing false statements. Cox stated to authorities and journalists he would disclose what happened to the 3 women after his mother died. All right, is his mother still alive? Because this has been quite some time now. But all right, there's actually a lot more than meets the eye to this case, and we went over the timeline. I'm going to zip through it real quick. Graduation ended at 6 p.m., June 6, 92, and 7:30 p.m., one of Susie's friends drops off the graduation cake. Susie has a pizza dinner with Cheryl. So it's Susie Streeter, her mother, Cheryl Levitt, and then the friend is Stacy McCall. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. 8:30 p.m., Susie arrives first at Janelle Kirby's house. Stacy arrives several minutes later. Mike Henson is Janelle's boyfriend. And they walk to Brian Joy's house, whose parents are out for the night. So that's around the corner. They ask to spend the night there. He says yes. Okay, 9:30 p.m., Cheryl Levitt speaks on the phone to another friend. 10 p.m., a dog matching Cinnamon's description showed up at a neighbor's house at 10 p.m. and then also again at 3 a.m. Neighbors were in their backyard when she appeared at 10.
She wanted to get in people's laps. The man picked her up and put her over the fence. So we don't really know if it's a common occurrence for Cinnamon to just run around the neighborhood. Obviously, if something weird is going on in the house, would Cinnamon have been more agitated at 10 p.m.? Doesn't seem too crazy. I don't know. At 3 a.m., we'll get to that. Okay, so between 10 and 10:30 p.m., Steve Thompson, a 24-year-old night clerk at the APCO A-Mart at 4140 South Fremont Avenue, said he saw Streeter and McCall come in. So this is between 10 and 10:30 p.m. They bought a few items and left in separate cars, Thompson said. He said McCall was in a brown or dark gold car like a Monte Carlo, an older Cutlass or Grand Prix. Several of McCall's friends said they do not recognize that car's description. Steve Thompson said they were with a man in his early 30s, dark, stringy, thin hair, and a mustache. He popped his head in the door and told the woman he'd forgotten to buy cigarettes, Thompson said. He vaguely remembered the two girls talking in the A-Mart about meeting later that night. Streeter and another girl she was with drove south on Fremont Avenue. McCall and her companion drove north in the brown car. Okay, so this, for whatever reason, Steve Thompson, I believe all of his testimony has been swept under the rug. People said he didn't know what he saw, or he was mistaken. I am not so sure. So I'm going to continue including his testimony because it might be smoking gun material. We don't know. So there's this guy, this early 30s, dark, stringy hair with a mustache guy. Okay, and this vehicle. Okay, at 10:30 p.m., Stacy calls her mother and tells her they are not driving to the Branson Hotel, which is near the water park, and they're sleeping at Janelle Kirby's house. Okay, at 11:15, Cheryl Levitt is speaking to a friend on the phone. Okay, 11:30 p.m. Most people at Brian Joy's party leave for a spur-of-the-moment party at Michelle Elder's house. This is a close friend of Stacy McCall. By the way, just quick background. Stacy and Susie, they were friends, but they didn't have that many common friends. Susie was reported to be more belonging to a rougher crowd. Make sense?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay. But they were childhood friends. Okay. So this was less than a mile from Hanover. So the Elder party is on Hanover Street, less than a mile from the APCO A-Mart where Steve Thompson, the clerk, spotted them. Okay. Michelle Elder said that Streeter and McCall were in good moods. Nothing was wrong. Everything was just perfect, she said. Okay, that's conflicted by other people who say that Susie Streeter was very agitated. Okay, so now we have nothing between 11:30 p.m. and 1:15 a.m. 1:15 a.m., 3 blocks from the Levitt home, 2 dogs were growling. The dog owner was home alone at the time. She is a sales representative at a Springfield broadcast company. The news leader is not giving her name to protect her. She looked out her kitchen window and saw a man peeping in her neighbor's window. All I could tell was he was tall, thin, and had a ball cap on. She flipped on her kitchen lights. He turned around and just walked away real fast. She said she did not hear a car. She phoned her neighbors who searched their yard but found nothing. No one called the police. The next day, her neighbor, a Springfield lawyer, found several broken plants under the window and a pocket knife. So that's kind of weird, though. If you're a peeping Tom, are you going to be careful enough not to drop your pocket knife? Are you going to be Are you going to be just stomping around, breaking plants and dropping a pocket knife? By June 9th, news about the disappearance had splashed over Springfield. The woman who spotted the prowler called the police. The lawyer flagged down a police car in the neighborhood and gave the knife to the officers. Glenn, the police spokesman, said Thursday evening he did not know about the peeping Tom. We also don't really know what happened to that pocket knife. There's some weird issues with the evidence in this case. I'll be going over that in the next podcast. There is missing evidence, unreported evidence, and just plain old unresolved evidence. Okay, 1:30 a.m., neighbors called the police on Elder's party, which has 50 to 100 people spilling into the street, drinking beer, and playing loud music. At 1:50 a.m., police show up and break up the party. That's kind of weird, though. If this is accurate, that's a 20-minute delay by police. Okay. This is Springfield, Missouri. We're not talking about, this is a city. We're not talking about some backwoods boonies that are, miles and miles from the city where they need to call in the county sheriff. 20 minutes is not a great response time. All right, anyway, the neighbor watched through his window. The police were saying, look, you got a bunch of minors here. You're blocking the street, that type of thing. He said there were beer cans all up and down the street in our yard and all our neighbors' yards, and the police told them to pick up the cans and go home. 1:15 to 2 a.m. Classmate friend Shane Appleby drives Susie and Stacy back to Brian Joy's house in his Jeep. They both seemed happy, Shane said. Susie was sick. She had a stomach ache. She just wanted to go home, he said. Apparently, Janelle Kirby was in another car when they went back to Joy's house. Joy changed his mind about having Susie and Stacy sleep there due to being afraid his parents would return and or too many people staying there. Or did he know something about shady people staying there and he didn't want to put the girls in danger? There's a lot that doesn't make sense this night. This is a crazy night. We're talking high school graduation night with all of these people around. There are prowlers around. And we didn't even get into the whole motorcycle gang drug dealer situation.
It's a full moon out.
Oh, yeah, it's rough. Are you still following?
I just wanted to clarify, who was driving Susie?
So Shane Appleby, I had not mentioned it before. He's just another classmate friend.
Gotcha, okay.
So, quick recap, the players here. Okay, so Cheryl Levitt, again, that's Susie's mother. Susie Streeter, Stacy McCall. Those are the Springfield three. Janelle Kirby is a friend of Susie and Stacy. Mike Henson is Janelle's boyfriend. Janice McCall, Stacy's mother. Stuart McCall, Stacy's father. Brian Joy is Janelle's neighbor. He is 1 year older than the girls. He graduated from Kickapoo High School the previous year. Okay? Shane Appleby is a classmate friend. Michelle Elder is a classmate friend. Okay? So Brian Joy is Janelle's neighbor who is a senior the previous year. Shane Appleby and the Elders are seniors with Susie and Stacy. Okay, got it?
Okay.
All right. So Shane Appleby drives Susie and Stacy back to Brian Joy's house in the Jeep. Okay. So now Brian Joy changed his mind. Now, we don't know what's going on in the house. We don't know who's there. Okay. A couple of carloads of their classmates, including Janelle Kirby, arrived at Joy's also. Joy told them they couldn't stay. When I saw how many there were, I said they better not in case my mom came home, Joy said. So maybe there is nothing shady there. Maybe he just got freaked out because he thought a couple people would be okay, and then there's 20 people. He's like, uh-oh. Okay, so between 2 and 2:20 a.m., Shane Appleby drives the girls to their cars at Janelle Kirby's house. Okay, so Joy is where the first party was, then they went to the Elder party, then they went back to Joy. Now Shane Appleby is driving them to their cars located at Janelle Kirby's house. Okay, 2:20 a.m. With so many relatives staying at Janelle's, Susie asked Stacy to stay at her place instead of the pallets on the floor they would have to sleep on if they stayed at Kirby's house. Kathy Kirby woke up when she heard Janelle Kirby come in the house. She heard Streeter tell McCall, "Follow me to my house," and heard McCall say, "Okay, I will." Then she heard them drive away. Okay, interesting point here. So this is allegedly the final witness to Susie and Stacy. Some people believe that if Janelle Kirby was somehow responsible, either for an accident, something went wrong, who knows, alcohol poisoning, we really don't know what happened. But would Kathy Kirby cover up for her daughter, Janelle Kirby? Would she make that up to make sure that there was a train of evidence leading back to the house? But if they had to drive back the cars to the house anyway, would that even be necessary? Probably not. So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
You said a cover for a daughter. Of course a parent would. Just, any parent that cares for their child as much would. Personally, I'm not entirely sure about that train of thought. Go with it.
All right, so 2:15 a.m. We have another Steve Thompson sighting. So Steve Thompson, the 24-year-old night clerk at the APCO A Mart. All right, remember this guy? He said he saw Susie and Stacy come in, and there was also a man, the stringy-haired man in his early 30s with a mustache. You remember this?
Yes.
At 2:15 a.m., he said that Cheryl Levitt, Susie's mother, arrived at the APCO A Mart and asked Thompson if he had seen her daughter and her two friends. She seemed nervous, he said. He told her no and she left. Levitt's friends are baffled. For her to be out at 2 a.m. just whistling in the wind or whatever, that's just nuts, said Mary Keller, a close friend of Levitt's for several years. The only way she would go out like that is if someone called her and said Susie needed her. Susie was sick. No one can explain why Levitt wouldn't have called the Kirbys. I only have like 10 customers a night in there, Steve Thompson said Thursday. I made good eye contact with Susie. That's why I remember her. He thinks she came in with McCall, who was the passenger in an older model, dark gold or brown Cutlass or Grand Prix. Pretty sure is the right phrase, Glenn said. Captain Tony Glenn said Thursday, but you're dealing with a person who knows his customers. This is what he said of Steve Thompson. So he seemed convinced at the time.
Right.
Everything he has told that can be verified has been verified, Glenn said. The woman seemed in a hurry, perhaps a bit upset. She was looking for Susie Streeter and two of Streeter's girlfriends. It was 2:15 a.m. at the APCO A Mart. It was the last reported sighting of Cheryl Levitt. The same clerk, 2 days into the disappearance, saw a poster of the missing woman. Cheryl Levitt's picture was like being face to face with the woman who poked her head in the door at 2:15 a.m. June 7th, he said. A woman across the street, however, said that it wasn't Cheryl, that her hair length was different. So that's kind of weird. So some people have pointed, if there was some kind of conspiracy cover up, someone trying to divert attention, would they have paid some woman off to say that it wasn't her? Or was the woman simply mistaken and it really was her? Or it really wasn't her and Steve Thompson was just looking for some attention? But he also claims that he made good eye contact with Susie so he can positively identify her. And he thinks that it was McCall there, but he didn't say that he remembered her definitively because he only said that about Susie. So I don't know. Does that lead more credibility or what?
Huh. That's right. Yeah. I mean, even when he runs the story, he has absolutely no like level of like no security cameras or anything at that time, which I imagine isn't might not have been particularly common, but still.
Yes,
right
unfortunately, there's not that many security cameras at this time in the early 90s. So, all right, there's a get and go right by the APCO A Mart. At between 2:30 2:35, supposedly Levitt's Eclipse was seen there. Police are also checking into reports that Levitt may have been seen at a get and go located only a few blocks east of the APCO. A customer told Thompson he was at the A-Mart when the woman who looked like Levitt appeared there. Between 15 and 20 minutes later, the customer said he saw a Mitsubishi that looked like Levitt's parked near a payphone at the get and go. That customer had not come forward to the police as of Thursday afternoon, Glenn said, but police checked out another report that the Eclipse had been at the get and go before Levitt stopped at the A-Mart. So is this almost painting a different picture? Something's going out on that night. Cheryl Levitt knows, and she's frantically trying to locate her daughter, going to payphones, trying to call somebody to get to her daughter. I mean, this is rough. I mean, can you imagine how much the world has changed since then with cell phones? I mean, back then, without a cell phone, she was out in the middle of the night, driving around, going to payphones, if this was her. But this paints a completely different picture of the evening than them just sleeping at the house and some intruder coming in and killing them, right?
It would.
Now, for whatever reason, this has not gone over. This information has all been dismissed for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, there's another sighting. This one has been gone over in multiple sources. This sighting occurred between 1 and 3 a.m., so that's problematic because it's such a big range. It's the George's Steakhouse sighting, so this is not far from the Levitt house. A waitress says she saw all three women. She said she is positive one of them was Susie Streeter, quote, because she was so rude, end quote. The women arrived and left together. The waitress said Susie appeared giddy, perhaps intoxicated, and her mom tried to calm her down. However, other customers and employees said they didn't see them and that Cheryl had been there, but it was a few months ago. The waitress said Cheryl Levitt were regular customers and they were there with 3 clean-cut young men, and that the sighting possibly could have been as late as 4 a.m. So we're talking between 1 and 4 a.m. That's not helpful.
Not at all.
Because if it was 1 a.m. or closer to 2 a.m., was this sighting before everything else that happened that led Cheryl to frantically going out in the night looking for her daughter? Also, 3 clean-cut young men, that's a lot different than one grungy-looking guy with stringy hair and a mustache.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of conflicting reports. Okay, let's go back to the 3 a.m. Cinnamon sighting. So supposedly Levitt's neighbor's dog was barking from inside and Cinnamon was at the back door. A man put the dog out in the front. It's unclear whether they're referring to the neighbor or not. I'm guessing it's the neighbor. Okay, let's go Monday morning. There was a 3 a.m. sighting by a yard sale lady at the intersection of Grand and Kentwood. She said a van pulled onto Grand Street and it ran her off the road. She had been helping a friend get ready for a yard garage sale. Whoever was driving ran her off the road, and that's why she remembered the incident. She said she did get a good look at the driver of the van. She said the driver was not female. Someone spoke to her and said that the night the women were abducted, about 3 a.m.-ish, I was heading home after helping a friend set up her yard sale for the next morning. As I passed by the little street that connects the Streeter Street with Grand Street, the van blew through the stop sign, cut me off. He actually ran me off the road. He came within a few feet of me, looking me dead in the eye, the most hateful way. My daughter was sleeping in the back seat and flew off the seat, slamming into the back of my seat. I had to stop and climb in the back to help her. She was crying and disoriented, but okay. Unbeknownst to me, she had taken off her seatbelt to lay down. A day or two later, I saw the abduction on the news and went right down to the police department to talk to detectives and describe the van and man I saw. I had a pretty good look at him since he got in within feet of me when he ran me off the road. So she claimed to be the one who provided a description to the sketch artist. This was between 3 and 4:30 a.m. Okay, at 4 a.m., there was an Aunt Betty sighting. This is on Clay Street, and there were 2 homes directly facing her, one a rental occupied by someone she said was in the military, the other by someone elderly, and they were known as party houses. She supposed that these 3 women and 2 men that she saw in a large vehicle were at some after-hours party. It was approximately 4 a.m. This is someone's aunt. My aunt positioned herself in a chair in front of the window long enough to make a mental note of the 3 women since the men were obscured in darkness and dressed in dark clothing. When the pictures of the 3 women appeared in the news, she knew where she had seen them. She called the police. So she came forward immediately. She said she saw this van at 4:30 a.m. And, okay, there was another woman known as the Porch Lady, and this is a green van sighting which was allegedly gotten under hypnosis. A woman who was on her front porch in Springfield the morning the woman disappeared reported a blonde woman identified as Streeter driving a van. The woman told authorities Streeter drove a van into a next-door driveway and stopped as if lost about 6:30 a.m. that day. Streeter appeared to be crying and a birthmark on her face. Okay, so the birthmark was not visible on the photos they released because she wore makeup. So the birthmark on the right side of her chin, no one would be able to know that she had that from the pictures released. Okay, also the woman on her porch reported hearing a male voice say, quote, "Now back up and don't do anything stupid," end quote. The silvery green and older Dodge van was sighted 15 blocks from the Streeter home. So what do you think of the sighting? Because apparently the birthmark part of it seems to validate it because that information was not released at that time.
I mean, I just saw detail, and it does make it interesting. I mean, they're probably in, again, if they're to assume that they were kidnapped, I could see that falling under the realm as a plausible scenario. That's how they come down.
You know what's weird though, because there's all these different people involved. We have clean cut people, we have non-clean cut people. Is it possible they were attempted to have been kidnapped and they got away, and that accounts for one of the sightings? And then there happened to be other shady individuals with a different van that went to abduct them again, and there were two different abductions, and that's what's causing all this problems with the timeline.
It could, but that'd be extremely odd. I mean, the same target with multiple perpetrators?
Unless the original perpetrators were like the B team and they failed. So whoever really wanted to kidnap them called in the A team.
That is possible. Though, for these girls, interesting, all the same. I mean...
Well, let's get into the incriminating testimony. So let me finish the timeline, though. So, yeah, so then they were gone. Those were the lewd phone calls were at 3:30 p.m. Okay. 8 p.m., Janice McCall arrives. Other people are there. Police don't arrive until 10 p.m. That's rough.
That's just a shame.
So the other problem is at night, Janelle Kirby, her shorts were wet at 10 p.m. as if she had gone to the water park. So this is another thing. So Mike Henson, so if they went to the water slide earlier to look for her, why would she still be dripping and soaking at 10 p.m.?
That was very odd.
So some people think if the friends are responsible, they dump the bodies somewhere, possibly somewhere wet, or they move the bodies. We don't know. There was also an informant, and someone contended that the Springfield Three, or at least Susie and Cheryl, if Susie and Cheryl, through the involvement with the grave robbers, if they found out about some police corruption, would they have been a target? Would that have also made sure that the police didn't solve the case? And Stacy just happened to be Susie's friend, and then they went to the Streeter house to check out because Susie had gotten a waterbed as a graduation present, so they wanted to sleep on the waterbed. Man, the early 90s were a much more innocent time, huh? When that's the idea of a good time. The novelty of a waterbed. When did waterbeds come out?
I want to say early 90s, maybe even late 80s.
Wow, the modern version was invented and patented in 1971. It became popular through the 80s.
All right.
They were 20% of the market in 86, 22% in 87. Currently, less than 5% of the market. For those not up to date on their waterbed history.
I know.
Okay, so apparently Stacy she just went with Susie because Susie was very upset, and apparently some people were saying she was scared. She was scared that night, so Susie was the good friend who was gonna go sleep over, so she would be less scared. So if Stacy just got caught in their mess, and Cheryl and Susie were the real targets, was there police corruption that they found out about and they were made to disappear? Was there a large drug operation involving a motorcycle gang and police informants, and corruption? Is that why the police chief himself took control of the case? There was some shadiness with police activity in this case as well. So people who say this is impossible, in 1993, there was a famous New York State drug task force that was indicted for corruption, racketeering, kidnapping, and murder. So, I mean, that's New York State. Now we're talking in Southwest Missouri. Is it possible that there were law enforcement officials involved with a motorcycle gang and corruption? Some people allege, I haven't verified this, that Cheryl Levitt's uncle lived nearby Francis Robb. And we're going to go over Francis Robb and other suspects, the DEA, in a moment. So let's go through the suspect list. Between August 26th and 27th, 1994, a federal grand jury reviewed evidence in the missing woman's case. Police sources said they had 3 suspects at the time. 1, Steve Garrison, 36-year-old from Springfield, with a long criminal record dating back to 1978. He spent most of his adult life in jail or prison, including sentences for stealing, burglary, theft, robbery, and harassment. He escaped from prison and was more recently arrested for raping and sodomizing a woman in Springfield after breaking into her home. That's an interesting MO, isn't it? The second suspect was a 28-year-old man from Kansas. He also has a long criminal record dating back to 84, convictions for burglary, aggravated assault, escape, and various parole violations. These guys in Missouri seem really good at escaping from prisons or jails.
Oh, well, those skills I guess you need up there.
The third suspect was a 28-year-old originally from Cedar County, Missouri, near Stockton. He was first arrested in 85. He was in prison for burglary, stealing, parole violation. He also escaped from prison with the first suspect, Garrison, in 1990, but was in custody as of this date. The three men were moved around the Kansas prison system for years and often did time in the same facility. When the three women disappeared, all three of the men were on the street. The federal grand jury issued no indictments. So, although the names were never released, people suspect that it was Steve Garrison, Gerald Carnahan, and Ricky Eugene Dykes. So, Cheryl's ex-husbands were investigated, as well as Bart Streeter. So, Bart, who's Susie's brother and Cheryl's son, supposedly during this time he was an alcoholic. Earlier in 1992, he shared an apartment with his sister. So the living situation was not ideal between Susie, Cheryl, and Bart. So there was an argument. Bart and Susie got into an argument, supposedly because of his drinking, and he was allegedly abusive. All right, let's go to Robert Craig Cox. So he's obviously the number one suspect usually brought up in this case. His conviction was overturned due to a lack of DNA evidence in the Florida murder, but I mean, it's pretty much known that he was guilty. We went over that in the previous podcasts. So he would also be, constant charges of kidnapping and robbery. In 1992, he was working as an electrician in Springfield, and he was actually interviewed during the initial investigation. So family members and his girlfriends provided alibis, but also, this is another. Are you ready for another coincidence?
All right, lay it on me.
He worked at the car dealership where Stacy McCall's father worked. Stacy and her sisters often visited the father at the dealership, so Robert Cox could have seen them.
Very well.
Okay, so some people think that he might have been pretending to be an electrician or some gas man and saying there was a gas leak in the house and they had to leave the house to get him out quickly and then threw them in a van or something.
All right.
Yes, so Stacy McCall's mother, Janice McCall, actually told AOL News that they found out that Robert Craig Cox was working outside of Cheryl and Susie's house doing underground electric cable work. So apparently they found out that he was working on the same street. What are the chances that he's working on that street as an electrician and he's also working at the car dealership where Stacy McCall's father works? So he's got a connection to all three. So some people believe that he's involved with some of these other shady individuals, and even if Robert Craig Cox himself didn't do it, he might have either told associates about it or he knows other shady people who did it. I mean, is it that unlikely that these criminals know each other and might have bragged to each other about things?
Very possible.
Okay. So Cox's girlfriend retracted the alibi. She originally said they went to church together. Is that a good alibi for a criminal?
Well, most people at least back then, I think, most people would question a person that, has some level of spiritual connection.
People who have interviewed Cox said that he displayed a tendency to bring up the case without ever admitting involvement. He said that the women are dead, the bodies would never be found. He said that he would tell the truth after his mother had passed away. Okay. He also attempted suicide. He was also a Texas Ranger. There's also, he made a statement, as long as I'm in prison, murders like what happened to those women in Missouri won't happen again. All right, what to make of that, who knows? Okay, let's move on. Gerald Carnahan. So Gerald Carnahan, he's going on trial for the murder of Jackie Johns. He's accused of abducting, raping, and killing Jackie and dumping her body in Springfield Lake. He has a long history of violent behavior. His wife took a restraining order out on him after he threatened to kidnap and kill her. Is that kind of weird? Don't you normally threaten to just kill somebody? Or are you going to say, I'm going to kidnap and then kill you? Do you find that kind of strange?
It's a bit strange.
How often do people tack on the kidnapping prior to the murder as a threat?
Well, I mean, if he's, let's say, serial killing, that's just his ritual.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, in 1993, he was arrested for attempting to abduct an 18-year-old girl. He had another man with him who was the driver. In the book Murder on a Lonely Road by George Powlesk and Beth Hunsdorfer, a man named Eric Turnage is the driver. He was arrested later for wielding a gun while intoxicated. He was also arrested for attempting to burn down a competitor's business and was charged with arson and burglary. He was also arrested for letting the brake fluid out of a neighbor's car. Man, this does not seem like a nice guy.
Not at all. In fact, he just makes me look suspicious, which is not good either.
He was also arrested in Los Angeles after Jackie's murder for tampering with evidence in her case. He was also arrested for lying to the original grand jury, and it was over 20 years before he was arrested. So Carnahan is usually considered more of a person of interest. Online researchers in the case believe he might not have been directly involved, but he has knowledge of the case. In 92, he was working and operating Diversified Plastics in Nixa, Missouri. Many of his employees were members of the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club. This club controlled most of the drug traffic in the area. In 1993, he was charged with the attempted kidnapping of a young woman, and he spent 4 years in prison for setting fire to a rival business. After his release in 97, he went to work for Marine and Diversified Plastics in Springfield. But his 1985 murder of a woman was not discovered until 2007 through DNA testing. He was a suspect at the time, but there was nothing to link him to it. But he's a known criminal in the area. Okay, here's another thing. So apparently someone who knew a neighbor of the Streeters said this. What I don't understand is why Gerald Carnahan wasn't investigated concerning the disappearance of the Springfield Three. I worked with a lady who lived across from the Streeters and saw him hanging around several times before they disappeared, but not after. She did tell the police this when they interviewed her, but as far as I know, he was never looked at. It's not a stretch of the imagination that he had something to do with this. So someone's saying a lady who lived across from the Streeters saw Carnahan hanging around the house or the street. Isn't that kind of weird that he'd just randomly be hanging around? But she never saw him hanging around after the disappearance. What do you think about that?
That might be one of those established coincidences.
All right, let's move on to Steve Garrison. Stephen Garrison was a person of interest early in the investigation. He's a known criminal, robbery, drug dealer, assault, and he was also active in the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club. Okay, so this club keeps coming up. He was not in jail at the time, but when he was in prison later, he told investigators he had information about the case, that he overheard something about the woman being buried on an area of nearby farmland, and then used the meeting as a chance to escape custody. Before being rearrested, Garrison broke into an apartment and held the young woman living there captive for 10 days, subjecting her to sexual assault before making her give him over $500 in cash and leaving the apartment. Eerily, during this whole time, he was meticulous about making the victim remove all traces of him from her body and from the apartment. Okay, so these guys all have similar MOs, wouldn't you think?
Indeed, very odd. Unless there's just some sort of convention that came to town, they all decided to show up together.
Galloping Goose meeting?
Could be.
Okay, an interesting note about Garrison is Robert Craig Cox, when he was asked to take a lie detector test, he said, I wonder if they asked Steve the same thing. So was he referring to Stephen Garrison? Because Carnahan and Garrison know each other. They're both members of the Galloping Goose. But what about Robert Craig Cox? Because if all three of them know each other, all three of them could have possibly been responsible. All right. let's move on. Dustin Rekla, Michael Clay, and Joseph Rydell. So Dustin Rekla was Susie Streeter's ex-boyfriend. Michael Clay and Joseph Rydell were friends of Rekla's. Okay, so in March 1992, Susie Streeter had broke up with Dustin Rekla after him and his two buddies, Clay and Rydell, broke into a local mausoleum and stole gold teeth from skulls. I mean, that's some skullduggery, isn't it?
That's a bit morbid, yes.
So apparently when Susie found out, she told the police what happened. And she also told Cheryl, her mother, who also spoke with police. So Cheryl was scheduled to testify against Rekla, Clay, and Rydell. And they were formally charged with vandalism. So one of these guys, Michael Clay, when interviewed by police, said, quote, "I hope those expletives were dead." So it's interesting.
Interesting, indeed.
So Susie Streeter is connected through Dustin Rekla to drug dealers. Okay, so Rekla, Clay, and Rydell, they were drug users and, of course, petty criminals. But for whom or with whom did they deal? Because the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club, they controlled a lot of the drug traffic in the area. And these other shady individuals. So Mike Kovacs, Susie's ex-boyfriend, who she actually has a restraining order against, is actually friends with Rekla, Clay, and Rydell. Do you find that interesting?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, so we know that Susie Streeter is connected to Dustin Rekla. That was her ex-boyfriend who she broke up with because of this grave robbing incident. She was also she also told her mother, and there was some testifying to be done. Okay. Susie has another ex-boyfriend. This guy is Mike Kovacs. She actually has a restraining order against this particular ex-boyfriend, Mike Kovacs. Mike Kovacs is friends with Dustin Rekla, Michael Clay, and Joseph Rydell, who are involved in drug using and possibly drug dealing with the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club. So that's pretty interesting. So that's an interesting connection there. This Mike Kovacs character. What do you think?
Again, it's just those odd and weird coincidences. Intriguing. But at first, with Cox having all the potential to be around the girls, and just almost as if as if he was stalking, perhaps like a predator seeking prey. But with this information, it's odd. It also makes me wonder about even your theory, where it might have been I don't want to say like in a sense of two cooperating teams, or maybe even just two. I guess in this odd case, it's the people that might have aim for the same targets. It's odd.
All right, let's get into the Mike Kovacs character a little bit, because I haven't really heard anybody talk about this guy. Okay, right. So just quick background on Susie and Cheryl. So Cheryl and Susie moved from Seattle, Washington to Springfield, Missouri in 1980. So they were there for more than 10 years. In some ways, Streeter was not a typical teenager. She moved out of her mother's home at least twice. Last summer, she lived for about 3 months with her boyfriend, Mike Kovacs, at his grandmother's home. In September, she moved back to her mother's apartment. Early this spring, she moved in with her brother, Bart Streeter, 27. After a fight about 2 weeks later, she moved out, friends say. Both times, she came back to her mom's home. Friends of both Streeter and Cheryl Levitt say the mother-daughter relationship was sometimes troubled. Okay. According to Greene County Circuit Court documents, on October 23rd, Streeter sought protection from Mike Kovacs, a boyfriend she had broken up with in September. Her sworn statement asking for the restraining order said Kovacs beat her up, slashed her car tires, threatened her by phone, and harassed her at home, school, and work. One line on Streeter's petition form reads, "I am afraid of respondent Kovacs, and there is immediate and present danger of abuse to me." Earlier this week, Kovacs admitted that he and Streeter had fought physically during their relationship. The same day Streeter filed the petition, Streeter and Levitt also filed a police report accusing Kovacs and another woman of threatening Streeter and twice slashing a tire on Streeter's car. Levitt is afraid physical harm may come to Streeter from Kovacs and the woman if this is not stopped now, the police report said. So this is from the news leader. We do have 4 or 5 people we are looking at very closely. This is from June 13th, 1992. There are people who have non-substantiated alibis for breaks in time during the time we believe the woman disappeared. Mr. Kovacs is one of those individuals, Glenn said. Glenn said Kovacs told police he was alone Sunday morning. He does not have anyone who can confirm that for him. Okay, so Kovacs supposedly, again, is friends with the grave robbers. So, is it possible because of the history here? So Kovacs has negative history with Streeter. So if he hates Susie Streeter because she made this public and she filed a restraining order against him, and then she also found out about the grave robbing incident and she's going to testify against them, these 4 guys must really hate Susie Streeter, wouldn't you say?
The sound of it would appear that way.
Do you think they hate her enough to even kind of seek out counsel from Galloping Goose motorcycle member drug dealers, known criminals, experienced criminals? Do you think they would have told them about this? Or do you think those criminals, do you think they got spooked because the grave robbing incident, if that incident was somehow connected, or they used that money, or they just gave the teeth to the drug dealers to buy drugs or whatever, if those teeth would be discovered and they're trying to get rid of the trail? What do you think?
I like to think, perhaps he could have, actually, if he is hearing, his involvement or his connection like that, it might even explain why the purses might have been left. Because also, I thought, beyond leaving items alone, is that clearly, obviously, it's not about robbing them or any material actions, but rather something more for the person themselves or the abductor or whoever might have taken them. So in this case, as opposed to maybe just being ritual killing, it's also might be assuming the fact that the person had a personal vendetta. So to go through all that, especially being an ex who would have been jilted, yeah, that could possibly explain that. That would be odd.
Okay, let's go down this list in Suspect City. We got Ricky Eugene Dykes. So there's been a lot of rumors abound about his involvement with the Springfield 3, but he was also, again, connected to the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club. Okay, his wife admitted to her hospice nurse on her deathbed that she witnessed her ex-husband and son handle a dead body in her own kitchen once. Dykes has been charged with numerous crimes and has served time. He was in Springfield in the summer of '92, and supposedly he was living at a trailer park at the time. He was also tried for forcing poison down an ex-wife's throat in California.
That's not a very nice person.
Okay, so she also said that he had a split-window Dodge van that was titled in California. There were also numerous threats from the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club to local judges in Springfield. These people are threatening judges. Okay, Ricky Dykes also owned the same truck used by Glennon Sweet, the man who shot and killed Trooper Ralph Harper off Highway 60 near Rogersville in 1989. Okay, Glennon Sweet was also a Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club member. Okay, do you want to take a guess at who Ricky Eugene Dykes' employer was?
Not hit me with it. I'm curious.
Gerald Carnahan.
Oh, wow.
So, yes, this was Carnahan's Diversified Plastic in Nixa, Missouri. So Ricky Eugene Dykes worked there. So these guys all know each other. They're all members of the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club who are involved in all of these shady illegal dealings. Some people also theorize that when on the Carnahan, one of the attempted abductions, maybe Ricky Eugene Dykes was
Carnahan's driver.
All right. Oh.
Okay. Let's move on to Larry Dwayne Hall. So Larry Dwayne Hall and his twin brother, Gary Wayne Hall. These are interesting individuals. So Larry Dwayne Hall said that his brother had been stalking one of the Springfield Three. Larry Dwayne Hall's in prison for kidnapping a young girl in Indiana and transporting her over the state line. Larry Dwayne Hall also spent time at the Federal Medical Center in Springfield. Hall claims his twin brother, Gary Wayne Hall, and another man allegedly kidnapped and killed Cheryl, Susie, and Stacy and dumped their bodies in the Mark Twain National Forest, so that's about 30 to 90 miles of Cheryl's house. And the Mark Twain National Forest is, of course, a very large area. She says that authorities also found evidence in Hall's van that link him to the woman and the word Branson written on a piece of paper. 2 women were brutally assaulted at a park in Branson in the early 90s. Branson is also the water park that all of these friends were supposed to be going to that morning when the Springfield Three were missing. A polygraph expert from Indiana was called to North Carolina to administer the polygraph on Larry Dwayne Hall. He passed the polygraph according to Detective Howard. A couple things we have to keep in mind: Larry Dwayne Hall could be crazy enough to fool a polygraph, or this new information could be the break investigators have been waiting for in the case of the 3 missing women. So this Detective Howard guy, these online researchers gave him this information. They said that they ruled Larry Dwayne Hall out, but apparently they did not specifically say they ruled out Gary Wayne Hall. Okay. Larry and his brother Gary were traveling the country attending Civil War reenactments when Cheryl, Susie, and Stacy went missing. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff about the Springfield Police Department. They don't want... people are alleging they don't want to receive information on the case, as if they don't want the case solved. Investigators of the Springfield Police Department have been in contact with the McDonald County Sheriff's Office in reference to the missing persons investigation involving Stacy McCall, Suzanne Streeter, and Cheryl Levitt. The same information obtained by the McDonald County Sheriff's Office was first received by the Springfield Police Department in 2009. That's pretty recent, and has been thoroughly investigated. The inmate interviewed has provided several conflicting statements, none of which are consistent with the facts of the case. We are always open to new developments related to the case and will fully investigate them. We will review any new information the McDonald County Sheriff's Office may have obtained to determine if any further investigation of this particular lead is warranted. Okay. So this is a blog on the crime scene, which has some really good information. This is posted by Kathy Baird on Larry Dwayne Hall. Okay, so Kathy Baird, this is a reporter who said there's a lot of shady stuff going on in this case regarding the police. This is from her blog. I very seldom write about Springfield 3's missing women, aka the Springfield 3. I find that I can't be objective when I get to the police and the prosecutor's office in this case. For those of you who don't know, I have been receiving tips and conducting my own investigation into the disappearance. The SPD and the prosecutor's office have pretty much stonewalled me and the evidence I brought them regarding the woman's disappearance. They are in possession of 2 rings that were found in a shoebox full of articles about the women, along with 2 other rings in a house on West Walnut in Springfield. Those rings still have not had any DNA testing conducted on them because we feel they were handled by too many people, according to Sergeant Alan Neal of the SPD. Touch DNA could be crucial in this case for analysis on those rings. In December 2010, Investigation Discovery came to Springfield and Tennessee to interview former and current detectives on the case. Rick Norland, the gentleman I hired to conduct a ground-penetrating radar scan at the Cox Hospital parking garage, Janice McCall, Janelle Kirby, Bart Streeter, and myself. I have been helping McDonald County Detective Lori Howard with Greystow, a case of a woman who was found murdered in her jurisdiction around the same time the 3 missing women vanished. In researching that case, I came across a man named Larry Dwayne Hall. Hall and his twin brother Gary were Civil War reenactors who often traveled to Missouri for reenactments. Grace Doe's body was found in Lanigan, which is not far from the Pea Ridge or Wilson Creek battlefields. She had extensive, expensive dental work, so we know someone had to be looking for her. I sent Lori a lot of information on Larry Dwayne Hall and told her that he could be a viable suspect for her Grace and the 3 missing women. Okay. What do you think so far? Is there enough suspects for you? I mean, this is Suspect City, isn't it?
It's a smorgasbord of suspects here.
A smorgasbord? Oh, wow. Yes, indeed. Okay. So there were also, so obviously if these people could have all known each other, of course. Okay, let's go to transients, stalkers, rapists, burglars in the neighborhood. So this on News Leader, this is from News Leader. Interviews with people in Levitt's neighborhood revealed unexpected and unpublicized facts about prowlers that night. Okay, as far as I know, nobody's ever talked about these. Would any of these descriptions matched our suspect list that we just went over? A woman living 4 blocks from Levitt's house told police a man fitting the composite description knocked on her door Saturday along with another man wearing an orange vest. Is that kind of like a utility worker vest? She did not answer the first knock. Then the men came to her back sliding patio door. One of them carried what looked like a club. They knocked again and tried to open the locked door before they left after about 10 minutes, she said. Is this the typical behavior of somebody coming to warn you about like an electrical line being down or some kind of gas leak? They're gonna knock on your front door, then they're gonna go to your back sliding glass door and attempt to open the locked door with a club in hand?
I mean, that I've heard of.
A detective told the woman police had received similar calls. Okay, this is very alarming.
Yeah.
So there's these 2 guys, one of which is wearing some kind of utility worker vest. They're just going around the neighborhood looking to break into houses. Are they looking to murder, rape, and kill people and possibly burglarize the houses? What is strange is they left the 3 purses, the Springfield 3, they left their purses untouched with money in them. So that's curious because is it possible that these guys are just career criminals and they also operate like maybe there's a bounty? Maybe this is some kind of weird a weird thing where criminals are sort of like police, like they have their own network or system of targeted individuals that maybe have bounties on them. So if these 2 guys are just shady bastards and they're going around trying to do crimes and they stumble upon the Streeter house and somehow they either recognize or realize that these 2 women, and of course Stacy McCall, guilty by association, she's just a witness that's present, they recognize Cheryl and Susie as putting out either the restraining order on Mike Kovacs and wanting to testify against the grave robbers who are associated with the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club, either selling drugs for them or just simply buying drugs. Somehow, is it known, were Cheryl and Susie marked somehow for the criminal element? So when these 2 shady individuals, they're going around doing their thing, but when they recognize these 2 marked individuals, maybe there's a bounty on them, they put a plan into action, even though they might have not have gone there for the specific purpose of kidnapping these 2 targets. Once they realized who they were, the plan shifted.
It's a very distinct possibility.
Okay, so some people allege since this guy, these 2 guys, we can call them Vest Man and Club Man. So if they knocked first at the front door, were they doing that to determine if anyone was home? Because if someone's home, they don't want to go to the sliding glass door in the back and start trying to open it if someone's home.
No, clearly.
So some of the area was actually a well-to-do area with estate homes.
This would have been broad daylight, but I guess in a way the case.
So, and they were saying if they had their van nearby, if they were posing as utility workers. So if they were breaking into houses and someone catches them, they could be like, oh, we were just trying to trace this gas line or this electric line. It's very dangerous. And if they have a van to kind of try to back up that story, that's not a bad idea instead of randomly just trying to burglarize homes with no cover story at all. I mean, if these guys were longtime criminals that have been doing this for a long time, maybe this kind of system works for them.
And considering the time in which this happened, being in the 90s and all, shifting from the 80s not too long ago, I mean, there was a certain higher degree of trust and acceptance for people, so...
And there was a sighting of an old van parked on Kentwood as well, and then there's the other sightings of vans. Okay, so News Leader also reported that law enforcement found a reminder note written by Mrs. Levitt to fix the porch light. Huh. So if this is true, that means the porch light was not broken that night.
Huh, very true. True.
So if the globe surrounding the porch light, if it broke on its own, here's something we didn't consider. If it fell and broke on its own, could that, you know what's crazy? What if they really did go to sleep that night? What if the friends are not in on it? Although, if we have the Mike Kovacs connection, we have mutual friends connection, we have mutual friends of the grave robbers. I mean, are we going to say that none of them could have been at any of the parties? I mean, these are young kids. They probably could have gone to some of the parties. And if they didn't, well, I mean, friends of friends could have definitely been there and told them about it. Is that why Susie Streeter was acting nervous and agitated the whole night? Because she knew that her and her mother, they had testifying to be done against the grave robbers, and there were mutual friends of theirs at the parties. Did these mutual friends, or even the grave robbers themselves, or Mike Kovacs, were they at any of the parties, and did they directly threaten Susie? Or indirectly? We don't know any of this, but here's the thing. What if they really did make it back to the Streeter home? Everything was fine. What if these criminals, either Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club members or the grave robbers, what if they're going to try to come into the house to, get rid of the witnesses trying to testify? What if the globe on the porch light fell by itself at the moment they were trying to break into the house and that caused something? And that way it wasn't a silent crime and they had to scramble a van and all these things. I mean, we really don't know. Or what if the globe was rigged to fall? Like, let's say these guys were parked out in the van and they wanted to get the woman out of the house. If they made the porch light break or the globe fall to break, if they rigged it so it would break momentarily, someone would come out of the house to investigate, right? Like if you're sleeping in the middle of the night and you hear glass breaking on your porch, what are you going to do?
I mean, I can honestly see them checking it out. But I mean, even if the globe broke, I mean, the porch light itself would probably still work, would it not? So maybe she could have turned that on. Still all the same. Maybe she did. Probably.
I don't know. I really.
The globe, and if she did go outside, that would be a perfect opportunity to snatch her away at said time.
Yeah, but if this reminder note is legitimate and wasn't written by somebody else, that would mean that the light broke prior to something going down, and we really don't know.
True.
All right, we also have the peeping Tom, and then if that wasn't the same guy as the pocket knife, the lost pocket knife. If the pocket, so we have Club Man, Vest Man, Pocket Knife Man, and then possible peeping Toms, all different people. However, these could be the same person as well. So there was also so apparently there were two construction workers who owned a van that disappeared right after the abduction. So here's the problem. If they were day laborers being paid in cash, they would be off the books. So nobody was able to verify these two construction or concrete workers. If these guys were the same guys or one of the same guys, either the Club Man or the Peeping Tom or the Vest Man. The other thing that's weird, so apparently a lot of these guys had long hair and full beards. So not mustaches, not clean cut. So Robert Craig Cox did not have long hair or a beard, and neither did Dustin Reckla or Bart Streeter.
Which would make you wonder who came into the store.
Or Carnahan. And then also, if we're looking at the grave robbers or the high school friends, it seems like they didn't have long hair or beards either. So that narrows it down a little bit if we're going to say some of these individuals are the same people. So the police have apparently never released the details of Vest Man and Club Man. But apparently there were multiple sightings throughout the neighborhood of these two guys throughout the day. So some people say that if they were working in that area for previous weeks, they would have a good idea of the comings and goings of people in the area, about cars, when people go to sleep, what time lights go out. If these are experienced criminals, if they were noting all of that, right? If they were just casing the entire neighborhood, and then if they went their rounds, burglarized it, took off in the van, did they also happen to take 3 women that night, in addition to other burglaries that took place in the area?
Would be intriguing. I mean, even in fact, you can even say potentially the burglaries are just to cover up misdirection as where the true target may have been the women in the first place.
So supposedly, here's another thing we didn't discuss, which could be critical. The van sighting was a green van. Some of the other van sightings were white or brown vans. What if they had painted it? So if there was a white van, like a utility van, and supposedly this van was seen twice a day throughout the neighborhood and then was never seen again after the abduction. Is that too convenient of a coincidence for you, Sid Irwin?
I mean, it is a bit convenient. I mean, if anything, aside from it being repainted, which might be easy, it could easily.
So supposedly the porch lady said the van was freshly painted green. So if they knew that people would be on the lookout for the white van and they painted it green,
it would be a quick fix, but still, model and make would still be relatively easy enough to tell if the person paid enough attention to it. But most people, I imagine, wouldn't.
Okay, let's talk about Pocket Knife Man. So this might also be Club Man or Vest Man. We don't really know. But if he was not just a peeping Tom, if he was planning on using the knife to either to cut the screen or cut something to get into the house, and the neighbor turned on the kitchen light at that moment, if he got spooked, he might have dropped the knife and ran off right then. That would explain that, right? That wouldn't, as opposed to him just peering through a window and accidentally dropping the knife. Or if he had that knife ready to attack somebody. I mean, this is all conjecture, obviously, but it's just, it's strange, don't you think? There's a lot of weird goings on in that neighborhood that night. It's kind of weird, right?
It is.
Other people allege that they were planning to burglarize multiple estate homes, but for whatever reason, they changed plans midway. And so they never planned, they might have not. So it's kind of hard to say what happened at Levitt's house because, yeah, it's weird. Also, we have to consider if there's 2 or 3 guys involved. Let's say one of them just wants to do straight burglaries, but the other one wants to like rape and assault people. And then they start arguing. What could happen in that type of situation? And then just take off with the victims after not burglary. It still seems strange because why would you leave the purses lined up? Wouldn't you just at least grab them as you're out the door? I mean, if you're kidnapping people,
you're trying to convey a burglary. Yeah,
but if someone is looking for something or maybe possibly trying to confirm identities with driver's license, would you line up the purses and go through all of them, trying to identify people if you're specifically looking for specific people to kidnap?
It's a good chance you would do that.
Yes. Okay. So the Delmar neighborhood actually has drive-through security. So the neighborhood has its own security that drives around. How does that change what's going on? Because this is a detail that hasn't been out there. We haven't discussed. We don't know the frequency of the drive-through, but would this be your number one area to burglarize if it has drive-through security? Because there's other neighborhoods that don't. Unless you have an inside man. That changes everything, doesn't it?
Very true. Especially if he runs one of the shifts or is on one of the shifts.
So there was also an unnamed man who was sighted specifically outside and around the Levitt home. News leader report that this man was seen standing Friday, June 6th, 8:45 to 9 a.m., then again on Friday, 3 p.m. to 3:15 p.m., sitting on the grass. Then again, Saturday, June 7th at about 11 a.m. So this would have been around this experience. Now, of course, it's possible they also had a stalker that had nothing to do with the people that abducted them, right? Because why would the same guy be there on Saturday morning after the abduction took place at 11 a.m., right? Because if the abduction was finished by 5 or 6 a.m., would this guy be going back at 11 a.m.? Or was this just an associate or accomplice that was just sent there to check if they had discovered they were missing yet? We don't really know. But the description was he was 5'8" to 5'9", shoulder length, sandy reddish brown hair, freckled tan complexion, 145 pounds, age 34 to 48. I mean, that's strangely specific. Age 34 to 48. Wouldn't you usually just say mid 30s to 50? I mean, I don't know. And the weight is cited as 145 pounds. Isn't it difficult to tell if somebody's 140 or 145? Or maybe they'd be 150 instead of 145? Why 145? That's a strange weight. I don't know.
Correctly so. I mean, I never really heard a description for that. Like, especially if you're just seeing someone on a vague. Usually, like I said, it's usually regular, but it might say average height, average build, and such, middle age. It may offer, hair color. Maybe someone might have seen some gray in it. But yeah.
Okay, I found an anonymous post online. I'm guessing this was someone in the area with inside knowledge of the goings on. They posted this. The next day, when the 3 missing women were being searched for, the police were looking for a brown van. My daughter and I went to Branson West to the grocery store, Country Mart. When I pulled up in front of the store to get out, there was a brown van parked in front of the store also. There was a man crouched down on the sidewalk talking on the payphone. He reminded me of Manson. He had long dark hair, cold dark eyes, and a leather vest on with no shirt under it. He was mumbling on the phone and stared us down when we got out of the car. There was another man sitting in the driver's seat of the van. I didn't get a good look at him. I just noticed that he had dark hair also. The van was brown and all the windows were covered up. I called the Springfield police when I returned home. I have heard that someone from Wheelerville dated Susie and that there is a concrete vault of some sort on the farm. No one seems to know what is on or under it. That was September 2nd, 2014, that this was posted online anonymous. What that means? Anybody's guess. But that is kind of strange. That description of a guy, long hair, wearing a vest with no shirt, I mean, that's a motorcycle gang member, right? How many non-motorcycle gang members do you know that would wear something like that and have a brown van with windows closed up?
It's suspicious. And
do you want to know the motto of the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club?
I would love to know.
The motto is mute forever.
Huh.
So I guess they really don't like snitches?
That would suggest that.
And they don't rat each other out. So apparently, from locals, the rumors are that Mike Kovacs, so this is Susie Streeter's ex-boyfriend, who she took out a restraining order on, who's friends with the grave robbers, he was the link between the grave robbers and the Galloping Goose drug dealers. So apparently, he's the one that went to the Galloping Goose guys and then sold the drugs, or had the grave robbers sell drugs for the Galloping Goose members through him. He was the intermediary. All right, here's another rumor. Are you ready for this, Sitter, when this one is bizarre?
All right.
So the grave robbers sold the gold teeth to a pawn shop. The owner of that pawn shop moved out of town shortly after the abduction. Seems a lot of people left town around that time. Do you find that suspicious that all these people are leaving town after the Springfield 3 go missing?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go through a couple more shady things. So, apparently police got a tip from a man awaiting sentencing on some charge in Greene County. He told police that a friend of his had confessed to killing the Springfield 3 during a drunken party. The source said that the information was supposed to lead the police south of Springfield. This was around the time the police searched a property in Webster County, a farmland property near Northview, Missouri, east of Springfield. According to the story, the police also searched the property in 1990 for 2 of 3 missing people from Springfield, Missouri, different people on a different case. So the 2 farms that come up here are the Robb farm and the Evans farm. All right, there's some posts on forums of guys that are just, I'm guessing they know a lot of these people. Some of this doesn't make a lot of sense because there's missing information here. But this is one theory that this group of Galloping Goose motorcycle members carried out this murder, and they were involved in many other things. But here's the post. I'm trying to show you how all these killers as a group killed these girls and how they all connect. Jones didn't bring enough meth to Fletcher's opening night. Dykes and Garrison and the man from Anderson killed Jones. The man from Anderson was questioned in the Debbie Lewis murder, and Carnahan was with Lewis in Willard. Carnahan brags about cutting Susie in front of several witnesses. My witness says Carnahan and Dykes and the Fletchers all hung together. And then there's Kell-Ann Workman at the Dogwood store. Carnahan is seen there. That's one link. The second link is Terry Walker, the ex-boyfriend of Debbie Lewis. And the third link is Garrison, arrested at the store the very next day after an abduction. This group shows up every time a girl goes missing, and I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think the Nevada girl, the Joplin girl, and the Freeman and Harris girls all link. So he thinks that these individuals, these drug dealers, Galloping Goose motorcycle members, they're all involved in all these different missing persons and murders.
Interesting. I mean, I guess it would sound that way, almost as if it was ritualistic. Not in the sense of saying like they're just serial killers, but just say, okay, I guess if they do a certain thing, this is how they celebrate.
Here's another post. Many of us locals have lived here in the Ozarks for decades. We predate the age of computer. It's one of those things you have to know. What's wrong with Dykes? You can't prove he's a goose, expletive. It's proven, in fact, when the Goose Club house was bombed 2 months ago and had a small fire, the club was raided by the police to search for bomb-making materials. Only one member was there and was living there, Ricky Eugene Dykes. So the Robb Farm, this is a place not far from Springfield, that's where all the bikers partied. So these online people are saying this. Different bikers gave me different directions, and to make it harder, Greene County changed the damn road a little. Location, division, all the way out past Highway 125, turn south at the North Star Baptist Church and follow 235 south as it merges with 134. The location is a mile south-southwest of the Francis Robb place. One witness states that the girls were marched up into the mobile home that morning. As he watched them arrive, he claims to have actually seen the two girls. He was working on a semi-trailer's brakes. Another witness claims that he was there when Gerald Carnahan was at his place with the giant Sanchez and Dykes and lots of others, as Carnahan bragged about cutting off Susie's left breast and how she got up, ran off, and Sanchez had to chase her down. I show a release date on Stephen Eugene Garrison, May 15th, 1992, 3 weeks prior to the Springfield 3 going missing. Garrison didn't have a safe place to take the girls of his own, unless it was his old gang members, Glenn and Paul Sweet, and that's where the witness says they went. Sweet was already in jail, yet we know that Dykes got his weed, truck, and ATV from. So we know how close Dykes was to Sweet. His kids called him Papa Sweet. Okay, so this is the property involving a lot of these rumors, and this was raided by police. There was also supposedly local rumors that Cheryl was dating someone in law enforcement, and that someone was married. So is it possible that Cheryl Levitt was dating a corrupt police officer, and this corrupt police officer used these criminals that he was involved with to get rid of Cheryl if she found something out?
Or the wife could have either known someone who might have been...
Oh, if the wife found out and told some shady individuals she knew from previous marriages or days?
Could be.
Just
put it out there.
Here's another anonymous post, December 3rd, 2012. When I was in high school, we always heard that the 3 missing women were supposed to be buried out on Washburn Prairie south of Cassville, Missouri, on an old farm whom everybody remembers, I'm sure. That's where all of us young kids would go and party out in the middle of nowhere. It was creepy out there. Anyways, we heard the girls were buried in the white van outside the 2-story farmhouse, where this man a bunch of junk piles of scrap cars and metal. They were told to us that they were under the 3rd pile, the one with the truck hood on the bottom. We recall that a certain girl who went to the same school as us, her dad was supposed to be in cahoots with this other one. One was a truck driver, and they supposedly kidnapped the 3 girls, and they ended up at the farm at the prairie. The truck driver, I heard, later turned out they found him dead in his semi along the side of the interstate. That's kind of interesting. Just another rumor out there. However, police did do a dig at a Cassville farm, so it's kind of weird. A lot of these things are kind of weird. A lot of these ongoing rumors are kind of weird.
Weird and diverse.
Let's talk vehicles for a moment. The green van. So October 28th to 29th, 1993, Ripley County, Indiana sheriff's officers recovered an 85 blue Dodge van motorhome in a campground in Versailles, Indiana. People in the campground said it had been occupied by a man until about June or July and felt it was abandoned. The van's VIN matched the VIN on a van stolen from an automobile dealership in Springfield, Missouri between June 4th and June 9th, 1992. That once was considered to be a possible suspect vehicle in the missing woman case. Supposedly it had nothing to do with the case. Okay, let's go through some of the searches. July and August 2002, Webster County Sheriff Ron Worsham led a search which included cadaver dogs, men with backhoes, archaeologists, and FBI agents. Highway A in his county. Worsham's department received a tip about 2 men who drove a green van and worked for a concrete company in Greene County. The property was where the concrete company dumped material. The search, which covered parts of 2 weekends, turned up nothing that led investigators to believe the missing women's bodies were on the property. Worsham was assistant police chief in Springfield when the women disappeared. So this is now quite some time, almost around a decade later. They don't find anything, but these are the 2 guys that disappeared afterwards. They had a green van. Okay. April 7th through 10th, 2003, searchers dug at a property south of Cassville, following tips that led them to believe the women might be buried there. Nothing was found there that indicated a link to Streeter, Levitt, and the call. During the summer of 2002, authorities received another tip. The tipster told police that 2 men who worked for a local concrete company and drove a green van had placed the woman's body on land in Webster County. The 2-week search of the property again yielded nothing. The following year, a similar search with the same results was conducted south of Cassville. August 28, 1993, law officers with a search warrant spent all day looking for the bodies of the 3 women on the farm of Francis Robb in Webster County. Afterwards, officers said they found some evidence they had analyzed, but nothing ever came of the search. Okay, this is very, very critical. I don't think we've talked about this on the podcast yet. This August 28th, 1993 search. So this search is relatively close to the time of them disappearing. So this is just a little over a year after they disappeared. How did they get that warrant? Do you find that curious? How did they get the warrant to search Francis Robb's place? Did the police already know about the Galloping Goose connection? And did they already have all of this information at that time, and they knew that there was a Galloping Goose connection with some of these shady individuals involved?
I wonder. I mean, was the warrant specifically meant to search the property in hopes to find any information on the missing girls, or was it something else entirely different they might have gotten a warrant for, but in the hopes might find an answer to that case with the girls?
August 20, so here's another thing I found. Police search, so August 28th, 1993, police searched a piece of farmland in Webster County on the basis of a tip. It is not publicly known if anything of significance was uncovered because the results were sealed. It was only stated that items were recovered. So does that bother you, Sid? They sealed the results of this search. Why would they do that? Is that because they don't want anybody to ever solve the case? Or is it because it has something to do with something else with the motorcycle gang that doesn't concern the Springfield Three, but concerns something else of critical value that possibly the FBI or DEA are involved with?
It very well could be. I think the latter. Because I imagine if it involved girls, that would be a very big case that they would want to have solved.
Okay, another point on the 2003 search at the property south of Cassville. Investigators acted on another tip, this one involving an old farm south of Cassville. And this is also that anonymous poster online referring to the rumors of this being where they were buried. Various types of debris were found, including sections of a green vehicle. It was also reported that cadaver dogs alerted on several points throughout the property. At an unknown date, a residence in Springfield was searched, yielding a box of old newspaper clippings about the case and 2 rings. The rings could not be tested for DNA as they had been sitting in the box for many years by that point. Now, I should point out that the girls at least had taken off their rings in the bathroom in the Delmar house, and some of Stacy's jewelry was inside the pocket of her shorts. If the rings were directly connected to the 3 missing women, they would likely had to have been worn by Cheryl Levitt, and she would have had been wearing them when she left the house. Those rings still have not had any DNA tested conducted on them. Okay, that's messed up. November 2nd, 1994, America's Most Wanted got a tip with directions to bodies near Gainesville, Missouri. Searchers found a garbage bag with 2 blue t-shirts with gunshot holes and blood on them. An animal's body was also in the bag. So it was a garbage bag, 2 blue t-shirts with gunshot holes and blood on them. Okay. Apparently, we have no information whether or not
it's conclusive in concerning the girls.
Actually, there was testing done. Springfield PD's Doug Thomas said the tip looks to be just another in a long line of false leads. This was November 5th, 1994. The tip had said that the bodies could be found in this remote location. Thomas said that the panties and t-shirts did not match what Streeter, McCall, and Levitt were thought to have been wearing. Ozark County Sheriff Vaughn said that the holes in front of the t-shirts looked to be consistent with shotgun pellet holes. The front of the t-shirts were covered with a black substance which was to be tested for blood. Springfield Police Department's Doug Thomas said that nothing was consistent with what they're looking for. Okay, that's kind of weird. We don't have corroboration on any of these testing. The other thing that's weird is if they were taken out of the house, who's to say they weren't kept captive somewhere and given other clothes to wear, right?
It's a very fair point to make.
So these are just all individuals and farms associated with Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club members. Okay, here's an interesting post. Someone pointed their story from Branson, Missouri, June 26, 2013 on Web Sleuths. My story is this. I was dating Francis Robb Sr., France's nephew, during the time this happened. I saw Bub driving a gray primered van around 3 a.m. the night the girls disappeared, and he wasn't alone. He was on his way to his dad's house, which was in sight of where I was going to drop off a friend. He dropped me in the road and talked to me. There was a man in the passenger side, but I couldn't see his face. There were also several people in the back of the van, but again, it was dark and I couldn't see faces. He asked me to go party with them, and I politely said I couldn't, as me and my friend were expected at the house where the lights were on. He reluctantly let me pass and go on my way. When I saw him 3 days later walking and the person with me asked him where was the van he was driving, he replied, "That got too hot too quick and I had to ditch it." So this was 3 days later.
Oh, that doesn't sound ominous in the least.
And so this was the night on the news I saw the announcement about the van. Those are the things I know. I heard things over the next few years, too, when the family would get to talking. I know Frant and Bub were in some way involved, and that's all I got to say about things I heard. That is for those of you who may have not seen my other post a while back. It's a scary family, and I've been away from them for many years. Someone asked this person how many people were in the back of the van. He said at least 4, maybe 5. They weren't moving around, could just see the silhouettes of heads. I was never afraid of Bub before that night, but I was scared as hell, and so was the person I was with. Something didn't seem right. It was enough that I stayed an hour longer at the house I was dropping my friend at, and then I took the long way home because I was afraid he might be waiting on my normal route. Is that creepy or what?
That's definitely jarring.
So this is from someone who was dating Francis Robb Sr.'s nephew at the time. Okay, someone asked her if she talked to the police. She said, yes, I gave a 1-hour statement to 2 trusted detectives in the town I live in now. They have no connection to Springfield law enforcement. They found it too frustrating to get a straight answer out of anyone in Springfield. That was 2 years ago, and I was told it might be better to wait quietly about it. Thing is, the only 2 people I know anything about are both dead for years now, and I still don't feel safe. So that is what I can put out here on the forums. Maybe it will help. All right, so that's pretty creepy, but how much stock do you put in people's intuition? So this individual said this van pulled up, something seemed wrong. And there were a bunch of people in the back of the van. They were not moving. It was just silhouettes of heads. That's a creepy visual, isn't it?
I have to agree that it is.
Francis Robb Sr. supposedly had killed 3 people and disposed of them on Robb's farm. Okay. Another coincidence, the Francis Robb Sr. trial for the murders at the Cassville farm was scheduled to begin on June 1st, 1992. So that trial was scheduled for the beginning of that week. The Robb's farm was searched in the murder case against Francis Robb in 1989 as well. There seems to be a lot of murder cases that need to be, and searches of these farm properties. This is all weird. So the 3 locations that were searched, these farm properties, they're all separate and apart from each other, miles and miles apart. And the grave robbers trial was supposed to start at the end of that month. It's all this stuff is going on quite at the same time, right? Or rather, a probable cause hearing was scheduled. So if there were no witnesses to testify, I guess there wouldn't have even been a trial.
I mean, it probably may have still been a trial. It's just that without said witnesses, I guess, to go against the defendant, I mean, it'd just be a pretty quick case in their favor, likely. Especially if that's all the prosecution would have to rely on for the most part.
The other thing we don't really know, Susie and Cheryl, like if Cheryl really is dating some police officer, is he telling her something? If Susie, what else did Susie know through the grave robbers, or even through Mike Kovacs during her time with Mike Kovacs? Did she have dirt on not only the grave robbers, but what if some of the Galloping Goose members were hanging around sometimes, so they knew Susie Streeter? Like, we're trying to find these connections between these other people. What if there was an even more direct connection we don't even know about?
Very true. What that her father did again?
Whose father?
Susie's.
We never said. They moved from Seattle. It was Stacy McCall, the friend. It was her father who worked at the car dealership.
Gotcha. Which was then involved with them. I wonder.
There's definitely something off about a lot of these things, and yeah, there's something just off because, again, this happened graduation night. If this was only about Galloping Goose, I mean, again, I don't know, maybe if you're trying to abduct and kill people, graduation night's not a bad time to do it because of all the commotion, right? Everybody's up late, everybody's running around, or does it make it harder because everybody's around and can see you? Or especially if you're older men with long hair and big beards. Unless you're getting the high school age, college age kids to do your bidding.
Potentially. But again, sorry, like you said, there was a lot of chaos, a lot of raucousness. But yeah, I would imagine in that sense, with all the chaos, it probably would be a bad night because people might be up, aware, looking around, making sure that kids aren't getting too wild or what's going on. So, but like you said, at the same time, still it would set commotion, such craziness. There is still a decent chance that you could be able to pull off something without anyone really paying too much mind to it potentially. As of course, the kids are, I guess, around the town like that though. I imagine from graduation. Well, yeah, unless it's with all the parties, then, huh?
So there's another problem with the police. We'll be taking a look at the investigation itself and things that don't add up. But if certain members of the police force, for whatever reason, they want to sever these links, because the Kansas City Star, July 2nd, 1992, we interviewed a ton of people in that case. This is relating to the grave robbing case. She was one of them, relating to Streeter. Streeter's statement was insignificant in the vandalism case, and it has nothing to do with her missing now, Glenn said. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because if they're trying to downplay any connection, we really don't know. Or if they really don't know what she knew. Like, what if the Galloping Goose members knew that Susie knew something, but Susie actually never said it? So then the police would never know what was significant, especially if she withheld the evidence that she thought would get her in trouble, like maybe certain names or Galloping Goose members' names, whatever. So if she withheld that, but the Galloping Goose members didn't know she withheld it, or were just suspicious in general because she was talking to police, and the police didn't know that, then the police, from what they do know, would think that there would be no wouldn't have to do with her missing now. However, do you find it weird to make a definitive statement? It has nothing to do with her missing now. How would they know that definitively? Like, what if her statement on the grave robbing had nothing to do with anything and they're right? But one of the grave robbers was simply pissed off, and they had a Galloping Goose friend who the police doesn't know about that they went to do something about it. How would the police know for sure but they're but they went out of the way to say it had nothing to do with her missing now? Is that just sheer ignorance and hubris in thinking that they're good investigators, or is it them trying to steer the narrative?
All very good points. And anyone could be valid because, again, it's still very odd to make that sort of claim, especially when obviously that they are still missing. And that's leaving most avenues open. Unless at some point they may have investigated that path and then were able to dismiss it. So I would find that still odd, though, especially just to announce it like that without any prior updates. Unless they were trying to keep it extremely tight and hush-hush in case if they felt they were closing in.
You know what's weird is there seem to have been multiple sources stating that the Springfield Police Department are very difficult to deal with and getting straight answers on anything to do with this case. That seems weird, but there is evidence that this was a big investigation. Now, big investigation for what? To make sure it wasn't solved or to try to solve it? So the Jefferson City News Tribune reported this. Springfield police have more than 5,200 leads that have taken them to more than 20 states, Sergeant Mike Owens said. They have even listened to numerous psychics. One even attempted to elicit clues from Levitt's dog and called in a team of retired investigators to review the case. There are no suspects, but about a half a dozen individuals remain under suspicion. This was published June 9th, 2002, Jefferson City News Tribune. You know what's weird, though? I mean, do you think a pet psychologist should be employed to get the information from Levitt's dog that'll make or break this case?
That would be quite intriguing, but I mean, after a certain amount of time, I guess, is it really that wild to try out any other avenues? Considering since nothing else seems to pan out anything useful, I mean, it's worth it. I mean, I would leave it open as an option. I mean, at this point, I can't honestly see it hurting.
Yeah, but with all the details in this case, are you mind shocked at the level of coincidences and just how you can't? It's just everything is really, really bizarre because it seems like nothing is really followed up or ruled out. Even the parking garage, where they never really did the dig to just rule it out for the sake of ruling it out.
I've especially found the at least for me, in my opinion, the parking that searching a parking garage to be odd, especially concerning that again they are missing various avenues being explored and nothing being panned out with anything concrete.
Well, we went over a laundry list of suspects. I mean, this was definitely suspect city with a lot of strange goings on that night and strange goings on all around. And we can't rule anything out, as always. Every avenue remains under investigation. We have strange families connected to motorcycle gangs that have murder and kill people, multiple police searches on these, rumors many years after the fact, people encountering family members acting strange and believing they were involved with the Springfield Three. In general, how much stock do you put in rumors? Like, we do see a lot of cases where some old rumors actually turned out to be correct. And then in other cases, it turns out they weren't correct, but we don't know even know that for sure, because what if they were correct about a different crime? Like people bragging about whatever and through broken telephone. What if they really were these admissions to crimes, but they were different crimes? So in general, do you think rumors are reliable in the sense of something happened and exactly what it was, or even which person it was done to? That might not necessarily be true, but the core of the rumor came from something legitimate?
I definitely feel that there are times where rumors can carry a certain level of validity to them once explored. But yeah, because I mean, there have been cases after all where certain rumors have been started and explored and then led to either results that people were looking for or completely other different results that no one expected or anticipated.
Indeed. I don't think it's wise to just write things off and sweep them under the rug, because when you don't know, you don't know. So, once again, we hope you enjoyed another mind-shocking episode of Mindshock True Crime in the Springfield 3 series. Plenty more to come. Believe it or not, this is all the tip of the iceberg. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive Mindshock updates. You could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority in case requests. So if you have a case that you really want covered in typical Mindshock fashion, you can become a patron on Patreon, and we will put it to the top of the list. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Sid Irwin.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Springfield 3 series. This is, of course, focusing on the 3 missing women from Springfield, Missouri. The unsolved cold case of friends Suzanne Susie Streeter and Stacy McCall and Streeter's mother, Cheryl Levitt, who went missing from Levitt's home in Springfield, Missouri, June 7, 1992. Their belongings, including cars and purses, were left behind. So they've been missing for 27 years. Over 27 years. Coming on 28 years. So in this episode, the investigation. In this episode, we will examine the police investigation, what can be gleaned from the police report, and how that investigation has progressed over the years, what the police have made public, not made public, and many leads that were probably not followed. From all accounts, it seems there were unfollowed leads. Some of them quite mind-shocking. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button and share it across social media platforms. Some of these old-time cold cases need to be kept in the public eye in order to break the case. Regardless of what happened, obviously, families need closure, and anything that keeps the awareness up can possibly get someone to remember something or someone to talk. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get top priority for case topic requests, as well as co-podcaster requests. All right, so let's jump right in here. Let's look at the exact police report. This was a missing persons report. The people listed here: Janice McCall, Janelle Kirby, Mike Henson. Officer Galt and myself responded to 1717 East Del Mar, where we were contacted by Mrs. McCall. Mrs. McCall stated her daughter, Stacy Kathleen McCall, was to spend the night at this location with her girlfriend, Suzanne Streeter. Suzanne lives at this address with her mother, Cheryl Levitt. Mrs. McCall stated two of Stacy and Suzanne's friends, Mr. Henson and Miss Kirby, who were also present, contacted her when they were unable to locate Stacy, Suzanne, and Mrs. Levitt. Miss Kirby and Mr. Henson told me they last saw Suzanne and Stacy at a graduation party at Coach Drive in Battlefield around 0200 hours this morning. Kirby stated she, Henson, and Stacy and Suzanne left the party at this residence at Coach Drive and went to her house. This is Janelle Kirby's house on Butterfield Place, which is just around the corner from the Coach Drive residence. Kirby and Henson stated Stacy and Suzanne told them they were going to go to Suzanne's house to spend the night and for them to call Suzanne's house later in the morning, and they were all to go to Whitewater. Kirby and Henson stated Stacy and Suzanne then left, each driving their own vehicle. Miss Kirby stated she called Suzanne's house several times starting around 7:30 in the morning. She stated she kept getting the answering machine. Kirby said she and Henson went to Suzanne's around 12:30 and found Stacy's vehicle as well as Suzanne's car in the driveway. Mrs. Levitt's vehicle was in the carport. Kirby and Henson state they found the front porch light globe broken on the front steps and the front porch light on. So again, we went over this in previous episodes. The light bulb itself was not broken. The globe around it was what was broken. Okay. They stated the front door was closed but unlocked. After knocking and ringing the bell several times, Kirby and Henson state they announced themselves and went on in. They found the TV set in Suzanne's bedroom on. All three of the women's purses were in Suzanne's room. Okay, that room is located in the northeast corner of the house. Kirby and Henson stated they left and then returned at 7:30 p.m. after calling several times and found everything to be the same. Mrs. McCall stated she and her husband arrived around 2100 hours. About 9 p.m. Okay. Upon arriving, Officer Galt and myself found several people at the residence. These being Kirby, Henson, Mr. and Mrs. McCall, Mrs. McCall's daughter, another friend of Stacy and Suzanne's, and her mother, and Miss Kirby's parents. Okay. Of course, there were many, many people in this unsecured location. Okay, upon attempting to conduct an investigation of the house, Officer Galt and I were advised by the subjects present that they had already cleaned up the glass and looked around the residence prior to our arrival. Officer Galt and I did find all the vehicles there and all their purses in the bedroom. The house keys and keys to the vehicles were also there. Mrs. McCall advised that the handwriting on this police report is really terrible. It's hard to read. This is a handwritten report by the officers. Mrs. McCall advised that Stacy's swimsuit she was going to take to Whitewater was in Suzanne's room, as well as the clothes she had been wearing. Officer Galt advised he found jewelry, which, according to Mrs. McCall, Stacy had been wearing in the pocket of the shorts Stacy had worn. Nothing in the house seemed to indicate a struggle. Although Mrs. McCall stated Stacy would never go anywhere without her purse, makeup, and medication she takes for migraines, headaches, and depression. The whereabouts of Suzanne's mother, Mrs. Levitt, is also unknown. Mrs. McCall stated she saw Mrs. Levitt at the graduation ceremony at the Student Center the previous day at 1815 hours. So roughly after 6 p.m., shortly after 6 p.m. She thought Mrs. Levitt was at New Attitudes. So that is the hair salon she worked at. Officer Galt attempted to contact neighbors, which is the first house west of the residence, but found no one home. He made contact with neighbors at other addresses who stated they had been home but had not noticed anything out of the ordinary at this address. So that's an interesting point, because this would have all had to have been done silently, depending on how far the neighbors were. So there was no screaming or anything like that. All of these variables in this case, of course, very, very bizarre and puzzling. Okay, I checked with our department. Chicken Scratch says calls Chicken Scratch at the address or in the Chicken Scratch the past 24 hours and found nothing. Close. Okay, so calls for some kind of service at this address. So I guess in the past 24 hours, I guess he's checking 911 calls or something like that. Also, the Missouri State Highway Patrol and the Greene County Sheriff's Office were contacted, but they had not had any contact with the three subjects. Mrs. McCall called local hospitals, but they had not seen them. Officer Galt and I found house keys, at which time, after contacting missing persons reports, we asked Chicken Scratch. They left a note to contact the police department. Okay. The keys were logged into property. All right, so very sloppy handwriting from whoever wrote this report. Really terrible. Very, very difficult to make out. Definitely need to learn how to write legible police reports, especially for future reference. All right, so what's interesting regarding the report, of course, a couple points there on what was found, and of course the contaminated crime scene, all these things, and the neighbors had not seen anything out of the ordinary, and some of the neighbors were not home at the time. Okay, so they didn't mention the calls on the answering machine, the voicemails, or that Janelle had picked up the phone to these supposed crank calls or whatnot, and the deleted voicemails. So, interesting points there. So, I'm going to go over some musings, again, by many different astute online researchers. So, in some cases, police get criticized for not revealing enough, but this was actually one of the cases where they were criticized for revealing a lot. But a lot of what? A lot of things that don't matter, and then didn't reveal things that did, that could potentially lead to solving of the case. So in the previous episode, make sure you check it out, Suspect City. There is no shortage of suspects in this case. And there's the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club, a motorcycle gang involved in drug trafficking. There are some theories that there's involvement with the police in that matter. Then we have CI possibilities. There's a lot of crisscrossing there. Previous cases. Yes, it's very unknown the level of complicity by certain corrupt officers, if any, that could have jeopardized this investigation. But this is a post on Unresolved Mysteries subreddit, Springfield 3, What Haven't Police Revealed? On a midsummer morning in 1992, a high school couple pay a visit to a friend and open the door to an enduring mystery that continues to this day. This particular poster believes the trio were abducted and murdered. Rather than go over the rogues gallery of likely and ancillary suspects, I want to ask this. What pertinent information has been squirreled away in police files and evidence vaults for 27 years? This was posted last year. Robin Warder's terrific podcast series, The Trail Went Cold, recently devoted an episode to this case. I found it broke down the case in a particularly sharp and clear way and left me wondering about 3 specific areas Warder detailed. None of these are answered satisfactorily. All involve some level of police silence. My point here is not to suggest conspiracy. I just want to know if these are indeed unresolved questions, if there is more known about them to case experts, and if not, why police haven't shared more about them after so much time has gone by. 1. The mysterious telephone calls to the Levitt home. While Janelle Kirby and her boyfriend searched the Levitt home, the phone rang twice. Both times, Janelle picked it up and reported that an unknown male caller had made sexual innuendos before she hung up on him. Later on, another call was made to the Levitt house, leaving a message. That afternoon, McCall's mother, Janice, searching for her daughter in the house, saw there was a message and played the message. She said it was a, quote, strange message, end quote, but nothing else. By playing the message, she inadvertently erased it, as answering machines often self-deleted after playing. Did they really? I mean, I've never had an answering machine in the past that's self-deleted after playing, because of course if it's an important message, you might need to play it back if they had certain details or addresses or really important work-related information. I mean, depending on what kind of an answering machine, if it was, I don't know. It seems strange. Now, in a case where there's so many other strange oddities, this is simply yet another one. Some people believe that there was something on that voicemail that could have had some clues. So, yeah. Here's the question, what do police know about these messages that they aren't telling? They have said that the first 2 calls were not connected to the third. How do they know this? And that's an excellent question that I've asked before about certain police statements on how they know it's XYZ instead of ABC or whatnot, because they don't reveal it. So they do seem to obviously have information they have not revealed. Okay. They also said that the first 2 calls were unconnected with the disappearance. So they're saying the first 2 calls not connected to the third, and the first 2 not connected to the disappearance. So what about the third? I believe this, but want to know how the police ruled it out. Did they check phone records and trace the calls to their source? Did they find out why they were made? If it was a prank call and they didn't want to bring undue publicity to someone, why not just say so rather than leave it hanging? And another important thing to note in a lot of these investigations, police do certain things on purpose, because they either want to draw out a suspect or they believe they have a suspect, but that suspect didn't act alone and they need more information. So they do have certain strategies. Is this part of it? Obviously, we don't know. Okay, and what about the third call? Could Janice really have forgotten the message? Distraught as she was, her mind must have been like a sponge in those frantic hours grasping at anything. Yet she claims she can't remember. Police have said the call may be connected to the case and even that it, quote, may have contained a clue, end quote. Given what little we have from Janice on the matter, this seems like guesswork unless there is more to it that hasn't been said. Warder suggested that she might have recalled more about the call, but the police requested she not make it public. I think this makes sense, but keeping it a secret this long does not. And that's another good point, because the longer some of these cold cases drag on, the less likely they are to be solved. Is it time to really show all the cards? Put all the cards on the table and just have a last-ditch attempt at any kind of closure in solving the case, because it hasn't been solved so far. Whatever strategies the police have employed have not worked thus far. Okay, 2, clearing the grave robbers. One set of initial suspects, which included a former boyfriend of Susie's, she was preparing to testify against after he was arrested for robbing graves, or vandalizing crypts, if you want to be more accurate, was cleared by the Springfield police chief for reasons that were not detailed, and apparently left others in the department angry at having been bigfooted by their boss. I don't think the grave robbers did it either. Like Warder says in the podcast, murdering 3 people is kind of overreach to silence a witness's testimony about a lesser crime. Okay, I will give a caveat there. I agree with that as well. However, if you just want to send a message and you want to slap people around, things can get out of hand and crimes are committed in the heat of moments. So I agree that these petty crypt vandals would probably not hatch this plan to kill people unless, if they were on drugs. There's a lot of different variables here. If they were forced to do it by the Galloping Goose connections, again, make sure you listen to the previous podcast to get all the available details known on this case. There's other moving pieces here. It's not so simple as, yes, crypt vandals acting alone, not under the influence, would probably not risk murdering 3 people in a neighborhood with neighbors around. Probably not. However, if they wanted to scare them, possibly a little bit of light assault, slapping them around, things got out of hand, and they unintentionally either hit one too hard, something went out of hand, they might have accidentally killed one of them, or thought they killed them even if they didn't, just knocked them unconscious, and then things got really out of hand and they panicked. And then could the crime have occurred that way? Again, there's a lot of possibilities here. I don't want to fall for logical fallacies. This is Mindshock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. All right. Also, the abduction seems to have been carried out with dispatch and surgical precision. 2 elements not at all evident in the antics of this crew of drug-addled grave robbers who got caught when Susie's ex tried to pawn off a gold tooth. So again, I agree, if they were involved, they most likely were not acting alone. But if the chief was satisfied they were innocent, where's the explanation for it? They have motive and opportunity and deserve to be accounted for in the public record. Number 3, the Garrison connection. And I've spent quite some time on Stephen Eugene Garrison in the previous podcasts. If you haven't checked those out, again, make sure you check them out. In August 93, Stephen Eugene Garrison was arrested on an unrelated weapons charge. During his plea bargaining, Garrison said he had information as to what had happened to the Springfield 3, namely that a drunken friend had confessed to murdering them. Warder notes that Garrison, quote, revealed a piece of info that had not been revealed publicly and showed there might be some truth to his claims, end quote. After initially fleeing police and committing a sexual assault while on the run, Garrison led police to a farm where he claimed the trio were buried. The bodies weren't found, of course, but Warder notes that other items were found. What were they, and how, if at all, did they relate to the Springfield 3? It was never disclosed, as Warder notes a judge issued a gag order preventing police from saying more. Again, I went over this in the previous podcast. Why is that gag order still in effect? The owner of the property died in 1995. If the items found did connect to the Springfield 3, why not say so and how? And if they didn't, why not say so? These are just the questions I was left with after listening to 20 minutes of Warder's podcast. There are more questions he looks into as well. Very worth your while. Here's the thing. A lot of talk about the Springfield 3 centers around a broken porch-like globe, a parking lot identified by a psychic as the burial site of the 3 victims, a green van, and a bitter brother, all of which seem dead ends at best. Could other info exist that could shed new light on the fate of Cheryl, Susie, and Stacy? Listening to The Trail Went Cold, I kept thinking that the trail here might not be so cold if police had been more forthcoming about what they know. And again, some of this could suggest there's some kind of police conspiracy, and I am going to delve into that possibility as well. Okay, the first response to this post was this. What is interesting to note is that detectives in most cases are often criticized for revealing too little information. But in this case, it was the opposite. Police Chief Terry Knowles, who led the original investigation, was criticized by his own detectives for giving too much information to the media, including virtually every detail of how the Levitt home looked on June 7th, 1992. The authorities gave out so much information that one detective said that even if they had a suspect, they wouldn't be able to validate their confession because every single detail they would normally hold back had been released to the public. Although I would add this, because if the police, there were so many people that were coming and going, over a dozen, if not close to 2 dozen or more, people that came and went, nobody would really know what the scene looked like immediately after the abduction because the scene was so contaminated. So you could say that it was almost irrelevant on what it looked like at that moment because it could have looked different at the time of the abduction. So whether the purses were lined up in a row or not, it's just, unless you're taking on blind faith as gospel truth, that the first people that arrived didn't move anything, even though they admitted they did. And obviously, it's so problematic. But anyway, Knowles even allowed the media to film 2 suspects being polygraphed, of flagrant violation of department rules at the time, and let reporters publish photographs of Susie's bedroom. Knowles had also been described as a micromanager who did not allow detectives to pursue leads as they normally would and turned down assistance. For example, I believe the state police offered him some computers to help better organize the large amount of tips leads they were receiving, but Knowles refused, leaving them to use the more cumbersome system of index cards. Detectives have also complained that they were discouraged from sharing leads with each other for some inexplicable reason and criticized Knowles for prematurely ruling out suspects who may have had a motive to kill one or more of the missing women. This has nothing to do with the 3 specific things you posted, but it's interesting and possibly relevant stuff. And this is why some people point to either some kind of police complicity and some conspiracy, because it sure looks like Knowles is trying to bungle the investigation. Or this is a Keystone Cops situation, where Knowles is just that incompetent or ego-driven. He doesn't want to accept assistance. He wants things done a particular way, and he thinks it might make him look bad. Or so whether he's intentionally or unintentionally bungling the investigation, there does seem to have been a lot of roadblocks intentionally put in place by Knowles. Now, whether that was nefarious or not, that we don't know. So other people pointed out this. I've had a lot of new thoughts about this case since hearing the podcast as well. It's just so hard for me to believe that it was a total stranger abduction. All 3 women's vehicles were parked outside the home. What single intruder chooses a home that looks so full? Even if a man followed the girls home, why wouldn't he be concerned about possible males in the house with a car already there? And they hadn't lived there terribly long, so I assume you'd really have to be watching them to know it's 2 women living alone. And again, if you listen to the previous episode, there were suspects who supposedly worked for a utility company that may have worked on that street and have had a lot of time and access to watch the house. But anyway, this case is so sad and mind-boggling. I also don't know a terrier that doesn't lose its mind around people, strangers. I hate to even say it, but hurting Cinnamon would accomplish 2 things. Prove to the women you're serious and they need to come with you, and shutting up the yapping. Someone familiar with Cinnamon and the girls would maybe be less likely to hurt her. The front door was unlocked. Did the girls forget to lock it behind them? Did the abductor have a key or know that it opened the door for them? This is definitely one of those cases it's easy to go wild with speculation. And that's a good point on Cinnamon and the dog. If you're even cold-blooded serial killers, some of them do like animals and won't harm animals, but they will harm humans. I mean, there's so many different possible dynamics here. But even in that case, the dog probably would have went crazy if it was a random abduction with scary-looking strangers. However, if it was someone known to Cinnamon or a friend of the girls, especially if they had been there before, possibly might not. Or if even in that situation, Susie Streeter or her mother Cheryl might have quieted or calmed down Cinnamon if it was someone they trusted, even though if that trust was misplaced. A follow-up comment to that one was, this is what makes me think it was someone they knew, and this person was possibly already in the house by the time the girls arrived. Someone who is not obviously a threat at first, because they took time to take their makeup off and get ready for bed. So maybe a friend of Cheryl's or a neighbor. I remember reading somewhere, I can't remember where I heard this, I've done so much reading on this case, that Janelle or a friend noticed that Susie's car was not parked in its usual spot, even though that spot was free. This makes me think by the time her and Stacy arrived at the house, there was another car taking up her spot. Okay, here is speculation on what the police know about the calls. There is a good chance, really good chance, the cops conducted interviews and gleaned details from both individuals who either received calls or heard messages. From there, the cops would have had cursory knowledge of what the calls consisted of and would have been able to loosely determine if the calls were related. Additionally, from the interviews, that they may have determined that some of the gathered information would have been useful as a means to vet future potential witnesses or tips, and then made the determination to withhold certain aspects of it from the public domain. Regarding tracing calls, this was 1992. Cellular communications, while existent, were nowhere near the norm. Police would have a difficult time retroactively tracing calls. Furthermore, if calls were made from a phone booth, then good luck identifying who made a call. Cameras were not as prevalent as they are now, so footage of people coming and going or using the booth to make the call would depend on a witness, and if that phone was located miles away in another town, good luck having a potential witness make a connection that the guy using the booth in the morning is doing anything shady. So other people chimed in regarding that post. The difficulty in tracing calls would have depended on whether time was a factor or not. Real-time tracing would have been hit or miss, but pretty much all exchanges, but the very most rural, were computerized for billing purposes by 1992. The originating exchange, originating number, and call duration would have been in the phone bill. It would have been easier to get the information collated on the bill than at the instance of the call. There would be no information available on the content of the call, but the existence of the call and billing info, like whether it was local or long distance, or originated as a toll call or at a payphone or on a calling card, would be readily available to police. Okay, so another thing that regarding Robert Craig Cox that we keep going back to, he did say he would reveal the truth when his mother died. So as of a year or so, when Warner did his podcast, Cox's mother was still alive. All right, another interesting response here is, I've got a theory as to the general nature of this unrevealed evidence. Emphasis on general nature. One thing that utterly baffles me about this case is the naivete of the people who were in the house that morning and afternoon. The front door is unlocked. All three cars are in the driveway. The keys and purses lined up inside. Susie and Stacy are missing their long-awaited trip to the water park. Even Cinnamon is all agitated. And no one is alarmed. Several hours pass and almost 20 people go in and out of the house until Stacy's mother finally calls the police. Saying that it was an unusually trusting place and time doesn't make sense. Springfield is a city, not some peaceful rural village, and if anything, crime rates in 1992 were higher than they are today. My theory is that there was something in the house that offered an at least semi-plausible explanation for the three's absence. For lack of a better idea, maybe a note purportedly written by one of them, an explanation which made sense at first but became less believable as time went on. Whatever the case, it's surprising that none of the people aware of this note or whatever have broken their silence. Now, that is a very, very interesting theory and definitely explains a lot more thus far. Because if Janelle Kirby and Mike Henson were not involved in this appearance, or maybe even if they were, I don't know, all these other people coming and going, it does seem that if there was a reason that was semi-plausible or whatnot at the house, like a note, that would make sense why nobody panicked immediately. For example, if they said they were going to come back that night, or I don't know, something, possibly not even a note. That's an interesting point. That ties up the loose end of why so many people came and went without doing it. Like, it's strange. Some semi-plausible explanation that became less plausible as the day wore on, with no return, no phone call. Maybe they said they would call. I mean, who knows? Maybe it was even something nefarious, like if the kidnappers left something that said, if you contact the police, we'll kill them, or something like that. Anything. Something that kept immediate action from being taken, because it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Another interesting post here. Some will say it isn't relevant to the case, but was Cinnamon locked in the bathroom when Janelle first arrived? I've heard reports say that she sprinted into Janelle's arms when she opened the front door, but others claim that the dog was left in the bathroom. Since she was known for being a yappy Yorkie, it would make sense that Susie or Cheryl would leave her in the bathroom before letting someone in the house. No sign of forced entry that we know. I also wish Larry Dwayne Hall was looked at in better detail. Of course, I went over him in the previous podcast, Suspect City. The colors of the green van varied from black, white, blue, and brown, according to witness reports and a nightly newspaper boy. Larry Hall abducted many of his victims in a brown van, but when he was also in Indianapolis on July 1st, 1991, where he most likely killed Michelle Dewey, 20, he stated his interest in a 1980 blue Dodge van he saw in a sales ad. Wilson's Creek National Battlefield is less than 2 miles from Janelle Kirby's house. Larry's brother Gary also claimed he owned the green van. Just playing devil's advocate, here at this point, does anyone have any information? Someone responded that Cinnamon was found running free in the house and not locked in the bathroom, which again begs the question, why are there so many alternate reports? Okay, regarding Cheryl's ex-boyfriend, which we didn't really talk about in detail, although there are some theories circulating about that. Another poster brought this point forward. I heard at the beginning Cheryl had an ex who was in a lot of debt and saddled her with it. Is it possible their disappearance has something to do with that? Someone came after her not expecting the girls to also be there. Cheryl had 2 exes. It was her second husband that put her in debt, then disappeared. She moved out of another house to cut expenses and pay the bills her ex left her with. But I don't know if there was anything outstanding, or if so, enough for the wrong guy to kill her over. And people were asked if both of these guys were cleared. In the Trail Went Cold podcast, they did mention that her first husband, Brent Streeter, was investigated and cleared after a period of police trying to track him down. The podcast goes on to say right after that neither he nor Don Levitt, Cheryl's ex number 2, were seen as serious suspects. Okay, here's another very good theory from another poster. The mom had been refinishing a chest inside the house at the time of the incident. I have helped refinish furniture, and I routinely work with a variety of similar chemicals in my hobbies. If you are doing this type of work indoors, you must open doors and windows, or you will pass out or become ill from toxins. That's why it is preferred that you refinish furniture in an open garage or outdoors. My theory is that the mom left windows open to air out the place while they went to the graduation ceremony. Whoever committed this act came in through a window, hid in a closet, and waited until after they had returned and fallen asleep. Once they were asleep, the criminal appeared. He used a gun and forced the woman at gunpoint to bind one another and tape each other's mouths. The criminal then began carrying each woman one by one out to a van. While carrying one of the women out the front door, their foot or head hit the front porch light, shattering the shell casing on the light. It's also possible one of the women purposely kicked the light casing while being carried out. They had just recently moved into the neighborhood and probably caught the eye of someone who lived in that area, or caught someone's eye the day of the crime and they followed them back to the house. With the windows wide open, the criminal had just the right opportunity. This was a crime of opportunity. This wasn't a robbery. This was sexual and or about power. Whoever went in there knew there was no man in the house, so they may have been watching the house for a while and knew there would be no real assistance. My belief is that the crime was committed by one person. It is very easy for one person to control 3 women if a gun is involved. And it was around 3 a.m. in the morning or later, so no neighbors are going to be up at that time to witness the criminal moving people in and out of the house. Perfect timing. Well, keep in mind it was graduation night, though. So people were coming and going at early hours that particular night, not other nights. This poster goes on, my criminal profile, white male, age 30 to 50 at the time of the crime. It wasn't an older male, as the women would have felt more confident in fleeing or fighting. The person had to be strong enough to lift and carry the women, so the man probably had a muscular physique. No way an overweight person is carrying out this crime. Highly intelligent or above average at worst. Highly disciplined, may have military background. Wanted to isolate and overpower these women and take them away to another location where they would have more control, enjoy, and take pleasure in controlling them. Whoever did this did not want the bodies found, which leads me to believe that it wasn't someone like the BTK killer, who was active at this time and lived only 4 hours away, who got off on leaving puzzles and evidence at the scene. This person was meticulous, precise, and either planned this out for weeks or planned it out in their head while waiting inside for the women to return. They could have scoped out the inside of the house while the women were away so they could best formulate their attack. They may have taken trinkets or mementos to keep. Everyone who lived in the nearby neighborhood should be investigated and called into question. Any businesses nearby at the time should have the employees investigated. It doesn't matter how church-going, nice, friendly, or decent they think someone might be. It doesn't matter if the person is a police officer, mailman, or high-ranking member of a church. Everyone should be investigated. It 100% wasn't the grave robbing teens. They could never have pulled this off, nor could they have kept their mouths shut this long. Most of them went on to become alcoholics and potheads, and they surely would have slipped up at some point. Well, nothing's 100%. I don't know. Again, I do think it's probably unlikely that it was the grave robbers or the crypt vandals acting alone. They were associated with some shady individuals. The Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club, which, again, yeah, this is not simple. If there weren't those connections, you could more easily rule them out, but unfortunately there are, and there's a lot of loose ends in this case. So another point about the Crypt Vandals, a poster wrote this: I lived in Kimberling City when this took place, not far from Springfield, about an hour, and knew some people. It's not too hard to follow what probably happened. Susie Streeter was appearing in court and had threatened some people. For whatever reason, that was the talk. The Cox parking garage isn't where they ended up. The Ozarks have plenty of hollows and plenty of outlaws. Law enforcement never wanted to find out what happened. They'd just as soon leave well enough alone, and that's what they done. That's an interesting take, something that I haven't tackled yet. Did they just not want to mess with certain individuals that they thought were involved? And why is that? I'll be examining police conspiracy as well, but that's just a very creepy way of putting it. All right, let's get ready for a mind-shocking lead up next. So hold on to your hats, all the listeners out there. This one is very, very mind-shocking. This was posted 4 years ago. Below is a conversation I had this week in the comment section of YouTube while watching Disappeared, the Springfield 3. Just seems odd to me that the authorities never seem to be interested in checking into this report as far as I can tell. FYI, consider this paraphrased. I have adjusted grammar punctuation included in this witness's testimony originally posted on YouTube. I did this solely in an effort to convey the message I deemed to be intended by the original poster more concisely and coherently. So this is from the witness. I saw two of the girls in a van on Highway 101 going south. I stopped at a post office in Gamaliel, Arkansas, and used their phone to report the incident I saw in the van to Highway Patrol. The girl they called Stacy tried to jump from the van at 50 miles per hour. I did not know at the time anyone was missing, but I knew this girl wanted out of the van, so I took down the license plate. We stayed behind them even though they slowed down to about 5 miles per hour. I started taking mental notes of people in the van. There was the guy who pulled her back in the van by her arm and slapped her around. He had no shirt on and he had a ripped six-pack body. He laid down on something by the back window. There were 2 windows in the back of the van so I could see in well. He was blonde with long curly hair, tan, had a tattoo on the right arm like an eagle. The driver I could see only part of his head and he had dark brown hair, very short, and he was a big guy by the look of his shoulders. A small, pale, short blonde girl was in the passenger seat. Only saw a little of her. I found it strange that when the guy was striking the long, dark-haired girl, neither the driver nor passenger turned to look or help her. The only clothes the long-haired girl had on was a checkered flannel shirt. Yes, I have called many times to report this. The brother looks like the guy in the van, but a younger version. The van had an Alabama tag on it. They went down a gravel road off Highway 101. I think the road they went down was 245 or 145. I can't remember. My kids were with me and a boyfriend. So someone asked this witness, do you still have the license plate number? What have the cops said when you reported it? The response was this: no, sorry, I regret not saving it, but I know it was an Alabama tag, a Chevy van, and was 2 different colors, beige and burgundy. It might have been a burgundy stripe. The police can check this out by looking at phone records to Arkansas Highway Patrol that came from Gamaliel, Arkansas. From the Gamaliel, Arkansas U.S. Post Office. That is where I called to report it. An elderly lady worked there and let me use the phone. This was the first place I could get to a phone. I gave them the plate number, told them what happened, and told them which way they went. They have the plate number for that van. I can't remember the date, but it was in June or July of the year the girls went missing. They can check it out. My daughter remembers it happening. I have tried to remember as much as I can about it. I wish I could help more. I am sure it was Stacy who tried to jump. Her hair was not brushed. I will tell you everything I can remember. The only clothing she had on was a man's flannel shirt, dark-colored, checkered. The guy didn't have a shirt on. She didn't have shoes on when her leg came outside the door, and he pulled her back in and was hitting her. He made her go to the back of the van with him, and what I found strange is he laid down on something just below the window. She kept her head down and her hands were placed on his back. She just stood there like that. Hope this helps. Okay, it's a very, very disturbing account. The other thing that's strange is why have one of them in the passenger seat in the front where someone could see them if they were driving, because they could scream or wave for help from the front passenger seat. I don't know. Okay, so if that was Susie in the front, Stacy in the back. Okay, another response here. The cops never said anything, but I felt like they did not believe me. Something was said about too many different kinds of vans being reported, and there was not a van. I just told them, and they might be able to solve it if they would check out the records. How hard is it to find the phone records of Highway Patrol in Arkansas in June and July of the year the girls went missing, and look for the U.S. Post Office in Gamaliel, Arkansas? Then look at what was reported on the call I made. They have the tag number on this van. It was an Alabama tag. Why do they not check it out? So some commenters on this report, if we take this as credible, which is a definite if, some thoughts. No mention of Cheryl being present is odd. What scenario would have led to there being only Susie and Stacy? Some of the visual details seem too specific, like making out an eagle tattoo for the distance cars would have at highway speed. What if it wasn't an eagle? What if it was a galloping goose? I don't really understand what she's describing in regards to the man in the back laid down on something, nor the position she's describing Stacy in. The description of the two perps as big, buff, shirtless, eagle tattoos, long hair, practically scream biker gang. Again, was this related to the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club? Stacy wearing only a shirt is consistent with her shorts being found at the house. Do any of the known suspects have any ties to Alabama or Arkansas? From the list, I recall there was Robert Craig Cox from Florida, the Civil War reenactment brothers, the guy who owned some sort of land outside town but within Missouri, Susie's ex-boyfriend from Springfield. Okay, first, I agree that this credibility of the story is iffy, and if you bring up some valid questions. Obviously, I can only guess, but she may have been tied up or even dead and lying on the floor of the van and therefore below the line of sight through the rear windows, regarding to where Cheryl is. She did say they slowed down to around 5 miles per hour at one point, so she was able to get a good look at them. Okay. The description of the perps also fits many people in rural Arkansas. I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is very nice, but much of Arkansas is reminiscent of the movie Deliverance. Shirtless, tattooed, long-haired dudes are a dime a dozen in the area in question. All right, so here, let's move on to 2012, where law enforcement, Springfield Police Department issued this statement. The kidnapper clearly spent a considerable amount of time out and about from late at night on Saturday, June 6, 1992, into the morning of Sunday, June 7, 1992. The kidnapper had to have been unaccounted for at the time of the crime. Someone who knew or lived with the kidnapper in 1992 likely would have been aware of this fact. In addition, in order to explain his whereabouts on the night of the crime, the kidnapper may have fabricated a story regarding his activities. Around the time of the crime, the kidnapper may have spent a considerable amount of time in or may otherwise have been familiar with the area of the crime, and he may have frequently been out and about at odd hours. The kidnapper also may have developed an interest in the victims. People who know the kidnapper may not believe he is capable of committing this type of crime, and he may not have a history of committing crimes of violence. So this is the Springfield Police Department 2012 statement. So a couple issues here regarding the timeline. So Worsham and Glenn nailed down the timelines. The issue is how it was reported more than anything else. The partygoers, both Joy and elder party attendees, were all polygraphed or interviewed. Even many people at the concert that Mike and Dusty of the Crypt Vandals attended, which was the Cyanide Rainbow concert / show, were interviewed. One of the interviews is in the 48 Hours video. Some more musings here regarding Garrison, who threatened the attorney of the defendant was threatened. This is certainly something that is not done very often. I just can't find anything or anyone who believes the rapist had anything to do with it. And he puts no stock into the idea the other of the two grand jury 3 did either. One is in the slammer, the other is last known to be on the street. The convicted rapist has come up many times as a suspect. He, Robert Cox, and Gerald Carnahan are the 3 main suspects as far as I know. I have had so many discussions with one of the grave robbers. This is an internet sleuth. It would fill volumes. I've seen his explanation, checked everything out, and there isn't anything I can see that would tie them to the actual crime. However, I do believe it was the fear out of some out in the Rogersville, Websters County area that believed Susie's upcoming testimony had something that might leak out in this court testimony. That, in my opinion, is where the most intriguing activities were taking place. I would look there. The future and former governor had the sheriff thrown out of office and his law enforcement credentials revoked. In effect, he was only an administrative sheriff. That, I believe, is the only time in Missouri history that has ever occurred. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that this goes pretty high up on the food chain. Very high if what I have seen and heard is true. But in the end, the only scenario that I can see that would work using just one person in one car would be a cop in a cop car. Everything else just falls apart, and that is what I believe. Although a quick counterpoint there, wouldn't neighbors have noticed the cop car? I mean, even without the lights? I mean, I don't know. Strange. Okay. I will unquestionably get pushback on this, but I will say, in my opinion, that there are three viable suspects. None of the usual suspects were involved. Not the kids, not the grave robbers / crypt vandals, and not the grand jury 3. So this is just a post off an old forum regarding researchers in this case who have been involved in the investigation, or at least interviewing people involved in the investigation. It has long been rumored that the police were skimming off the drug stops along the I-44 corridor. Drugs were, I understand it, at least some of them, stored in the property room, and some cops could have been skimming and reselling for extra money as they were not well paid and allowed to work off-duty jobs to supplement their police pay. That is a rumor, and I got the clear impression from Garrison when he called me at home was that he was leaning in that direction. He also told me something else interesting. He didn't know who the biker was that threatened his attorney. Garrison, I believe, is a full patched Galloping Goose member. I guess patched is similar to being a made man in the Italian mafia. It was always my impression that it was a warning to Garrison to clam up. If Garrison is to be believed, that is not true. The meaning of the message is unclear, but it seems evident that the defense attorney's enthusiasm declined after that encounter. So we have people threatening members of the court involved in things related to this case. It's very, very bizarre. We have sheriffs being thrown out of office, gag orders. This case is just really, really bizarre. And most of the documentaries and podcasts on this case do not touch upon any of this information. We have rumors of police officers skimming drug stops on I-44. It's really, really bizarre. Garrison was bailed out of the secure county jail and taken to a hotel for questioning. Is this protocol? The bond was insignificant. Nothing came of that. Garrison told me that he was left alone and he simply walked out of an unlocked door and went on to rape that college student. In our brief conversation, he owned up to that crime and with good behavior should be out in a relatively short time as his sentences run concurrently. I did not find him threatening and would invite him into my home to discuss the case if he wanted to meet. I just think he wants his freedom. He also said that the other two of the grand jury 3 played no part in this crime, and I believe him. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. All 3 had a long rap sheet, and they were easy targets for the prosecuting attorney as they were on the street at the time of the abductions. Having said all this, I personally believe the best suspects would be bad cops, Robert Cox, or my best take, someone who scoped out the girls at one of the graduating parties and simply followed them home. All right, so this is all very, very bizarre, but allegations of police corruption and intentional malfeasance or obstructions to this case being solved being thrown up from within law enforcement. How easy would that be to identify? So are there people in law enforcement that simply do not want this solved? Are there some kind of corruption connections between people pretty high up in the law enforcement or political food chain that prevented this case from being solved, at least thus far? So let's just touch upon quickly the RICO Act. So RICO, of course, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. So let's see some more involvement here. Here's an article from truecrimediary.com, very interesting. The Springfield 3, this was published September 27, 2007. The detective on the phone wanted to remain anonymous. Yes, he said, he'd worked on the case, but it had been a life-changing one, and the failure to solve it still plagued him like a dull ache. How did it change his life? Quote, not for the better, he said. The case was so perplexing that at one point a lead investigator allegedly threw up his hands and suggested maybe aliens were to blame. The detective cautioned against even writing about the story. He'd seen people, normal, logical people, become obsessed. Good advice, but it was too late. Graduation night, Stacy McCall and Susie Streeter had been childhood friends. By the time they entered Kickapoo High School in Springfield, Missouri, they'd drifted apart. And I mentioned this in previous podcasts as well. They started running with different crowds, things of that nature, but something brought them back together that graduation night. In pictures, Stacy looks preppy and hesitant. She planned to attend college and pledge a sorority. Susie, her hair bleached blonde, reportedly hung out with a rowdier crowd. She intended to follow in her hairdresser mother's footsteps and go to cosmetology school. The end of high school as a way of dissolving cliques and reuniting old friends, and by June 6, 92, the night of the graduation, Stacy and Susie were hanging out again. Graduation day had been filled with gowns and endless posing for cameras, but the night would be different. The girls had a plan. Along with another friend from childhood, Janelle Kirby, they would attend several parties. Later, they would drive an hour or so to a hotel in Branson close to the Whitewater amusement park they planned to visit the next morning. Stacy's parents weren't happy about the late night drive. They were relieved when she called around 10:30 p.m. and said plans had changed. They'd decide to play it safe and stay overnight at Janelle's, leaving for the amusement park in the morning. So another interesting puzzle piece in the many moving pieces in this case. Did that change of plans? Who knew about it? Did someone urge them to change those plans? That seems to be a possibly relevant piece of the puzzle. Anytime you have things unplanned thrown in the mix that throw off an intended timeline, that's always something to look at. The three girls left their last graduation party close to 2 a.m. and headed back to Janelle's. But Janelle's family had relatives from out of town staying overnight, so plans changed again. Susie's mother had given her a king-sized waterbed as a graduation present, and Susie and Stacy agreed it would probably be more comfortable if they stayed at Susie's. No big deal. They would meet up with Janelle in the morning. Kathy Kirby, Janelle's mother, later said she heard Susie and Stacy talking outside near their cars. "Follow me to my house," Susie allegedly said to her friend. Okay, 1717, East Delmar. Susie lived with her mother, Cheryl Levitt, at 47, in a modest house in central Springfield. Cheryl, an in-demand hairdresser at a local salon, was a single mother and especially close to her only daughter. They reportedly shared everything and had a loving relationship. Earlier in the evening, Cheryl had talked with a friend on the phone, telling her that Susie was away for the night and she planned to varnish some furniture and hang wallpaper in the home that she and her daughter had lived in for only 2 months. The friend said Cheryl sounded normal and never indicated anything was amiss. Now, here's another point. So Cheryl also believes that Susie would not be staying there. So, okay. The next morning, Janelle began calling Susie's house, 8 a.m., but her friends didn't pick up. Still sleeping, she thought. By noon, she decided to drive over to Susie's house with her boyfriend and see what was keeping them. So another interesting point. Now, people of all ages, of several different generations, have been discussing this online. If you're up all night drinking with friends, high school graduation night, how early are you getting up that morning? I mean, and different people have different answers. I'm not saying there's anything there, but I don't know. I really don't know. That's another point. Would they, if she's starting to call at 8, some accounts say 7:30 a.m., when did she wake up? Did she roll out of bed and call them? Why would you, even if she was up that early, I mean, how early were they supposed to go? Are they going to go that early? I mean, it seems strange that high school kids, again, even without drinking, even if it was a regular weekend, how early do typical high school kids get up on the weekend, even when they go to a water park? Do they really get up that early? I don't know, just more points of contention and discussion. By noon, she decided to drive over Susie's house with her boyfriend and see what was keeping them. So that's a more realistic time frame. Okay. It was clear June morning. Temperatures would rise to nearly 80 degrees. Janelle got out of the car barefoot and approached the house. Something shimmering on the front steps caught her eye, broken glass. The porch light was shattered, but the bulb still burned. Her boyfriend swept away the glass while Janelle tried to reach anyone inside. No one answered, but they had to be there, Janelle thought, noticing the 3 women's cars still parked in the driveway. She peered through the living room window. Neat, normal. Janelle and her boyfriend tentatively cracked open the front door. Cheryl's Yorkie Cinnamon lunged at her, barking and anxious. They walked to the rooms of the house, calling for their friends. A television was on. The 3 women's purses were piled on the steps of Susie's sunken bedroom. Janelle experienced the first flutters of concern when she noticed that Susie and Cheryl, both chain smokers, had left behind their cigarettes. Janelle and her boyfriend made calls hours past. See, another point to the poster that theorized that there was something that has not been disclosed in the house, because if they're that worried right away with the cigarettes, whereas if there was also another note, forged or not, that was semi-plausible to explain their absence, I don't know. That could account for that, possibly. Hours passed. Stacy's worried parents came over. Her friends and relatives flooded the house, discussing what to do next. Eventually, the police arrived. In their report, police noted that a woman and 2 teenage girls were missing. Their purses had been left behind, along with their car keys and cars. It appeared that the girls had gotten ready for bed. Evidence of washed-off makeup was in the bathroom, and Stacy had folded her shorts and placed them on her shoes beside Susie's waterbed. The shorts worried Stacy's mother. Wherever Stacy is, her mother thought, she's in a t-shirt and underwear. There were no clear signs of a struggle or crime. The state of the house told an incomplete but troubling story. The porch globe had been broken. 2 slats in the window blinds had been separated as if someone was looking out. Panic swelled, but everyone tried to remain optimistic. A graduation cake left untouched in the refrigerator that said, "Congrats, Suze," was a reminder of the joyous celebration just a day before. Police left a small blue note on the front door. When you get in, please call and cancel the missing persons report. But Stacy, Susie, and Cheryl never came back. The missing persons report was never canceled. That was 15 years ago. Questions, but few answers. How do a woman and 2 teenage girls vanish from a house on a summer morning? No one knows, but it's not for lack of trying, says the detective. Quote, aspects of the case were mishandled maybe, but never out of indifference. Everyone worked their butts off to solve this, end quote. Over the years, the Springfield police have interviewed, dug, polygraph tested. Just about every verb associated with criminal investigation has been done, he said. One of the most enduring clues involves a suspicious van witnesses reported seeing near the Levitt home. Some said a dirty white van had been cruising the neighborhood in the weeks before the disappearance. Another said they saw a brown older model Dodge van near the home in the early morning hours of June 7th. The most intriguing van sighting was from a woman who said she was on her porch enjoying the sunrise when a moss green older model Dodge van pulled into the driveway next door. A young blonde woman who looked like Susie Streeter was at the wheel. The woman heard a man's voice say, "Don't do anything stupid." While some investigators feel strongly about the van reports, the detective said he was never completely comfortable with it. He couldn't put his finger on it, but finally said the invisible man's voice and what he said sounded too much like something from a movie. Listen, maybe it went down that way, he said. I just don't know. It's a common refrain in a case riddled with incomplete and contradictory evidence. One question leads yet to another with few answers. Every possible motive has major holes in it. For example, 1, it seems significant that Cheryl was supposed to be alone that night. But if Cheryl was the target, why not abduct her during the many hours when she was alone and not after the girls arrived? 2, if Cheryl wasn't the target and it was one or both of the girls, how does their stay at the house last minute and unplanned fit with that? 3, robbery isn't a likely motive. The house was located near much wealthier homes. A significant amount of cash was left in Cheryl's purse. And wouldn't 3 cars have deterred a potential intruder? 4, Cheryl was security conscious. There was no sign of forced entry. That suggests a suspect whom at least one of the women trusted and knew. But personally motivated crimes normally involve one perpetrator. Could one person have restrained 3 women, abducting them without leaving behind a single hair fiber or fingerprint? Many people believe they know one man who could. Suspect. He claims he sat in his truck and watched the Springfield police process the crime scene. Quote, why watch it on television when you can watch it in person? End quote. He allegedly said. If it's true, the man who would one day become the prime suspect was, in the early days, following the case from across the street. Robert Craig Cox's history of violence officially begins in 1978. Back then, he was a 19-year-old Army Ranger on vacation in Central Florida with his parents. On the night of December 30th, Cox returned to his hotel room bleeding from the mouth. He was missing an inch of his tongue. Emergency surgery was required to repair the tongue. Cox claimed he'd been in a fight and bit it himself. Hospital staff thought it was more consistent with someone else having bitten it. 5 days later, the badly beaten body of Sharon Zellers, 19, was found in a sewer next to Cox's motel. She disappeared the night of December 30th while driving home from her job at Disney World. Police let Cox go for lack of evidence. He went on to win a Soldier of the Year award. Then in 1985, Cox was suspected of 2 separate abduction attempts of young women in or near their cars in California. He pled guilty and received a 9-year prison term. In the meantime, prosecutors in Florida had amassed evidence against him in the Zellers case. They arrested him while he was in prison and brought him to Florida to stand trial. He was convicted and sentenced to death. But in 1989, the Florida Supreme Court ruled that at best the evidence created only a suspicion of guilt, and Cox was acquitted and released. Cox returned to California to serve out the rest of his sentence, was paroled, and returned to live with his parents back in his hometown, Springfield, Missouri. Kathy Baird is one of a group of determined people who are using the internet to try and solve the mystery of the missing Springfield women. She maintains a MySpace page about the case. She says she's been criticized and labeled a quack, but she doesn't care. The story haunts her, and she's determined to give it an ending. Sometimes her voice breaks when she talks about the missing women. Kathy believes Cox is a prime suspect. She's communicated with him and says that when he was asked how such a crime could be carried out, Cox answered, quote, "If I were going to do it, I'd knock on the door and say there was a utility emergency." End quote. Which actually brings me to the next point. What if that part was real, and if he was posing as a gas leak, like there was a note that was found, again, all of these missing pieces and possibly contradictory pieces of evidence that we don't know if is even related to this case. Let's say if he did knock on the door posing as a gas man, say there's a leak in this corner of the block, you guys need to go stay at a hotel, just leave a quick note just in case anybody comes. What if they did write the note, there was a gas leak, but then why would people still be coming and going inside the house? Wouldn't that be dangerous? They'd probably call the gas. Would they call the gas company? Would they stand outside? Would they go inside the house and look around? Or if it wasn't a gas leak, I mean, it's just strange. If they left a note that said they would stay at a hotel overnight, they'd be back at some point during the day. Who knows? But that's an interesting theory that was floated. Okay, anyway, in the summer of '92, Cox worked as a utility locator in South Central Springfield. At first, Cox appeared to have an airtight alibi. His girlfriend confirmed that he was at church with her the morning the women disappeared. But then in '95, Cox was arrested for holding a gun on a 12-year-old girl during a robbery in Texas. Springfield police interviewed him again about the missing women. Cox implied, teased, suggested, but never confessed. His ex-girlfriend eventually recanted. Cox had asked her to lie for him. She testified to a grand jury. You know what else is interesting? With a guy like this guy, this criminal, known criminal, he could have been off doing other crimes or drugs or whatever and lied about it. And she covered for him, and he really was doing something else shady, but not abducting these women. I mean, who knows? But Springfield police never gathered enough evidence for an indictment. Cox, as though reading from a bad horror movie script, continued to play with detectives from his jail cell in Texas. He hinted he knew the women were dead and that they are buried somewhere near Springfield. Kathy Baird doesn't think he's bluffing. She says that on the morning Cox was to be sentenced for his Texas conviction, he slit his wrist in a suicide attempt. A Texas Ranger later told Kathy that Cox had said, quote, "As long as I'm in prison, murders like what happened to those women in Missouri won't happen again," end quote. Incomplete puzzle. There are other suspects, like local businessman Gerald Carnahan, who was recently arrested for the 85 murder of a young woman named Jackie Johns, and others, men on the periphery of the missing women's lives who possibly caused trouble there. But like everything else in the case, suspicions are murky and half-formed at best. Those close to the case are left with what they know for sure, which is very little. Certain details of the case call out to people. For Kathy Baird, it's Cheryl's house. How far back from the road it is, how dark and out of the way. You wouldn't know it was there, she said. This was no random opportunity hit. For the detective, it's in the interviews he conducted. At some point, it struck him that not one of the people he interviewed could keep something quiet for 15 minutes, let alone 15 years. He's inclined to think one man is to blame. The detective recalls how, trying to fall asleep late at night, he'd go over the scene at Cheryl Levitt's house in his mind over and over. He'd imagine the girls parking their cars, walking into the house, Stacy carefully folding her shorts as they got ready for bed. He always hoped he'd have a breakthrough and a scenario of the abduction that made sense to him. His mind always went blank. Well, stranger things have happened, someone once said to the detective in a half-hearted attempt to comfort him about the case. No, the detective said, they haven't. So that was just an interesting write-up from an anonymous detective in the case. But, as I just mentioned with the RICO Act, it was reported that the Ozark Organization Crime Task Force was part of the initial investigation, as stated in the Springfield News Leader shortly after the crime occurred. The question is, why were they involved? You'd think there had to have been something there that drew them into the investigation. Again, the RICO Act, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. They were part of the initial investigation. Does that mean there was a POI or suspect that was linked to something or someone that encompassed the RICO Act's jurisdiction, so to speak, or investigation or case? So an FBI opinion on the case, an FBI violent crime specialist theorized that the three missing women were abducted by someone at least one of them trusted, and the abductor probably had help from one or more others. So this is a statement from Wright. The abduction leader was probably an acquaintance who, quote, may have known their comings and goings, end quote. Secondary players may fear going to the police because they think the primary culprit would retaliate, he said. But anyone withholding information probably is feeling strong anxiety, he said. If you think you don't feel good about it now, don't think it's going to get any better. Don't think it's going to go away, Wright said. All right, let's look at Bart Streeter, Susie Streeter's brother, on his opinions on the performance of the Springfield Police Department. This is what he said. Firstly, as many of you are aware, the SPD sent 2 detectives and over 10,000 documents to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to present this case in front of a 21-person panel of retired law enforcement, forensic professionals, ex-FBI, NCIC personnel, and others within law enforcement. This presentation took 2 days. That panel of professionals reviewed the information and compiled a report and sent that report to the Springfield Police Department. I believe part of that report was an overall assessment of the past performance of the Springfield Police Department in their handling of the case. I would like the SPD to honor my request to publicly release nothing that could be considered sensitive material or that could damage the ongoing investigation, just the overall assessment of their performance done by an independent outside agency. Okay, this National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. However, my request was denied, both by the SPD and the NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The overall assessment needs to be made public. As I've said before, how can we, the people, make an informed, rational decision on the performance of the Springfield Police Department without that report? I believe that report would give us information needed to request and or demand FBI intervention in this case. Secondly, I rarely talk about the case. It is very painful and extremely frustrating. The last time I spoke with Springfield Police Department detectives was in 2012. At that time, Sergeant Alan Neal met me at my favorite restaurant for a tasty steak lunch. We spoke for about 4 hours. I found him to be professional, engaging, genuine, and limitedly informative. That meeting was the last time I spoke to anyone at Springfield Police Department. That would have been 7 years ago. I believe Sergeant Alan Neal retired in 2016. As such, we have reached one more sad milestone. He being the last detective who was working at the Springfield Police Department during the abductions and initial investigation. I have always been and continue to be available to anyone at the Springfield Police Department. Many years ago, when Chief Williams was hired, I became quite hopeful that he would be less political and more active in helping resolve our case. He made a pretty good first impression, and it's been all downhill since then. He talks about transparency, but that has not equated to any real transparency. His peacock presentation in politics will one day be rewarded with a gold watch paid for by the people of Springfield. Our feelings for one another are mutual. As most people may understand, as far as I'm concerned, the SPD had one job: find out what happened to my family and Stacy. They have been unsuccessful for over 27 years. It is well past time for transparency and public evaluation of their failure. So here's the thing. Is the reason they have not released this material regarding the SPD's performance because of something related to the RICO Act? Is the FBI or other law enforcement agencies, are they after bigger fish? And that's why they have no interest in solving the Springfield 3 case at this time. They want to solve something bigger, whether it's regard to drug trafficking, law enforcement corruption, upper level corruption. I mean, we have gag orders in place here. What is going on? Would the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children comply with FBI or some other interstate or high-up agency in not releasing this report because something in this report could possibly link either a police chief or some member of the investigation to other law enforcement corruption, particularly the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club? Does all of this intersect? Other thoughts from Bart Streeter are this: I consider the investigation a failure, not bungled. Detective Neal and I have had our differences, but I always felt that I could rely on him for the truth because of his personal ethics and professionalism. Try to understand that within the first few months, my contact detective was Asher. I trusted the man, believed wholeheartedly that he would be the one to solve this case and bring my family and Stacy back. Yet upon the airing of the 48 Hours episode in September 92, it became painfully apparent that I had placed my trust in the wrong person. To this day, I do not understand his agenda, an agenda he once again sadly attempted on the PI show, but with much less skill. His manipulative outright lies are glaringly obvious. Gotta give him credit for follow-through. He still tries to make my family look less than, and the new twist of making me a violent villain played well. He sees Stacy and the McCalls as the only true victims. Since the beginning, he has shown deep empathy for the McCalls. He is quite talented. He maneuvered himself into an advisory role within their family while on active duty and after he retired. He is quite close to the McCall family. There have been 5 TV shows that have been done on the case. Asher is in every one of them and has had a profound effect on the narrative. The last 2 shows, Crime Watch Daily and People Investigates, contacted me and asked me to participate. After much thought and counsel with my daughter, we declined. 27 years is a long time, and tabloid TV is not going to help us, but it will put a lot of money in network pockets. I also find reenactment shows to be highly speculative, sensationalist, irresponsible, inaccurate, and distasteful. And it's hard to argue with Bart Streeter on those points. So, yeah, there's definitely some really, really hard questions that need to be asked regarding the investigation of this case. Does the RICO Act play a part? Is there truly law enforcement corruption that intersects with a galloping goose? Some of whose members have supplied crypt vandals and other tertiary characters in this case with drugs and other connections. And of course, let's not forget all of the shady characters that were supposedly casing the neighborhood and even attempting to break into certain houses. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous podcast episode, Suspect City, check that out. There's a long list of shady individuals in that area in the days in question and even the week or 2 leading up to that abduction. this is just because this happened on graduation night. I mean, there's so many different circles of suspects. And we've gone over them on the previous episodes, the first couple episodes as well. This is truly a bizarre and unsettling case. And there are even more details to go over. And I will continue covering the Springfield 3 case and going over all of these details. Please share this podcast series on social media and keep the awareness going in this case. I mean, there have been other cold cases that have been solved after long periods of time, so it's not impossible. As always, if you like and appreciate the podcast, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. And any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, thoughts of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And you can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, podcaster requests. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Springfield 3 series. This is part 6, the PFI store. And this has been a long circulated rumor, but perhaps there's more to the rumor. Obviously, we have the hospital garage theory, which alleges that the Springfield 3 are buried under the concrete. But curiously enough, that was not the only area that had concrete poured at the time. Very curious, of course. Make sure you listen to the previous episodes in the series, particularly Part 4, Suspect City, because I will be going over a lot of these suspects. And what's curious is their connections to each other. So it seems like it's very possible if one of them was even involved on the periphery that others might know, and they have stated as such, because of course this is a very, very complex and convoluted case, and keeping track of everything is quite difficult. So make sure you've checked out the previous episodes. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Help us get out more and more episodes in different series, keeping these cold cases in the public eye, because awareness is one of the only ways some of these cases get solved. Either DNA evidence or someone coming forward. And awareness is key to people coming forward. Either somebody remembering a detail they might not have thought was relevant to the case or a particular suspect, or otherwise. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And also, if you were a local at the time and you do have more information about the PFI store theory, feel free to leave it in the comment section. I will be going over other locals who claim to have some knowledge. So, for the record, all of this is taking place in quite a small area. So the PFI store was being built at the time right off of 65 and in Battlefield, and that's not that far from even George's Steakhouse or the Levitt home. So the sightings, the early morning sightings that for some reason have fallen by the wayside, but we've gone over extensively, and they seemed credible. So we have a timeline of a problematic timeline, of course, various different sightings, which I've gone over on the previous podcast. But so let's start with this post by the Nerd Father, who's had some very, very astute observations on the case that we've gone over before. He usually posts on Reddit. So I have an interesting story for you. I did a write-up on this case. I live in Missouri and have my entire life. I was born in Springfield. I live in a very small town near there, and I often frequent Springfield to hang out with my friends. Anyway, that's kind of irrelevant. In the neighborhood I live in, I usually go walking, running for exercise every day. When I do, I always talk to one of my neighbors for a bit. Somehow, we got into a conversation about the Springfield 3, and he told me there is a guy who lives a few blocks away from me that was an investigator in the case. Moreover, my neighbor, father, and this retired investigator had coffee every morning at the donut shop. I had absolutely no clue. Well, once I learned about this, I asked the investigator a few questions. We weren't able to speak long because he had plans that day, but he did tell me that Cheryl was the prime target. He also said that she was into cocaine. I don't know if that's true, and supposedly had problems with dealers. Because of the complications, she was abducted. According to him, the people involved were people from the PFI Western Boots store that is affiliated with Larry's Country Diner that airs every Friday on television. Apparently, him and other members of law enforcement are convinced they are involved, but they didn't have enough evidence to charge them with anything. I'm not sure what kind of investigation they performed that led them to these people and those conclusions, but that's what he has said. I've been meaning to do an in-depth talk interview with him, but never got around to it. I'm not sure if I believe him either. I'm taking it with a grain of salt because we didn't get to discuss the investigation he conducted in length. It's still fascinating, though. I truly can't believe there was someone who worked the case living a few blocks away. I had no clue. Okay, so I don't know why he's skeptical of this investigator's account. I mean, first of all, the investigator was an investigator on the case. So if that's all true, he would be in a better position than Nerdfather. However, if Nerdfather is getting the inkling that different investigators had different theories they might have zeroed in on, and then kind of ignored evidence to other theories, or which obviously does take place in cases. I mean, even in this very case, some people believe that Bart Streeter was responsible and they zeroed in on him instead of pursuing other theories. So is this a case of this particular investigator zeroing in on Cheryl as being the target and the PFI Western Boots personnel, owners, business associates as involved with drugs or whatnot, and that led to this altercation? Now, what's weird again is the $700 left in Cheryl Levitt's wallet. Now, what if that was put there later? Because if it was stolen, would people be more likely to theorize that this was drug related? I don't know. I'm just saying, what if the scene was obviously messed with because so many people came and went? It's really impossible to know what it actually looked like right after they were abducted. So we really don't know. We don't know who was involved. We don't know why the friends are acting shady. That whole story with them cleaning up and all of that, and just various oddities, a seemingly never-ending stream of oddities and anomalies in this case. And again, that's why Mindshock covers the case, because this is really a unique case. There's many anomalies, oddities, and coincidences that even the most hardened coincidence theorists might raise an eyebrow at some of these. So let me move on to some posts on old forums, which are quite curious. I don't even know if they're still up, but I managed to get a copy of them. And here's what a longtime researcher and commenter on the case on these forums has said. PFI was on West Chestnut, next to a Western store. The Western store went out of business, and PFI, Preferred Farm Implement Company, bought out the inventory. Now remember that the bulk grain operation was also there, and the local haulers included none other than Francis Robb. Of course, this is the warrant that was searched, the warrant that was executed on the Robb farm, and the gag orders in place. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, make sure you check out the previous episodes. I went in depth
on Francis Robb and all of the strangeness, the alleged stories of them taking the Springfield 3 there, torturing them, killing them, and then according to this PFI theory, they were put under the concrete that was being poured for the new PFI store. But just to finish this post here, somehow he got millions to build the new PFI store on Highway 65 by Battlefield. And as luck would have it, the concrete was poured on June 7th, 1992. Now, I haven't been able to verify this. If someone knows exactly when the concrete was poured, this poster is alleging that the concrete for the PFI store was poured the morning the Springfield 3 were missing. Now, that is quite curious. That is definitely quite curious. Of course, the Cox Hospital garage was also under construction at the time. So it's strange. It's very, very strange. And just to reiterate, in 2002, law enforcement did receive a tip that regarding the unidentified green van that was spotted in the area of Levitt's home that evening. The caller indicated that the two men had been working for a local concrete company at the time the woman disappeared, drove a green van as well. So we have the coincidence stack getting quite high. The caller told police that the two men buried the woman's body on a farm in Webster County. After a 2-week search of the property, items found at the scene and results of the search warrant were sealed. And of course, this is related to a different gag order as well. So it's just very, very suspicious all around. Is this part of some other larger FBI operation? Is this the way that things go, where this would compromise some other case that might involve many, many other murdered people and many perhaps motorcycle gangs? Of course, the Galloping Goose. I've went over them on previous episodes. Make sure you check those out. So the this poster on this old forum is I don't know if he's alleging some kind of corruption with the highway patrol, state police, law enforcement of some nature. He goes on to say here, I found a highway patrol report referencing a $200 million cocaine bust on Highway 65, where it states the occupants were allowed to continue to destination at a local Springfield business. The year given was 1988. And there's connections to another individual that he listed here regarding cocaine money, etc. And of course, I don't know, it is strange. If there is some kind of corruption and cover-up going on with the highway patrol, state police, whatever, is it possible that some of these guys are CIs, they either kept the money or there were payoffs that, non-on-the-book payoffs that the people, the investigators of the Springfield 3 case were unable to uncover if they were off the books? But a lot of strangeness, of course. And the guy in this drug bust from 88 is related to Dykes. So now we have connections from Robb, Francis Robb, and also Dykes, of course. I've gone over these guys before in Suspect City because, of course, there is no shortage at all of suspects. Some of them seem to know each other, and we're about to get even crazier. This is about to get even more mind-shocking. So here is a poster who is local. And this is his post from several years ago, also on Reddit. As far as local talk and feeling, I have heard a ton. My father owns some small businesses in Springfield and has been in business since the late 80s. People stop by and shoot the breeze, and on occasion the topic would come up, and since my dad knew I was always interested, he would mention new rumors or theories to me. He used to be close personal friends with the name I removed from my post, and although I do not agree that these women were buried under any parking lot, there are definitely some interesting talking points involving PFI.
I know a lot of people from Springfield and the surrounding area. I spent 32 years growing up there, and I also know a little more than the average person about a couple things in the case. That being said, I do not know the outcome of the information or how it has or has not helped the case in any way. So it seems like there's quite a few rumors surrounding the PFI store. And these are rumors that have simply not gone away. They're still being discussed. And according to some of these posters, if this information all adds up regarding Francis Robb and all these drug operations, the Galloping Goose members involved, if there is some kind of law enforcement corruption, it could possibly explain why this case is still unsolved, even if they know the individuals involved, some of which, of course, have even bragged about being involved, and others bragging about knowing the individuals who allegedly bragged about being involved and that they were responsible. Again, see previous episodes to check those out. A response to this was, "What have you heard about Carnahan and his connections to any businessman in the area? I can't rule him out. I also worked with his wife and saw him many times in our office. I have also read about the concrete pour at the business. Very unlikely, but not impossible. The Cox Hospital garage is and always has been total nonsense and a huge waste of time. The psychic source once emailed me asking that I get the qualifications of the ground radar fellow. There were 2 radar techs, one who discovered the site and one who appeared on television. The latter was qualified, but nothing was proven to warrant further investigation." And of course, we went over that in the first couple episodes as well. "The ex was highly unlikely to be involved, but it was that relationship that may have set off a chain of events that led to this crime. But I am more inclined towards another motive, and that would involve Carnahan." So we have another local here who worked with Carnahan's wife and saw Carnahan himself many times. Apparently, the feeling he got from the guy was not good, because allegedly Carnahan has shady business connections and knew some of these other men as well. We have Robb, Dykes, Carnahan, Robert Craig Cox. We have a lot of individuals here with very, very shady backgrounds, many of which who know each other. Then we have the Galloping Goose connections, and now the possibility of law enforcement corruption, highway patrol, state police, possibly even FBI involvement on some level. If that's true, would that explain, again, the case being thus unsolved, even if technically they know who did it? And there's a few different individuals, which I'll be getting into in future podcasts, that have been actively involved in sharing leads and PIs and all these things. Multiple individuals have said that Springfield law enforcement basically blows them off, as if they have no interest in solving the case, which is quite bizarre on many levels. It's just really, really bizarre. But another good point here by this poster regarding that the ex, so Cheryl Levitt's ex, was not involved, but possibly there was a chain of events that led to the crime. Now that's interesting, because when people discuss alibis, ruling suspects out, or ruling persons of interest out, it's interesting, because if they're not directly involved, however, possibly there was an introduction somewhere, an offhand comment somewhere else. Now, Susie Streeter, of course, I keep going back to this. A lot of people overlook this. She was reported to have acted agitated and afraid and paranoid that whole week leading up to graduation. Now, why is that? It's strange. What was she afraid of? She did not want to spend the night alone. So is it possible she knew about problems with Cheryl's ex? Is it possible she knew about Cheryl's drug issues? If that's true, again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But if Susie Streeter knew some of this information, would that occur? Would that incline her to be scared? And of course, we have, again, the crypt vandals, aka commonly misrepresented as grave robbers, but they're more aptly described as crypt vandals. And these guys supposedly had connections, again, to the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club, some other lower level dealers. Again, we're not talking direct connections here for the purpose of this theory. If we're talking about a web of people, we're talking about certain degrees of separation, we're talking about grapevines, it seems, again, just by sheer probability, that all of these people know each other, and the rumors, the endless rumors, the overlapping rumors, it seems there's too many coincidences to rule out the possibility that this is a web of individuals that knows something. Now, again, we do know the friends knew the crypt vandals. So the highly suspicious friends, which I'll be doing a dedicated episode on the friends. Again, these individuals that were going to all these parties with the Springfield Three. I've gone over the timeline in detail, but their actions don't seem quite kosher, so to speak, either. Now, why is that? That might not be because they're responsible for harming their friends. That might be because they're scared of the people who did it, even if they don't know for sure who did it. Again, a lot of times people fall for these black and white fallacies where the only reason they would be acting shady is if they knew for sure who did it and they were afraid of them. What about no? What about they just heard things, rumblings, certain dealers? Maybe they heard some names whispered, maybe they didn't. But if certain threats were made through intermediary parties, again, either the crypt vandals or whatnot, telling them not to talk, or the same thing's going to end up happening to them, they might not even know what happened, but that would be enough. That would be enough for strange behavior. Again, that's just, it's really not that mind-shocking to think that they might have heard some rumblings and behaved strangely. Now, again, there's a whole nother series of oddities with law enforcement and the investigation as a whole, which, I mean, there's so much more to cover, but I just wanted to go over the PFI store in this episode and the connections to Francis Robb, the connections to all these other individuals, and then we have sealed results from the search warrant, the items found, just conflicting reports across the board. This is not your everyday case. It seems like in another case, none of this would be handled this way. It's just really, really bizarre. So the only theory I can come up with, the only several theories I can come up with, maybe about two theories, again, if there's some kind of corruption within the Highway Patrol, the state police, law enforcement, possibly even the FBI, but let's say it's not the FBI. If the FBI does know about the corruption, and they're really trying to solve the case, but they don't want to compromise larger investigations because there's so many individuals involved. Now, obviously, what's questionable is after all this time, it becomes more questionable. If you look at the first couple years after this occurred, it seemingly could possibly make more sense that the FBI might have been building a bigger case because we have a plethora of examples where the FBI does just that. They keep things silent on the down low. Things are sealed. There's gag orders until they can build a bigger case, and then they go after the big fish. And then once they get the big fish, the trickle down, they solve the other cases. So again, after all these years, one might have to think, is it just that they just don't care anymore? Or they know who did it, and for all intents and purposes, it's solved in their minds, and they don't feel like anybody else deserves closure because it's too difficult to deal. It would expose corruption that they don't want exposed within either the Highway Patrol, the state police, whatever. Were those matters handled in internal affairs or some kind of internal investigations, and supposedly they have a handle on it, they don't want that going public? Now, again, I keep going back to the egos of humans. For some reason, there are a lot of so-called true crime aficionados who refuse to look at law enforcement complicity in any way, but this is basic human psychology. What happens when people's egos are brought into play? People don't want to look bad. It's as simple as that. And when people don't want to look bad, things are overlooked, things are sealed, things are not explored, things are just left by the wayside to just live on in secrecy forever. But hopefully, there will be a break in the case. Hopefully we can keep the awareness up, keep people talking about the Springfield Three, because of course, justice delayed is justice denied. Everybody deserves justice. Everybody deserves closure. And this is just one of these heartbreaking cases where it seems like not all three of them, obviously there's various theories on which one was the target, but Stacy McCall, in most people's estimations, was the innocent party here, simply being a good friend to go stay with her friend because her friend was scared to stay alone. And also, if this is all related to Susie Streeter and not Cheryl Levitt, her mother, then her mother and her friend would have been innocent casualties, so to speak. So we really don't know. It seems unlikely that all three were complicit and responsible. I mean, I guess we can't rule that out. But some people believe Stacy McCall, through her modeling, people targeted her, and then they just took Cheryl and Susie because they were there. Again, that seems less likely because not that many individuals knew this last second plan to go sleep. And again, the details on why they didn't stay at Janelle's, those are all highly suspect as well. We've gone over them in previous episodes. Nothing really adds up here. I mean, and that's really why this is such a problematic case, because we can't definitively nail anything down. It seems like there's just bizarre oddities, inconsistencies, and coincidences that there's just so many. It's just so difficult to make heads or tails of any of this. But we do the best we can because this is Mindshock. So feel free to leave your own theories on the PFI store. Are there too many coincidences in that direction? Are multiple locals who continue to speak out about there being something to the theory, not necessarily buried under the concrete of the PFI store, which coincidentally was being poured the morning of the disappearance, but the individuals involved and their connections to these other shady individuals? Plenty to ponder as always. So leave your questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. If you liked this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms to keep awareness up, not just in this cold case, but in other cold cases as well. You can check us out Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If it's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock, manually peruse our ever-growing back catalog, and also check out our latest podcast episodes as they are released. And if you enjoy the podcast and want to support it, you can also donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are continuing our examinations of the perplexing Springfield 3 case. This is part 7, New Theories. That's right, we still haven't gone over all available information. There is quite a bit more to go over, which we will be doing in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there, and definitely nothing in the mainstream media. If you want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in these true crime cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Okay, so hopefully everyone has actually checked out the previous 6 parts as we went over in exhaustive and comprehensive fashion just about all available information in this case at the time. But there seems to be new information constantly coming forth and being dug up. And it is curious, to say the least. It is very, very curious. So, couple things to go over here. First of all, we're going to go over this article, which has some information that is worthy of some overview. The News Leader by Robert Keyes here. Facts, figures analyzed. Solution still evades officers. The case summary is presented as significant. Facts, inconsistencies, concerns, further investigation, and conclusions. Within it may lie the key to finding Cheryl Levitt, 47, Susie Streeter, 19, and Stacy McCall, 18, who disappeared June 7th from Levitt's 1717 East Delmar Street home. The analysis could hold the key to the woman's disappearance, but reading the case study gives no obvious indication of that. Following are certain segments of the document as compiled after nearly 880 hours of case study by a detective and 4 crime analysts from the Springfield Police Department, the Mid-States Organized Crime Info Center, and the Missouri State Highway Patrol. Facts. There appears to be no signs of struggle inside the Levitt home. And we're actually going to be coming back to this point again and again because it is possible they were taken before entering the home and everything was made or staged. Now, for those that think there was some kind of preparation to go to bed and napkins with makeup on them, perhaps they did return and then left again and then were taken elsewhere. So I think it's important, again, not to fall for any of these logical fallacies because it is unknown where they were taken, from where they were taken, or exactly when they were taken. So that is, of course, all an issue. There's been no contact that police are aware of between the 3 women and friends or family since June 7th. There was no forced entry to the Levitt house. The woman's 3 purses, cigarettes, car keys, and medication were left in the house. Their cars were left in the driveway. Note, many more facts could be listed, but these are among the most significant according to police. Inconsistencies. Allegations of drug use by McCall have been virtually eliminated. Streeter had perhaps experimented. Police found no significant links between drugs and the women's disappearances, but I don't know we can ever completely eliminate it, Deputy Chief Ron Worsham said. Streeter's car was found parked in the circle drive of her mother's home facing east. Witnesses and acquaintances say Streeter always parked facing north behind her mother's car, or she parked facing west. And that's another That's another issue here. Now, again, this is an actual crime scene photo on the screen right now with the parking arrangement. So, what I always look at in a lot of cases is what was unusual in the night of or the day leading up to a disappearance. Because whatever was out of the ordinary might possibly be related to what happened. Obviously, not necessarily, but to write it off and say, oh, that's just because they were coming home late. I mean, maybe it was. Maybe it was, but maybe it wasn't. Because if people were staging, they wouldn't necessarily, unless they were really, really good and even if they were watching the home in the days or weeks leading up, those might not be details they noted. Even if they were watching it happen, they might have thought that they were just parking however they were parking without it being, not necessarily on purpose the same way every time. That might not be something that criminals notice. Okay. So, a young male friend of the girls has given various accounts of the events he recalls between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. on June 7th. He was one of those who entered Levitt's house early in the day, apparently looking for the women. We've pretty well cleared all that up, Worsham said of the friend's accounts. He was simply confused on some times as to where he was. Now, if he was drinking a lot and he has a hangover, maybe. Or maybe the case is unsolved because the police have cleared individuals they should not have cleared if they were more competent. Again, most cases are solved within days. And the longer a case goes unsolved, the less likely it is to be solved. So again, there's countless cases where the true perpetrator was cleared and ended up being the perpetrator. And then there's an unknown amount of cases still unsolved where people that were among the cleared were the actual guilty perpetrators. All that needs to be kept in mind. I know a lot of goof bootleggers, they pretend and hallucinate that if cops cleared someone, that means that they have to be innocent. No shortage of goofs like that online in the true crime community. Continuing the article here, also considered significant to the case, Levitt's purse was found in her daughter's bedroom, next to Streeter's and McCall's. Levitt and Streeter were heavy smokers, both left their cigarettes behind. Levitt's dog was left unattended, and her front door was found unlocked. And again, even if people were casing the joint, that doesn't mean they knew the exact smoking habits, that they knew for sure that they would never leave without a pack of cigarettes. Concerns to further investigate. They seem to focus on Levitt and her finances and include the possibility she was living beyond her means of support, her home repair expenses, the fact she used money orders instead of checks, allegations she was a silent partner at the hair salon where she worked, travels she may have had that could link her with illegal groups or activities, a past bankruptcy, and her insurance policies. Worsham said there are no signs Levitt's finances are out of order. Police are making sure they talk to everyone in Levitt's neighborhood in case we missed someone and they might have some information, Worsham said. They are seeking more complete neighborhood canvas consent searches, mostly looking in backyards for evidence that might have been left around. Worsham explained there was no reason to believe someone in the neighborhood might be involved. That's interesting. And drug involvement. Conclusions. The analysts believe that police cannot link a brown van or a composite of a transient with the disappearance. Still, the van, a brown 1967 to 70 Dodge, was seen in the area several times, and there is still a possible link, Worsham said. The same goes for the composite. A man was seen in the area numerous times, and we're still looking to identify that person, Worsham said. The South Fremont Avenue convenience store sighting of Levitt early June 7 was bogus. The woman looking for 3 missing girls has been identified. Or has she? We've gone over that account back and forth, and something still does not jive with that account. Streeter and McCall had prepared for bed, and just to reiterate, a convenience store clerk actually said that he saw Levitt or someone who looked like her come to the store. So if there was either a real or faked call to get Levitt out of the house to come there, who knows what could happen after. Streeter and McCall had prepared for bed prior to the disappearance and may have been in bed when they were forced to leave. Because there was no forced entry or signs of a struggle in the house, somebody known to the victims or using the influence of authority may have removed the women from the house. Because the abduction took place at Levitt's home, McCall does not appear to be the target. The analysis classified 349 issues surrounding the case as either unresolved, 181, or resolved, 168. So there are more issues unresolved than resolved, and of the resolved issues, they might not truly be resolved, which might be one of the reasons the case is still unsolved. Worsham said many of the unresolved issues have been worked out. The department's goal is to eliminate all of them as unanswered questions. Unresolved issues. They cover a lot of ground, from a broken globe light to people or vehicles that were said to be seen at or near Levitt's home just before or after the 3 disappeared. There are unsettled allegations that drug use, pornography, or cult activity may have played a role in the disappearances. Streeter was alleged to have told a former boyfriend her mother had dated someone she thought was a banker. That info clashes with what Levitt's friends and co-workers say. She did not date. She had no boyfriend. And again, this kind of goofery is really silly in a lot of cases. I mean, if it's a so-called secret boyfriend, for whatever reason, obviously she's not going to go around telling everybody about this guy if, for whatever reason, she doesn't want people to know about him. Again, that doesn't mean he exists, but if he exists, and again, there's also conflicting information about that as well. One witness said he saw the women's 3 cars parked differently at 3:45 a.m. on June 7th than they were found the next day. That's curious. I mean, that's one of the most mind-shocking points. I actually don't think we even went over that before, because that's huge. That is huge. So if the cars really were parked differently at 3:45 a.m., does that mean they went somewhere, were abducted, and then someone else put their cars back? What does that mean if this witness account is accurate? I mean, that truly is mind-shocking, and I don't think enough time has been spent on that issue. A witness said that at 6:30 to 7 a.m. on June, and so if the cars were parked differently at 3:45 a.m., and then when they were found the next day, so what is that, 8 to noon, 8 a.m. to noon, 7 a.m. to noon? So what's the window there? 3:45, maybe 2, 3, or even 4 hours, the cars were moved? So did they leave at a certain period of time after 3:45? A witness said that at 6:30 to 7 a.m. on June 7th, she saw a dusty gray-green van driven by someone that looked like Streeter. The witness said she heard a male voice say, "Okay, don't make any silly moves, back up slowly and turn around." He was wearing a yellow t-shirt. And I just want to address one point here. For the people who say that she made this up, or she has an active imagination and that's a line straight from a movie, here's the thing. If the kidnappers are these, lowly criminals who watch a lot of movies, why wouldn't they say something like that if they saw it on a movie? I mean, some of these guys, they have delusions of grandeur, so to speak, and they think they're, the main character of the movie. So, is it really beyond the realm of possibility that some scumbag criminal would say something cheesy like that that's from a movie? I mean, kind of weird. He was wearing a yellow t-shirt. An empty picture frame was found in Schrader's bedroom. Can anyone tell the police who may have been in that frame? And there has been some discussion about this empty picture frame. So perhaps, I don't know if that means anything. Because perhaps a picture was taken out, so another picture could be put in, and then there was an interruption before that could be done. I mean, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't think anything can really be deduced from that. An obscene telephone call was left on Levitt's answering machine June 5th. However, before police could hear it, the message was erased, apparently by accident, by someone who came looking for the women before officers were called. Resolved issues. Articles of clothing unaccounted for in the house are McCall's yellow t-shirt and panties. Streeter had $400 in a bank account. Levitt had $768 in her bank account. It was not stated whether the women had other accounts. Okay. So yeah, lot of issues here. A lot of issues and details. So let's move on to the next point we're going to look at, which is this post on the Springfield 3 Facebook group by Otis Trader. August 12, 2023, sharing a theory. Please keep in mind that almost all of the info provided about this case and what is known to be facts of this entire case came nearly exclusively from a teenage girlfriend and boyfriend, Janelle Kirby and Mike Hansen. It's their words and story that has driven everyone towards a direction in a case that is now over 30 years old, still unsolved. Also, keep in mind that our theory is taking a lot of reported facts of the case and combining them with our assumptions and best guesses about what could have happened in this situation. We, like most of you, have examined police reports, videos, podcasts, etc. about this case. What we find odd is that everyone seems to assume is that the three disappeared from the house on Delmar. Well, I did not assume that, my friend. I did not assume that. We want to propose a theory that applies Occam's razor in our opinions. Okay, all right, let's see if this was used correctly or not, because I don't know if I've ever seen this used correctly. By most recorded accounts, Susie and Stacy were at a party at Brian Joy's residence located diagonally across the road from Janelle Kirby's residence. By one account, they even parked their cars there and were said to be spending the night at the house with a bunch of teenage boys. Brian Joy's parents were out of town, so one can assume there was no parental supervision. By most recounts, Susie and Stacy were actually riding around or being transported that evening by Susie's long-term friend, Shane Appleby, and were joined by Mike Henson and Janelle Kirby. Janelle states that Susie and Stacy came to her house at around 2 a.m., but because of the crowded house, they had no place to sleep. Kathy Kirby even states she heard Susie and Stacy chatting about leaving and going to Susie's house, but we find this not to be plausible because she probably wanted to save face about not knowing where the girls were and why they were not there the next morning. Kathy says she was asleep at 2 a.m., and if she woke up and heard them, why didn't any of the other people in the crowded house ever report seeing or even hearing them in the house at 2 a.m.? That's curious if true. So if nobody else could substantiate this, that is an issue. That is indeed a major issue. I mean, if she's simply covering for her daughter for whatever reason, One reason we don't believe that is because later that evening, later the following day, when Janice McCall called the Kirby house asking if they knew where Stacy was, the younger sister, Courtney, stated to Janice that the girls were not there and that they had decided to go to Susie's at the last minute. This is an odd statement coming from a 9-year-old girl who most likely was not up at 2 a.m. We think Courtney was just repeating what she heard later the morning of June 7th. We guess that when everyone woke up and Susie and Stacy were not there, someone, maybe Kathy Kirby, asks, "Where are Susie and Stacy?" Janelle most likely nonchalantly responded, "They decided to go to Susie's last night at the last minute." What we assume happened is that Janelle is just throwing a cover story out there because she most likely knew where the girls were headed. And we assume that they were most likely just going to carry on with the party at Brian Joy's or somewhere with Shane Appleby and his friends. Based on our discovery, we also believe that Susie and Stacy were most likely with Mike Henson and Shane Appleby. So let's skip forward to what Janelle and Mike supposedly did the next morning. Janelle called numerous times to Susie's the next morning and got no answer. She was very concerned about why they were not answering. No one seems to have ever asked if she was so concerned about the girls' whereabouts. Why did she at the very least call Stacy McCall's house to see if the girls maybe just gone to Stacy's house instead of Susie's? Think about it. After knowing how many times their sleeping plans had already changed that night, including a hotel in Branson, Brian Joy's, Janelle's own house, and now Susie's at the last minute, why didn't she just take a moment to call to see if the girls had another change of plans for whatever reason, and just see if they had ended up at the McCall's residence? She never called the McCalls. But supposedly she was so concerned that she rounded up Mike Henson and went over to Susie's house to see if they could find them. What is not reported on many of the podcasts and video reports is that Janelle and Mike drove to Shane Appleby's house to see if the girls were there after going to Susie's and not finding them. What everyone must find completely odd and unbelievable is that if Janelle and Mike had just entered a house that they had never been to before and rummaged around in it and found what looked like a site where 3 people had just vanished, then they left and drove over to Shane Appleby's house instead of, again, calling Janice McCall or driving over there. I actually did go over this in the early episodes. Huge red flag, and yes, we talked about that on Mindshock extensively. The other thing we talked about is how early they were up that morning after partying so late the night before. I mean, how many hours of sleep did they get, if any? If any. Now, again, that's not super damning because depending on what kind of high school kids you are, some high school kids do party all night and then they're up early. One of the benefits of youth, being able to do that. Can't quite do that when you're old. So, as documented, apparently for the rest of the day, Mike Henson and Janelle Kirby drove back and forth by the house several times and then decided to stay in Springfield and go to the local water slide instead of going on south to Branson to Whitewater. The next part of the story is Janice McCall tracking down Janelle at the local water slide, and when asked why Janelle had not even called Janice at all throughout the day, Janelle responded, "I didn't want you to worry." Interesting. Worry about what? Janelle and Mike then take Janice to the house at Delmar, and they share their story with everyone, including the police, and then the investigation begins, and again, it's all based on the story that Janelle and Mike have portrayed. Keep in mind that Janelle Kirby and Mike Henson were married 3 years after these women went missing. In Missouri, a spouse may not be compelled to testify against the other. Not only that, but Janelle still, as of 2023, lives in the house in Battlefield, Missouri that the girls were supposed to spend the night at that night, and it is across the street from the Brian Joy residence. Not only that, but most of the Kirby family have built homes on the land behind this house. Kathy and Randall built just behind there and may have been possibly building their current residence during '92. Courtney and her husband also built their house behind this property. Another nugget is that Mike Henson got another girl pregnant in 1992 while he was dating Janelle, yet she still goes on to marry him. Many profilers and prognosticators also state that the girls would be found in a densely wooded area and possibly found by hunters. The Kirbys and Joy's residence were both surrounded by acres and acres of densely wooded land, and the Kirby side of the street backs up to Wilson's Creek, but it is private property and doubtful hunters are allowed on it. Here goes. What if Janelle went home at 2 a.m. to go to bed, but Susie and Stacy headed back out with Mike Henson and Shane Appleby? Let's say that they were with them or they went back to Brian Joy's to keep partying. Let's just assume that something bad happened in a house full of boys in their late teens, early 20s that are partying hard along with a few possibly intoxicated young ladies. Assume what you want, date rape was very common during this time, as was alcohol poisoning. Either way, let's just assume something went very wrong and some immature, intoxicated, scared and guilty young men found themselves in a terrible situation and ultimately handled the situation in an unspeakable way. Now, let's assume that these guys come up with a plan to take the vehicles with the girls' belongings in them over to Susie's, as they knew that Janelle's cover story would conveniently help them out, unbeknownst to Janelle. So they take the cars over to Susie's. When they pull up to 1717 East Delmar, they see the porch light on. One of them sneaks up to the house and tries to remove the glass cover on the porch light. It was probably hot because of the light in it, and whoever unscrewed it dropped it, waking the light, sleeping chain smoker Cheryl Levitt. As they park the two cars in the driveway, which also explains why Susie's car was not parked like she would normally park it, Cheryl sees someone else parking the girls' cars and comes outside and asks what's going on and where are Susie and Stacy. Let's just say the guys improvised and came up with some story about how the girls were drunk and passed out at a party and they were bringing the cars home so the girls would not wake up and attempt to drive them while intoxicated. Let's also just assume that Cheryl responded, "Take me to them so I can bring them home." After all, what mother would want her daughter passed out drunk at a party with no one to protect her? Cheryl might have even grabbed her purse and cigarettes and might have felt unthreatened because there's a possibility she may have known one of the guys, as apparently Shane Appleby was a good friend of Susie's. Really, Cheryl waking up just adds to the horrendous outcome of this night, as now she knows who brought the cars back and who would ultimately be held accountable when the girls showed up missing later on. Is Cheryl now collateral damage because of this? So Cheryl is taken to where the girls are and the deed is done. Now they have to return Cheryl's belongings to her house to make it look like all three women just vanished. In a lot of homes, people set their shoes in a certain spot. Men place their boots and shoes in a certain spot, often outside the garage entry door or carport door. How many young men know that women don't do the same thing with purses? This might explain why the purses were set together like shoes. Most women will keep their purses close to them, not grouped together like men's shoes. How many criminals do not, at the very least, steal the cash that's right in front of their faces? Cheryl's $900 was left untouched. We think that young, scared people, who were most likely not serial criminals, behave this way. Freaked out young men who started out the night celebrating and then ended up in a self-inflicted nightmare. That's who. We also think that the house was then staged to look like the girls had actually come home that night. Who knows how long ago the washcloths with makeup on them were used? Who knows when the last time the beds were slept in? Is there an expert on beds sleeping on the police force? How hard is it to turn on a few TVs? All of this explains why there is not physical evidence of a struggle, murder, etc. at this residence, because nothing happened in that house, yet the house has been the entire focus of this investigation. We've heard sensational tales of serial killers passing through town at the time, grave-robbing boyfriends who hawked $30 in gold fillings, Satan worshippers, a disgruntled family member, etc., many people trying to link those wild theories to the situation, all while ignoring the simplest and possibly most probable explanation of what might have actually happened. We think that the reason that Janelle never called Janice McCall is because she was probably just convinced by Mike Henson that it was not necessary. And don't call her. We all know she's not there. We also think that when Mike and Janelle went over that morning to Susie's house, it was not necessarily to check on them, but to possibly clean up the glass bulb, destroy evidence with fingerprints on it, and for Mike to recheck the house to make sure it looked properly staged and to make sure he covered his tracks. One must ask, if they were so concerned about cleanliness and glass, why did they throw the glass over the fence into someone else's yard instead of just putting it in a trash can at Cheryl's house? Yeah, that's really weird. I don't remember that detail. What if it was one of the other guys, maybe Shane, prank called on the phone just to add a little nuance to the situation and to throw Janelle off even more? This is an interesting theory. So under this theory, Janelle would not have known at that time. Or did anyone even call? Remember, this is all coming from Mike and Janelle, and we cannot simply assume they are uninvolved. We also think that throughout the day, if Janelle truly did not know anything that had happened, she must have at least wanted to call or go see Janice McCall at some time to tell her that she couldn't find Stacy and Susie. We wonder if her statement to Janice, "I did not want you to worry," was something Mike may have said to her to put off the inevitable as long as he could. Don't bother Janice, she will just worry. As far as we know, no one has ever made an accusation like ours. Has Janelle Kirby, Mike Henson, Shane Appleby, Brian Joy, or anyone else at the Joy's party been questioned or considered a suspect or accomplice? I mean, I went over a bunch of theories, not specifically like this, but with these individuals being involved. Yeah, there are definitely some unanswered questions here. Has anyone ever searched the wooded area behind the Joys or Kirby's residences? Maybe there are a million holes in our theory, but the one that everyone has been hyper-focused on for over 30 years has garnered no results. Have the police ever considered a theory like ours plausible? If so or if not, since it's been cold for so long, why not open the case files and let other eyes look into it and see what may develop? Other interesting items. Most likely at the time, Randall Kirby owned several vans for his business and probably kept them at his shop on the same property. What if the sighting of a crying female driving a van at 6:30 a.m. on June 7th was actually an upset Janelle driving one of her dad's vans with Mike and or other accomplices inside the van? Maybe they got cold feet about staging the house at 6:30 a.m., but later returned around 9 a.m. to finish the job. That's an interesting wrinkle. However, didn't that witness identify a birthmark on Streeter's face that wasn't public knowledge? But Janelle has stated it was 9 a.m. In other interviews, can anyone at the Kirby residence confirm when Janelle left the house that morning? Did Janelle ever actually go home at 2 a.m.? Or were they out all night and mom is just covering for daughter because mom doesn't want to be seen as a derelict parent who doesn't know where her daughter is or doesn't want others to know that she's fine with her daughter staying out all night with her boyfriend? Maybe the reason mom says that she knew about them going to Susie's house is because Janelle called her from Brian Joy's house to tell her she was staying with her boyfriend Mike and Susie and Stacy would go to Susie's. Maybe that's why mom got up at 2 a.m. to answer the bedside phone and no one else heard from or saw them. Was the Joy residence ever inspected for signs of foul play? Was the Kirby property ever searched? Is there an old well, sinkhole, etc. on the Kirby property? Was Shane Appleby's vehicle ever searched? Is Janelle an accomplice, a perpetrator, or just someone dragged along for the metaphorical ride in this situation? Who was at the Joy party? Has anyone from that party ever came forward, or has anything happened to any of those party participants later in life that seemed odd or out of place? Was a suicide in 1993 related to this incident, and if so, was that person at the Joy party the night of the disappearance? Most of the entire area was wooded or farmland, and almost all of the area north of the Kirby residence is still wooded. I don't know how much information there is about the 1993 suicide. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so that is this particular theory, the Otis traitor theory. I'll be going over all the questions and comments in the chat at the end, just to keep this streamlined. Not too much more to go over here in these new theories, but a couple more. So yes, it is a very shady situation. I actually did touch upon a lot of these issues in the earlier episodes. The timeline is very, very suspect. Now here's another mind shocker. Here's a major mind shocker. So apparently the Kickapoo kidnappings was a thing. Now, I believe in the earlier episodes we mentioned something in the local college doing something like this as part of hazing incidents, but not cheerleaders at the high school or high schoolers. I mean, this was literally in the yearbook, dressed as ninjas in their camouflage attire. They get ready to scare the freshmen at the student council kidnapping. Now here's a Facebook comment from someone who went to Kickapoo. As a Kickapoo cheerleader from 80 to 84, kidnapping was a rite of passage. Example, varsity cheerleaders contacted my parent and had them leave the front door open after midnight. My big sister in cheerleading and her friends who could drive came into my house and blindfolded me. Then we went to another JV and or freshman cheerleader's house and got her. We all ended up at Winoka, gathered together, and suddenly all blindfolded, all were screaming at what was a legendary albino farm. So this is kind of bonkers. I mean, do high schools still do this today, where the parents even leave the door open for their own children to be kidnapped after midnight? I mean, this is crazy. So this was done possibly all the way through 92. I couldn't find accounts of when they stopped doing this. But apparently this was popular in the 80s. I don't know if anybody's ever met. So this is weird. And some of them even dress up in camo and masks. This is really, really weird stuff. So we have the local college apparently also has some kind of hazing rituals with kidnapping people. And so does the high school. I mean, this is crazy. So another possibility is if there could have been some kind of staging to pass this off as a kidnapping. I do wonder, although I don't know. For some reason, nobody ever even mentioned this. Is it weird that the police never even mentioned this? Like they don't want the high school to look bad? I mean, it's really weird. It's definitely really weird. A kind of sanction. I mean, they even put it in the yearbook. I mean, this is a yearbook photo. Kidnapping students. Now, supposedly it's the freshmen that are kidnapped, according to all of this information. So it wouldn't necessarily be graduating seniors. Although, what if something was staged as if the seniors were taking part? But who knows? Maybe by 1992 they weren't doing this anymore. If anybody knows, they can comment. I actually have a comprehensive Springfield 3 playlist here on Mindshock for people who didn't see the previous 6 episodes. It is a very perplexing case simply because allegedly 3 women were kidnapped at the same time, although we really don't know that they were kidnapped at the same time. So this is a very, very perplexing case. So actually one more new theory that I don't believe we went over, and this will be the last one before I'll look at the comments. Regarding Cheryl, because some people think Cheryl was the target, although there seem to be viable theories across the board here. I mean, is it really just coincidental that no shortage of serial killers and motorcycle gangs were in town and possibly connected to Streeter's old boyfriend? I mean, perhaps it's all coincidental. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. So, I don't even know where this theory came from. This is regarding Levitt. Apparently these are researchers. I don't know if they're connected to PIs or whatnot. We were informed that Garrison and his buddies were getting drugs out of the evidence room. Garrison said that a dirty cop, one he describes as a true freak, had been helping them with drugs. This so-called dirty cop had been seeing Cheryl Levitt for some time, and when she left him, this cop's business partner said something should happen to her. John David Smith, also goes by Tommy Smith, went missing February 15, 2001. He supposedly either knew or was involved in the disappearances of Springfield's 3 missing women. Tommy Smith and his girlfriend Maureen Webb were supposedly murdered by Richard Evans. According to the Garrison letters, they were afraid that Tommy would spill the beans as to what happened to those 3 missing women. So I went over in the Suspect City episode, I went over tons of suspects connected to this case. Serial killers, motorcycle gang members, and some of them also supposedly supplied Streeter's ex-boyfriend and possibly his friends, so there are connections there. We went over that all in previous episodes. So is it possible, maybe we shouldn't fall for any of these false dichotomies or false trichotomies. Maybe everything is at play here. Maybe everything is true. Because if something happened to Stacy and Susie, and keep in mind, Susie's supposed to be testifying at trial regarding this. So, regarding the ex-boyfriend and his friends, the grave robbers, or grave vandals, however you want to technically list them. So, yeah, it's all very curious. It's all very, very curious. Not a lot of information on any of this. There are a couple articles I'm going to go over in a second. So, Marshfield the Mail newspaper has an article here from June 13th, 2006. Wife joins husband in jail for Marshfield murder charges. Thenia Evans, 40, was charged June 7th with 2 counts of first-degree murder, both Class A felonies, and tampering with physical evidence, Class D felony. Her husband, L. Evans, 48, had already been convicted. And apparently that November, the murder charges were dropped. Murder in connection with the 2001 deaths of John D. Tommy Smith and Maureen Webb. So this couple disappeared. So, yeah, this is weird. Straight from the Charlie Project, Smith was last seen in Springfield, Missouri, February 15, 2001. His girlfriend, Maureen Webb, disappeared the day after he did. She was last seen driving her black 1990 Ford Aerostar van. Why does everybody have vans in this area? After leaving her home, the vehicle was subsequently abandoned at a local mall. In 2006, Richard L. Evans was charged with first-degree murder in the presumed deaths. So no bodies? Of Webb and Smith, his wife, Thenia S. Evans, was also charged with the murder as well as evidence tampering. She allegedly witnessed the murders and helped clean up afterward. Smith and Webb were reportedly shot to death and their bodies dismembered, possibly fed to pigs and burned. A search of Richard's property turned up bone fragments and a spent shell casing, but the case against him and his sister fell apart after a crucial witness refused to testify. Foul play is suspected in Smith and Webb's disappearances due to the circumstances involved. Well, there's a lot of shadiness going on here. This is weird. So, what's the I can't find any background here on why they would be particularly connected to this case. But, yeah, I mean, just the fact that there's... And if they're able to get rid of bodies where no evidence is left, or no conclusive evidence, what does that mean? Does that mean that... Because if these people can get rid of bodies this well, did they also get rid of the bodies of the Springfield Three? I don't know. I mean, again, according to this particular researcher, Smith supposedly knew or was involved in the disappearance of Springfield's 3 missing women. Richard Evans and his girlfriend supposedly murdered Smith and his girlfriend Maureen Webb. Garrison's letters said that they were afraid that Tommy would spill the beans, so they killed him. And then eventually the charges are dropped. So, I mean, just how much corruption is going on here as well, because we went over a lot of those theories as well involving police corruption. Okay, so let's get to the comments. What does everybody think here? This isn't a popular episode for some reason, unless YouTube didn't put out the notifications. When I did a poll on what people want the most on Mindshock, I mean, true crime won by a landslide. So where are all the true crime aficionados here? Or YouTube is just not sending out notifications, which is definitely a possibility. So, yeah. What does everybody in the chat think who's followed this case? Yeah, people in the chat saying they didn't get a notification. Yeah, it's YouTube for you. Oh, yep, multiple people did not get notifications. That's YouTube for you. That is YouTube for you. So I've covered this case pretty extensively. I think the Mindshock Springfield 3 series is already the most exhaustive and comprehensive. And there's still more. I mean, there's still some more rabbit holes I need to finish going down to put out more episodes, because there's this is a strange case. I think it's very possible that just about everything is related, other than maybe the serial killers, unless the serial killers also had connections to the motorcycle gangs and drug dealers. If they didn't, perhaps they're the only coincidental piece, and they like screwing around with police, so perhaps they just made up that they knew things. But perhaps there are issues with Cheryl Levitt and Stacey McCall and Susie Streeter, because it seems that most other true crime podcasts and shows and people discussing this on Reddit or other social media, they go with the either or theory regarding whether or not Cheryl Levitt was the target or whether it was McCall and Streeter. I believe I'm going to have to postulate a McGuire theory now. That if they were both targets, that kind of explains everything, doesn't it? Especially if Streeter is testifying against her ex-boyfriend connected to the grave vandals who get their drugs from the people involved with corrupt cops, one of which Cheryl Levitt might have been formerly dating. So perhaps even the accounts are correct. Maybe she currently wasn't dating anybody at the time. So that is, yeah. Joyce B says, wasn't the mother a beautician, and didn't she have a hot water tank replaced, so the handyman was the suspect? I actually haven't heard that. I do not recall that. I recall that there was some kind of sewage or utility, some kind of power line repair by dubious individuals, serial killers connected to serial killers, but not specifically in the house, but on the street. I don't remember the water tank, hot water tank. Let me do a quick search on that. No, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't know. There was some kind of street repair, and there was also the ruse of some kind of gas leak. There was a gas leak ruse. Maybe not. Maybe you're thinking of the gas leak ruse, which I went over on a previous episode, where supposedly there were notes found that someone was going to be posing as a gas repairman to get entrance to the house, but I don't know if any specific links to this case were definitively made. So I'm not sure about that. All right, people starting to show up now in the chat as we're winding down the episode with these additional theories. Anybody want to give their thoughts on what ultimately happened to the Springfield 3, and did they get kidnapped separately? Stacy and Susie perhaps were together, and then Cheryl perhaps was kidnapped separately, in which case this is not 3 women going missing at the exact same time abducted together, which would actually make more sense because of just how unusual and rare it is. Not that it couldn't happen, it has happened. There are a handful of cases, a small handful, but yeah, it's just so difficult. It's very, very difficult. I mean, I'm going to wind this down here. I mean, if nobody in the chat has any thoughts, I will just leave the information as presented, and further commenters can leave comments And we can pick this up in the next episode because there are a few other leads I want to track down. Because, again, believe it or not everything has been gone over, even in this exhaustive, comprehensive series. But a lot of these so-called infamous criminals in the area, they did seem to communicate. So Garrison may very well have had his ear to the ground, even if he wasn't directly involved. And there does appear to be some police corruption overlap. I mean, there are gag orders regarding certain searches done for whatever reason. I mean, possibly a CI or more than one CI involved here. That seems to be a staple in some of these cases that just seem really sketchy. That there was at least one CI involved causing a lot of trouble, and that's why some of these cases are unsolved. Just a lot of overlap here. But yeah, that's it. That's it for now. Like I said, there will be further episodes. We're not quite done yet with this series. There's still way more to go over. And we will go over it. Apparently, yeah, YouTube does not give out notifications, so I mean, I guess just keep checking the channel manually. I do have other episodes planned. All depends on how editing goes on the backlog of shows I have yet to finish, so we will see. But thanks for joining us, those that did. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, go donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Share the podcast. Keep awareness up. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. And, of course, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.